21st of June, 1915, in Melbourne, Keith Murdoch makes a move. After 9 months of working and festering in Melbourne as political correspondent for Sydney's evening paper The Sun, while the greatest story in the world, the war, is going on far away and covered by Charles Bean, the frustrated Keith Murdoch receives an interesting offer. The owner of his paper, Hugh Dennison, has decided to bring back from London his star performer there, Campbell Jones. Would Keith like to fill his vacancy? Perhaps. What he really wants to do is cover the war, a feeling exacerbated by the fact that yet another brother is about to join up, but at least this would get him closer to the action. And there is something more. When he talks on the subject to his close friend, Labour Prime Minister Andrew Fisher, the Australian leader affirms his view that Keith is doing the right thing by not going into uniform, as he would make only an indifferent soldier, and he gives him a task on the way over. The Prime Minister is now beyond frustrated at the lack of information coming from Gallipoli. No matter that he is the democratically elected leader of the Australian people, the British government make no allowance for his rights to know the welfare of Australian troops, and his major source of information remains the heavily censored articles of Charles Bean. When Murdoch is travelling through the halls of power in London, he could be Prime Minister Fisher's eyes and ears on the ground on all matters affecting the troops. And could he go to Egypt on the way over, and hopefully to the Dardanelles from there, and write a report for him? The Prime Minister has been worried sick about just how bad the situation is, and he fears for the welfare of the soldiers. Nominally, at the behest of the Defence Minister, Murdoch is to provide any suggestions for improvement in arrangements for the receipt and delivery of letters, papers and parcels to and from members of the Australian Imperial Force. But truly his brief will be much wider than that. Yes, Prime Minister. Murdoch soon decides it is precisely the kind of thing he would like to do, for though, as he writes in a letter to Prime Minister Fisher, he cannot overlook the fact that all the cabling and writing in the world is not going to win this war, this will be something he really can do to help the war effort. His delight is manifold when Fisher also arranges a letter of introduction to the Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Forces, General Sir Ian Hamilton, who will hopefully allow Murdoch to actually visit the Dardanelles to further his investigations. Thrilled at the way things are turning out, Murdoch makes his preparations to leave. Meanwhile, arriving back at Imbros with an all-new wardrobe, writing materials, and nothing less than a Parisian cuisinier in tow, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett is also eager to show his fellow correspondents his new toy, a genuine movie camera, with which he can record events beyond writing word pictures. Do you like it, Charles Bean? The Australian correspondent back at Imbros on one of his regular breaks is not sure, reaching out his long fingers to touch the alien object as if it is a boiling hot potato or a jam-tin bomb. What he is certain he does not like is word from Ashmead Bartlett that he has been telling influential people in London that the whole Gallipoli campaign is going all wrong. It seemed, Bean confides in his diary, to be typically and exactly the thing that a war correspondent ought not to do. Of the old school of journalism, proper and professional, Bean passionately believes that the role of a war correspondent, or any journalist for that matter, is to record faithfully what is occurring and not try to alter what is occurring. Unless, of course, a man is wounded and under fire and you can scurry forward and save his life. And though sometimes gutted by the way things have turned out and the lives that have been lost, Bean still has faith that the campaign can be saved. And so has General Hamilton, as it happens, the more so when informed that another 2 divisions, beyond the 3 already promised, will soon be on their way to him. Clearly, back in London, the Easterners are winning the debate, and, from being the poor relation in the peace, Hamilton is now being flooded with resources. So many and so much it is decided to postpone for a couple of weeks the Anzac breakout conceived at Birdwood's headquarters. This initial plan comprised slipping out of Anzac Cove by night, travelling north along the virtually unprotected coast to Fisherman's Hut, sparsely held by either side in such rough country that the natural defences are already formidable, and attacking Chunuk Bair from the west, along the seaward ridges and slopes. But now it is clear that by early August, General Hamilton will have a total of 13 divisions to throw into the line, and so a much grander plan starts to take shape. Added to the Anzac breakout will be the simultaneous landing of the 9th Corps, composed of 2 new army divisions plus Corps troops, some 40,000 men in all, at Suvla Bay to establish a northern base. The bonus of a Suvla base is that it will simply give Hamilton somewhere to store his newfound surfeit of soldiers. In subsequently taking the Anafata range to the north and east of Suvla Bay and pushing east across the peninsula, the Allies can sever communication between the Turkish army and Constantinople, while at the same time communication will be established with the Anzac breakouts' newly won northernmost positions on the Sarabea range, creating a front stretching south all the way from Suvla Bay to Kaba Tepe. Let the Turks try to stop that. Late June 1915, Anzac Cove. A message from above. Look, if it is not quite manna from heaven, it at least runs close, as on this day, some 8 weeks after the Anzacs have first landed on Turkish shores, a German aeroplane flies overhead at an altitude just above rifle range and drops leaflets on the Australian and New Zealand lines. Or at least it intended to. In fact, most of them flutter down into Turkish trenches, but never mind. For after realising the leaflets had been sent to the wrong address, many of the Turks wrapped them around a stone, sometimes with a nasty message scrawled on it. The old Turk, Bean records, scribbled on the back of this in pencil some very filthy remarks about our wives and mothers, and throw them over. The leaflets promise the Anzacs excellent treatment and bounteous provisions if they'll do just one thing. Come and surrender. On all fronts of this war, your own people and your allies' situation is as hopeless as on this peninsula. Your honour is safe. Further fighting is mere stupid bloodshed. Of course, none of the Anzacs take them up on the offer, but at least for a few days the lucky ones have the rare luxury of toilet paper. For his part, Captain Gordon Carter is amused by their presumption, though he writes to his parents, "There is one thing to the credit of the Turk. He is a clean fighter. What prisoners I've seen have been fine, stalwart fellows with good, clean faces. They looked gentlemen." 28th to the 30th of June, 1915. Battleship Hill. Turkey broken at the neck. Mustafa Kemal is convinced that there's a major Allied attack on the horizon. There is movement down in the Krithia region, and the enemy fire seems to be getting more and more intense in his sector. Typically, however, it is not enough for him simply to wait for the enemy to attack. His men must get in first, and they must do it quietly, under a veil of utmost secrecy. In these latter days of June, as the weather gets hotter and the impetus is to have this whole affair over with, Mustafa frames an attack at the northern end of the neck, knowing that if they can break through, they will be able to direct their fire right onto the principal Anzac anchorage at North Beach, as well as onto all the posts that line Monash Valley. The enemy's position would be untenable, and Mustafa Kemal is prepared to take mighty risks to achieve it, even sacrificing the cream of the accomplished 18th Regiment, which has just arrived to be positioned in front of Baby 700 and the chessboard, a grid-like network of Turkish trenches opposite Pope's Hill. On the night of the 29th of June, the last trace of sunlight is gone by 9:30 p.m., and a huge gust of wind brings with it the rolling sound of thunder. At 9:55 p.m, Colonel Mustafa, thrilled that General Enver himself happens to be here for the occasion, gives the word, sending the 18th Regiment written instructions to attack the enemy opposite your positions. These worthies say their prayers and steel themselves. The wind, thick with salt, is blowing off the Aegean, picking up any loose debris it can find on its ravenous path up to Russell's Top and tossing it over the Turks' newly dug trenches at the neck, flinging it into the soldiers' faces. There is trouble in the air, menace and confusion, as the Turkish barrage begins, lobbing shells down on the Australian defenders, who happen to be Lieutenant Colonel Alexander White's 8th Light Horse Regiment. Unable to see whether the barrage is having any effect, the on-edge Turks continue to fire wildly and are confused when they hear cheers. The Australians seem unaccountably to be enjoying the tumult, their cries being carried by the wind to bounce off the cliffs, somersault and soar up towards the heavens. To add to the uproar of the Turkish artillery, now an Indian mountain battery sends star shells at them, which soon set fire to the scrub near Lone Pine. The night is filled with explosions, flaring flames, choking smoke, billowing dust, and yes, still cheers. And yet one Turkish shell actually does land close to a bullseye, claiming 22 casualties in the 8th Light Horse Regiment, of whom 7 are killed. Among the wounded is none other than Colonel Alexander White, who takes a flesh wound to the skull when hit by a fragment of shell. Has such a disaster weakened the Australians' resolve in any manner? Has it hell? Though the losses are tragic, they are insignificant in terms of overall numbers, and so it is that the 8th Light Horse is still there in force as midnight of the 29th of June approaches, and Mustafa's 18th Regiment is given the final order to attack. The barrage suddenly stops, and the inevitable cry of "Allah! Allah! Allah!" rises up, followed by wave after wave of Turkish soldiers running down the slope from the neck to Russell's Top, across the exceedingly narrow spine of land that connects them. And therein lies the problem for the Turks. So narrow is the Razorback Ridge that they have no capacity to outflank the Australians, and instead must run tightly packed together, meaning that the 8th Light Horse just can't miss. Our men, Trooper Ernie Mack would recall, sat right up on the parapets of our trenches, and when not firing were all the time calling out for the Turks to come along and hooting and barracking them. In fact, most of the chaps took it as a real good joke. Yes, 1 or 2 Turks make it to the Australian trenches, but that is nothing that a few quick thrusts of the bayonet can't fix. And, at another point, some 50 Turks actually occupy one of the saps and push forward, but again they are soon forced out by a concerted drive of soldiers. The most amazing thing is that this goes on for almost 2 hours before the Turkish 18th Regiment is defeated everywhere. By pursuing the sheer insanity of crossing this narrow bridge of land into massed Australian guns, a battalion and a half of the Ottomans' 18th Regiment is wiped out, with 260 dead, while the Light Horse lose only 7 men killed and 19 wounded. This has been a bad blow for Colonel Mustafa, not helped by the fact that General Enver is still on the scene at Camalieri, from where he witnesses the devastation firsthand. No good news has come back from the front this night. They have not taken Russell's Top, they have not pushed the enemy into the sea. Despite General Enver's assurance to the shattered and scattered surviving men of the 18th that their efforts had been most useful in engaging the attention of the English at a critical moment, a question mark is placed firmly over Mustafa's judgment and ability to command the Ari-Burnu sector. The disaster notwithstanding, still the Turks keep pressing the Anzac lines in coming days, and though the battles at this time are not nearly as ferocious as early in the campaign, still the Australians and New Zealanders see a steady stream of dead and wounded coming back from the front lines. In one particular battle in early July, Trooper Bluegum again finds himself in the thick of it on Holly Ridge, at a point where the Turks land some 200 shells on their trenches in just a few hours. Most of the men keep their heads down, but one of their number, Sergeant Fred Tresillian, a Boer War veteran originally from down Wagga Wagga way, appears to relish it. "Fred seemed to love the firing line like home," Bluegum would record. "He was quite fearless. Somehow he seemed to revel in the roar of battle." And so it is on this occasion. When the Turks drop no fewer than a dozen shells right on the tiny Anzac section of trenches, carnage results, as the parapet is blown apart, as is most of the trench itself. Those not killed are wounded, blinded, buried, choked, deafened, or all of the above. One of the last is Trooper Bluegum, and when he can finally see and hear and breathe again, the first person he encounters is Sergeant Fred Tresillian, laughing merrily. "Hello, Bluegum," he says, "easy as you please. Not killed yet." For his part, Bluegum is not surprised to see the sergeant not killed yet, as despite having volunteered for some of the riskier scouting and patrol work, he somehow seems to avoid all the bullets. But can it last? Perhaps. And yet, only 10 days later, when still one more battle breaks out, a bullet comes so close it actually nicks Tresillian's cheek. He's done it again. A short time later, though, a sniper's rifle cracks and a bullet comes and drops Tresillian dead. Such is life and death at Gallipoli. Chapter 15. The Battle is Nigh. I stick to what I wrote to Wolfe Murray. The combination of Stopford and Reid is not good, not for this sort of job. General Sir Ian Hamilton, Gallipoli Diary. Hamilton has not the strength to give those with whom he is surrounded a straight-out blow from the shoulder, however much the situation demands it. To mix the metaphor, he has an unlucky ability for gilding the pill. He can't administer a pill unless it is golden. Charles Bean on General Hamilton. Mid-July 1915. Imbros. Shh. The plan is perfected. That hush around General Hamilton in these dog days of mid-July. It's the sound of fresh divisions finally starting to arrive as he and his senior staff work on the finer details of their secret plan to finally and properly seize the Dardanelles. A plan so sensitive and so vital it must be kept from getting out at all costs, and so is kept within a tiny circle. The commander of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force has accepted the logic of General Birdwood's plan, that with just one more division he could break out of Anzac and seize the heights of the Sarabea range. Not that General Hamilton is expecting it to be that easy. As to our tactical scheme for producing these strategical results, he astutely notes in his diary, it is simple in outline, though infernally complicated in its amphibious and supply aspects. In short, a multifaceted assault is planned, across a wide front with each successive attack depending on the one next to it to succeed, or, like the weakest link in the chain, the whole thing risks breaking down. The French and British forces at Cape Helles will launch their attack so as to draw the attention and resources of the Turks to the south. It will be sustained for precisely as long as it takes to burn through the 4,000 soldiers the GHQ has calculated as surplus to requirements. Cheers, lads. So, too, will the Australians make an attack at Lone Pine, the crown of the 400 plateau. The key post right in the middle of the Anzac front. This heart-like crown is divided by Owen's Gully into two lobes, the northern Johnson's Jolly and the southern Lone Pine. There, where the trenches are anywhere from 50 to 100 yards apart, the plan is relatively simple. After a long bombardment, the Australians and New Zealanders will simply charge forward and take over the forward trenches. Once the Turks know that there is a serious attack here, they will inevitably call in forces from elsewhere, including from the peaks of the Sarabea range. The troops stationed around Chunuk Hill Q, Hill 971, Battleship Hill and Baby 700, which is where the next part of the plan comes into play. For after Lone Pine is secured and the Turks from on high come forward, under the cover of darkness and distraction, the right covering force of the New Zealand Mounted Rifles Brigade are to stealthily make their way through the least defended part of the perimeter at the far north and knock out the thin defences leading up to the heights of the Sarabea range. In particular, they are to overwhelm the significant Turkish enclave known as Old No. 3 Outpost, which stands guard over the entrance to Suzla Gully. The place Mustafa Kemal had pinpointed to his superiors just over a month beforehand. Altogether, the right covering force is to be around 1,900 men. A left covering force is, in principle, to do the same, but will take a wider left hook, north from the Anzac sector, and clear a path for an approach to Hill 971 via a small indent in the land called Ujil Gully. Shortly thereafter, 2 columns of troops totalling 10,000 men would also move out of the Anzac perimeter. The left assault column, commanded by Major General Vaughan Cox with his 29th Indian Brigade, and assisted by the newly promoted Brigadier General John Monash with his 4th Brigade, would first head north along the Northern Beach Road and then turn right, trekking and fighting their way through the night, up Ujil Gully, then climbing and fighting all the way to the summits of Hill 971 and Hill Q before dawn. The right assault column, all men of the Shaky Isles under Brigadier General Francis Johnson, commander of the New Zealand Infantry Brigade, will head east from the No. 2 outpost, following the route of the covering force before them, then break into 2 groups to trek and climb and fight their way to the summit of Chunuk. While all this is going on into the night, 2 new British divisions will arrive on the shores of Suvla Bay, some 4.5 miles to the north of Anzac Cove. The actual landing spot is a large plain, dominated by a dried salt lake, flanked on 3 sides by hills beginning around 3 miles from the shore. The first of these British forces, 18,000 strong of the 11th Division, are to sweep southeast across that plain and up to the surrounding ridges as swiftly as possible, to occupy the high ground leading up to the Anafata villages and Sarabea range before daylight. Of first importance will be the taking of Chocolate Hills and W Hills before daybreak, which will hopefully lead on to the taking of the village of Big Anafata. At daybreak, they will be followed along the ridge line by 2 brigades, 8,000 soldiers who have landed after them. From here, if required, these troops will be in a position to advance along the eastern spurs of Hill 971, which would link them with elements of the left assault column of the Anzac breakout. And then the denouement. By dawn the following morning, the 2 columns atop Hill 971 and Chanak Bear will be in position to attack the Turks dug in on Baby 700 from behind. And at this moment, the men of the 8th and 10th Light Horse will attack the neck in 4 waves of 150 soldiers each. The Turks, attacked from in front and behind, will fall away, and Baby 700 will be captured. If the taking of Chanak Bear from the rear is delayed for any reason, the attack on the neck and Baby 700 will nevertheless proceed, acting as a feint if nothing else. Oh, and as Bean would note, simultaneously, the 1st Light Horse Brigade, which was then holding Popes and Quins, was to seize with its 1st Regiment a part of the chessboard, and with its 2nd a sector of the Turkish Quins. All clear? Not really. Then let's go through it again. And so General Hamilton and his senior officers do, again and again and again, trying to refine the plans and define the goals to the point that every individual unit across the 90,000 soldiers involved would be given specific orders to go after clearly designated targets and on a very strict timetable. It really is dreadfully complicated, but, if all goes well, by the conclusion of the battle, the Allies will be in control of all the high ground from Ajelma Bay in the north through Chanak Bear and along to Kaba Tepe. They will have finally secured the heights of the Sara Bear range, which was their target on the day of the landing and was momentarily in their grasp before Colonel Maclagan had taken the decision to reinforce the second ridge. Having Suvla Bay will give the Allies their own port to get them through the winter, and if all goes really well, they will be able to break free of the dreadful confines of the Gallipoli Peninsula and march on Constantinople. True, there are naysayers to the plans within the tight circle, pointing out that the ground between Anzac and the Sara Bear crestline is worse than the Khyber Pass, as many British officers would know as they had been there. But General Hamilton is not particularly concerned. It is the strong reckoning of both Generals Birdwood and Godley that their men can do it, and that is good enough for him. After all, Hamilton notes in his diary, is not nothing venture, nothing win an unanswerable retort? Not for the newly arrived commander of the AIF 1st Division, it isn't. Major General James Legg, a one-time brilliant barrister who had gone on to pioneer the military training scheme, is convinced that in his sector the plan to attack Lone Pine will see the slaughter of many Australians for little gain. He makes no bones about saying this, just as he had been a critic of the whole landing at Gallipoli in the first place. He feels that the Turkish trenches at Lone Pine are far too heavily defended for the Anzacs to be able to seize them without suffering extraordinary losses. But Birdwood insists. It is because Lone Pine is so key to the Turkish defences that he wants to attack it, because only an attack on such a crucial point would force the Turks to move their reserves there, leaving them unavailable to oppose the main attacks at Chanak Bear and Hill 971. Another critic is Colonel Cyril Brudenell White, Chief of Staff to Birdwood, who thinks the plan is fraught with danger from the first, and, rather more delicately, says so. But what can Legg and Brudenell White do? A year earlier, to the day, the Australian government had signed over control of Australian soldiers to the British government and, ipso facto, their officers. So it really doesn't matter what some of the leading Australian officers on site think about the likely fate of their soldiers. General Birdwood is the commander of the Anzacs, and General Hamilton the commander of all the forces on the peninsula. They are English, and they decide what happens to Australian forces. And this, make no mistake, is what both Generals Hamilton and Birdwood want, as with their staff they continue to refine the orders. With all the fresh divisions arriving in the Dardanelles, Hamilton is even starting to feel confident of a breakthrough. It seems likely, he writes, that during the first week of August we may have 80,000 rifles in the firing line striving for a decisive result. How many are likely to be killed and wounded in such an attack? Quite impossible to foresee casualties, he notes, But suppose, for example, we suffered a loss of 20,000 men, though the figure seems alarming when put down in cold blood. It is not an extravagant proportion when calculated on basis of Dardanelles fighting up to date. Exactly. When judged against the catastrophic casualty figures to date, the losses at the landing or the 3 battles for Krithia, just how bad could the August offensive, as it has become known, really be? It is perhaps inevitable that at this time the ubiquitous Charles Bean gets wind of the whole plan. One day in mid-July, his brother Jack, who has just returned from hospital at Alexandria, has popped over to his dugout for a lunch of bread, tea and flies. Afterwards, Charles accompanies him back to the 3rd Battalion HQ so he can write up his notes on what Jack's mob had done in the first 3 days after the landing. As they weave around groups of chattering men, Jack is impressed at his brother's apparent newfound popularity with the soldiers, who wave and nod with respect. When they arrive at Jack's camp, Bean hears talk for the first time of a big attack to be launched in early August. It worries him, for if he is hearing about it like this, so casually mentioned, with everyone living on top of everyone else, how long can it be before it is general knowledge and the enemy finds out too? Of more concern to Birdwood than simple security, however, is the overall health of the veteran Anzac troops, as no fewer than 200 men a day at Anzac Cove alone are now being evacuated through sickness, and those who remain are teetering on it. Oh yes, Birdwood knows all that all right. As he walks around the trenches, he is frequently told by the men, "No Turk is going to get past here. I'll see to that. But if you ask me to march a couple of miles after him, I just couldn't do it." And there is also a problem with morale in certain sections, with the practice of malingering, staying in hospital well past the point of recovery, on the rise. Another sign is a warning from the Chief Staff Officer of the 1st Australian Division, Colonel White, that he has become aware of increases of wounded men sent down to the base hospitals with the remark self-inflicted. It is a real problem, and one getting worse with the passing weeks. They now knew, Bean would record, that for them the prospect was one of battle after battle, in which in the long run there must almost certainly be one of 2 endings. They felt themselves penned between 2 long, blank walls reaching perpetually ahead of them, from which there was no turning and no escape, save that of death or of such wounds as would render them useless for further service. Battalion commanders must be on the lookout for such cases, a wound to the left hand or left foot always being the most suspicious, and gather evidence so the soldiers who do it can be court-martialed. And yet, for all the growing weakness of the Anzacs, it may be they are stronger in body and in spirit than their counterparts at Cape Helles. That, at least, is the impression of the Secretary of the Dardanelles Committee, Lieutenant Colonel Maurice Hankey, sent by that committee on a fact-finding mission. Though General Hamilton has not seen a lot of him, Hankey has shown the General the copy of a personal cable he has sent to Lord Kitchener, where he has reported, after his visit to Anzac, "Australians are superbly confident and spoiling for a fight." The Turks? Well, from the Anzac side of the trenches, there are clear signs that they too must be struggling, most particularly as it is noted that they occasionally held their hands above the parapet to be shot at, presumably in order to be evacuated themselves. But there are other signs that, like the Anzacs, their spirit remains strong. On one occasion, as detailed by Charles Bean, the Turks put a new spin on an old game that the 2 sides play daily. This version starts the same, with the Turks putting up a mock tin periscope to draw useless Anzac fire. Once it is shot away, up comes one obviously made of cardboard. "Our men fired at it and missed," Bean would recount. "Someone else fired and missed again. Every time they missed, the cardboard gave a little confident shake as a duck waggles its tail. The Turk in the trench was signalling a miss. At last, though, it is shot away, and the Anzacs wait to see what he will put up this time. It proves, and here's the innovation, to be a bit of shining tin this time, cut in the shape of a cross. Everybody knew what this ally of Germany meant by that, this Turk with the German officers in command and the German money at his back. It was a jeer at our religion and the religion of Germany, and the joke ceased at that instant, as if it had been cut short by a chopper. How dare he? 24th of July, 1915. Ellis Ashmead Bartlett's blood boils. Is it sedition? conduct encouraging insurrection against the established order or not. It just might be, but Ellis Ashmead Bartlett and his officer friends can barely help themselves. After the correspondent spends a morning at Anzac Beach with his newly purchased cinematograph, capturing moving pictures of over 20 bathing soldiers being killed or wounded by shrapnel, 15 by just one shell, he returns to Imbros, where he dines with Lieutenant Colonel Aubrey H. Herbert and, most pertinently, Colonel Leslie Wilson, an extremely well-connected member of Parliament with the Conservative Party who tells tale after tale of muddle, mismanagement and useless slaughter. Other officers might feel the need to mute their criticism of the generals, but Wilson is too senior himself to care. On one recent occasion, he had been ordered to take a trench of such little consequence that he had vigorously protested, further pointing out that even if they captured it, it would prove impossible to hold. Time and time again I protested, he tells his appalled dining companions, but finally received a definite order which had to be obeyed. We took it without much trouble and then got bombed out, exactly as I had predicted, losing 3 good officers and 80 men. Finally, I retired with only 6 survivors. What follows is even more appalling and hideously wasteful of British lives, as General Hunter Weston, now known as the giggling butcher to troops and officers alike, had then ordered a Marine battalion to take the same trench, only for exactly the same catastrophe to befall them. The whole thing had been entirely consistent with the daily schmozzle Wilson had experienced since arriving here. The orders issued to the 29th Division are seldom intelligible, he declares, and always had to be changed, modified, or ignored. We can never get a definite objective for an attack, as the orders always end up with, go as far as you can, and then entrench. Colonel Wilson's opinions of Hunter Weston marry strongly with Ashmead Bartlett's own passionately held views. After my first conversations with him, Ashmead Bartlett would later recount, he seemed to me not to have the smallest knowledge of war and to throw away many lives in the most wicked and reckless manner without having any clear idea in his mind of any objective. Yes, there is the small mercy that, just in the last week, Hunter Weston had gone back to England. Whether sick from sunstroke, sacked, or suffering some kind of breakdown like Carden is not known, though on her hospital ship, Nurse Lydia King refers to him as a crotchety old man. But that is no solace for those thousands of men who now lie in their graves because of him. The problem is that Hamilton and his HQ staff still remain. Everywhere these men go, the diners on Imbros agree. There is never a good word said for any of them, and Sir Ian is criticised because he never visits the front line. And what frustrates the English correspondent more than anything is that he cannot write the truth of the matter, as it will be instantly censored. I thought there were limits to human stupidity, but now I know there are none, he had confided to his diary the week before. The censorship has now passed beyond all reason. Truly, he tells his companions, it does not matter how mild one's views, the censors will knock it out. There are 4 of them, and even the mild reports that do get through are delayed more than ever, Ashmead Bartlett suspects, so that the words of Sir Ian Hamilton, who has now taken to writing his own dispatches, which contain the most ghastly lies, are released well before the correspondent's reports. In his last missive, Sir Ian had announced to the world that 5,150 Turks had been killed and 15,000 wounded. How could he possibly know that? Exactly. Ashmead Bartlett's own estimate is about 40% of that. In the course of the conversation, Aubrey Herbert makes what Ellis judges to be the most serious of all charges against him, that General Hamilton routinely leaves thousands of our wounded to perish in front of the lines after these attacks have failed instead of arranging for an armistice. The truth is that the British generals aren't even close enough to negotiate an armistice with the eager Turks to gather in the wounded, for they are mostly on Imbros, where they have their dinners and their baths, and apparently it never interferes with their night's rest, the knowledge that hundreds of their fellow men are lying mutilated and unattended only a few yards away from our front lines, crying for water, suffering the agonies of the damned, and knowing that their fate is a long, slow, lingering death from suppurating wounds or from thirst and starvation. And yet still the fresh divisions continue to arrive from Great Britain, many of them in recent days. Well, the English journalist views them with nothing less than pity. Yes, back in London he had rallied for more men to be sent, but that had been on the understanding they should land at Bouleir. and now these generals have swooped on the idea of new recruits to plan yet another slaughter. The sending of the 13th Division to Helles, he had written in his diary, makes it look as if they intended that Archer Baba shall eat up this division as well as so many others. The appetite of this mountain is insatiable. The more Ashmead Bartlett contemplates these fresh plans for useless slaughter, the more appalled he is. Thus we carry on at this hopeless game, ignoring all the strategical possibilities in the situation by persisting in these murderous frontal attacks on impregnable positions, losing tens of thousands of our best and bravest men without achieving any result or carrying us any nearer to our goal. Well, it is clear to Ashmead Bartlett and these senior officers. As a matter of urgency, Hamilton must be replaced, and with him the entire cabal of incompetent senior officers around him, led by the execrable Braithwaite. If this is sedition, so be it. Late July 1915, the word comes through. At last! For both Colonel Brazier and Lieutenant Thrussell, it is the news they have long been waiting for. After months of waiting, of festering, they and 80 reinforcements from the 10th Light Horse are to go to Gallipoli, to rejoin the main body of the regiment. With a song in their hearts, their eyes on the prize, Gallipoli, they catch the train to Alexandria and are soon on the blue waters of the Mediterranean, heading north. Late July 1915, the heights of Anzac. Not the way we do it in France, old boy. And here now is General Sir Frederick Stopford, the commander of the 3 freshly arrived divisions of the 9th Corps, 61 years old and in poor health, come to survey for the first time the shores upon which his forces must shortly storm. Despite a military career stretching back to the Grenadier Guards in 1871, the Egyptian and Sudan campaigns in the 1880s, and the Ashanti campaign of 1895, before rising to the lofty position of commanding the 1st Home Defence Army, he has never actually led men in battle. Never mind. On this hot morning, it is at Stopford's specific request that Birdwood takes him to the northern heights of Anzac Cove, from where he can best survey it. He needs to know just what his soldiers will be facing on first landing in terms of both natural and Turkish defences. The old man, and he looks old, make no mistake, surveys the scene for over a minute before giving his preliminary verdict. "I like this," he says, "better than I thought I should." "Of course you do," General Birdwood replies, "and if you will take my advice, I feel confident you will get right through. There are no continuous trenches, only short lengths. If you will land on a broad front with every unit going forward at once, you will turn every existing trench. On the whole of that front, we think there are no more than 1,000 men of the Turkish gendarmerie. Land, as I did, just before dawn. The moon will be just right, and the men can't lose their way." At first, Stopford seems keen on this proposal, but then offers, "My men have done no night work." "Nor had mine, and you have a week before you to practice them on the islands, where there is country very similar to this. Give them plenty of night practice, and make sure every officer knows his objective, and you can't fail." "What about the preliminary bombardment?" one of Stopford's brigadier generals, Hamilton Reed, VC, asks. "We never attack without it in France." "In France, yes, but here, no. What have you to bombard? Your one great chance of success lies in surprise, which any bombardment would destroy." Reed looks far from convinced. That is not the way they do it in France. Having been briefed by General Hamilton on his desires, Birdwood tries to impress upon these senior officers the need to push quickly inland once the landing is done and secure the ridges, as the Turks will be certain to move their forces there quickly, just as had happened at Cape Helles and Anzac Cove. But they don't seem particularly convinced of that either. Hopefully it will all work out. Early August 1915, above Anzac Cove, suspicions are raised. Colonel Sheffick, the 27th Regiment's commander, is one of the first to notice it. Having been at the front line since day one, he is well equipped to notice changes to the enemy's rhythms, and never has he seen activity like this. There is such an increase in traffic in Anzac Cove, with ever more men and munitions coming and going, but mostly coming, that it is ever more obvious the enemy is planning some kind of imminent major attack. General Lehman von Sanders, for one, is not surprised. having received a report a fortnight earlier that spoke of the concentration of 50,000 to 60,000 men on the island of Lemnos alone and gave the number of warships and transport vessels there as 140. This had been followed up on the 22nd of July with an even starker warning from German Field Army headquarters. From reports received here, it is probable that at the beginning of August a strong attack will be made on the Dardanelles, perhaps in connection with a landing in the Gulf of Saros or on the coast of Asia Minor. It will be well to economize ammunition. Von Sanders tells all of his commanders on the peninsula to be vigilant and ready to fight at any moment, above all after midnight and at dawn. As to exactly where the enemy will strike, rumours swirl, and von Sanders and his senior officers shuffle their units accordingly, massing their troops, many newly arrived, at the spots where the invaders are most likely to try to break through or attempt a new landing. Structural defences are improved, including placing ever more heavy logs over the forward trenches covered by a thick layer of dirt as protection against a barrage, of course leaving loopholes in the parapets so the soldiers can continue to fire at the enemy trenches. Colonel Faretten, General Asat's Chief of Staff, has noted that something strange is going on at the old No. 3 outpost, which sits at the seaward end of one of the spurs above Sazla Gully between Anzac and Suvla Bay. At around 9 p.m., regular as clockwork, an enemy ship has been shining its searchlight on and shelling this spot before directing similar fire to Tabletop Hill just to the north. Colonel Faretten orders the men at the outpost, the majority of whom have taken to sheltering at the rear of the position during the attacks, leaving the trenches virtually unmanned, to be cautious and awake. It is clear that new enemy forces are on their way. Afternoon, 5th of August, 1915. A mob of new arrivals at Anzac. Abdul's at it again. Upon hearing the news that Warsaw has fallen to the might of the German army, on this morning they put up placards in their front trenches reading, in French and English, Vachev est tombe, La chute de Vachaud, and Warsaw ash fallen. Well, says one Anzac sentry, as he lines up his rifle on the poles supporting the notices, let's see if we can't make his notice fall too. Within seconds, the notices ash fallen too. And now the new recruits are arriving. For starters, there are the newly arrived British soldiers of the 9th Corps' 13th Division, now on loan to Birdwood's Anzac, who have arrived at Anzac Cove for the August offensive. Smuggled in on the nights of the 3rd, 4th and 5th of August so as not to arouse the suspicion of the Turks, and secreted in freshly excavated catacombs, trenches and dugouts, they seem little more than boys, and weedy ones at that. Poor little chaps, Bean writes. They struck me as wretched little specimens of men, dirty, skinny, rather spiritless. Ashmead Bartlett agrees, noting of other new Kitchener mob arrivals, this 11th Division of Kitchener's new army does not impress one too favourably. Many of the men are a weedy-looking lot, thin, narrow-chested and small. The exception are the newly arrived Australian reinstallments, clearly well-fed from the comparatively sumptuous fare in the camps at Egypt, and frequently all but jumping out of their skin in their eagerness to see action, to be part of the war, to be blooded, to not miss out. Answering to the latter description is Hugo Throssell, who, at last, joins the rest of the 10th Light Horse on Russell's Top and Walker's Ridge, where he is immediately embraced by his brother Rick, promoted to sergeant now, if you please, and buried in the bear hugs, handshakes and backslapping of so many of his comrades, whom he has not seen for nigh on 3 months. Some of them he barely recognises, and he is deeply grieved to note the ones who are missing. Still, the only person who may possibly outdo him in his enthusiasm to be here is the man over there puffing contentedly on his pipe. Colonel Noel Brazier, who has preceded Throssell by a few days, looking as fat as a whale and fit as a fiddle. Only shortly after setting foot on the sacred shores, the colonel hears that he has arrived just in time for a major action that the 10th Light Horse is to take part in. Action, at last. 6th of August, 1915. Above Anzac Cove. Pump primed on Birdie Bull. Something is going on, Mehmet. From on high, the Sara Bear Range, 5 transports are spotted off the beaches by the alert Turks, and there is a mass of movement at the piers. Streams of donkeys burdened with ammunition boxes are soon seen trudging up the hills towards the front lines, while the new troops beetle about below. Turkish artillery opens fire onto the beach. Down at the docks at Imbros, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett is there as the newly arrived troops of the 11th Division pile into the new Beetle-style lighters, self-propelled, armour-plated landing craft, each holding 500 men, and so called because of being painted black and having ramp arms that look like antennae. They will carry them into Suvla Bay, a new battleground on blood-stained Gallipoli. To me, it was a sad, almost pathetic spectacle, writes the veteran correspondent. How few have any realization whatsoever of what modern war is like. How many who are now embarking, without a thought to the future, will be dead before the sun rises again. Who can begin the August offensive by making the first diversionary attack on the heavily entrenched Turks at Cape Helles? None other than some of the remains of the 29th Division. The very force that have already been so devastated by their battles here, dating from their first landing from River Clyde on the 25th of April. Since that time, their casualty rate has been nearly 50%. But that matters little. For it is, as in days of yore, "Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead." Late in the afternoon, the whistle blows, and they charge forth into withering fire laid down by 4 Turkish divisions. Twice the Allies secure some Ottoman trenches. Twice the counterattacks obliterate their gains. Worse, for such a sacrifice, it entirely fails as a diversion. At 5th Army HQ, General von Sanders receives a message that the enemy has failed to gain a foothold, and acts accordingly. He leaves his troops exactly where they have been. At Anzac Cove, the situation is primed. That morning, General Birdwood has injected his Anzac forces with a good dose of Birdie Bull. This day will see nothing less than our second advance on our way to Constantinople. The whole world has now heard of the action of the Australians and New Zealanders, and we therefore have to act up to an extraordinarily high standard to live up to our reputation. They will advance on a wide front, Birdwood tells them, and must take the Turkish trenches and hold them against counter-attack. Remember, men, the order of the day must be shove on and keep shoving on, until we are in complete possession of the heights above us, when we hope we will have the Turks at our mercy. We know that we have established a moral superiority over the Turks, though they are terrified of the Australian and New Zealand soldiers in the open. The timing of the Lone Pine attack is particularly important. General Birdwood has scheduled it for 5:30 p.m., several hours before General Stopford's forces make their landing at Suvla Bay, so that, getting the Turkish reserves deeply committed on my own front, the opposition at Suvla would be proportionately weakened. The previous evening, some of the senior officers of the 1st Brigade's 3rd Battalion, who, like all in 1st Brigade, are thrilled they are now going to have the chance to prove themselves as the 3rd Brigade had done on the day of the landing, and the 2nd Brigade at Krithia, had discussed at what time on this day the men should have their rum issued. The Colonel had been strong. "I believe the issue will be a good tonic to the men in their present condition, but I do not like the idea of giving it to them just before they go into action. We will have one issue in the morning and the other after the fight is over." This decision, Charles Bean would proudly note, is supported by the medical officer, Captain J.W.B. Bean, and was adopted for the 3rd Battalion. That morning, in the first sign that they were about to go into action, soldiers had been issued with a white strip of calico, together with a big white patch, remarkably similar to the white armbands previously forced onto those with VD. They had had to sew the strips onto the sleeves of their shirts at the level of their biceps, while the patch had been sewn onto their backs. It is hoped that these will help to identify the Australians to each other when the fog of war is at its thickest. Those men who can nap. Others stare. Still others sharpen their bayonets with the fervour of those convinced it might be the difference between life and death. The sun shines hotly, the birds are singing, and there are even butterflies. A few hundred yards away in his dugout, Bean is writing a letter to his parents, telling them that their beloved Jack will be going over the top at Lone Pine shortly. "We hope that this will be the last big fight and finish the business, but I rather doubt if we have anything like the numbers necessary to make it complete." The letter finished, Bean is quick to head to the trenches at Lone Pine, where Jack's 3rd Battalion are about to go into action. As he approaches, the great planned bombardment is underway, with both naval and land-based artillery pouring shells down on the Turkish positions. Moving in towards her old familiar position opposite Kabe Tepe, Queen Elizabeth is giving the Turks plenty of old Harry with her roaring guns. At the same time, the tunnels that the diggers have forged in previous weeks, even closer to the Turkish trenches, are exploded in the hope that it will add to the dust and confusion that the Australians can charge into, as well as the resulting craters providing shelter for the lines of attack. In the foremost Turkish trenches, carnage reigns, and reigns. The Turkish trench improvements are proving a diabolical failure. With direct hits, the heavy log roofs are caving in, crushing those below and blocking sections of soldiers off from each other. The few who survive are being made crazy by shells detonated in the tunnels. It is a disaster. Even for the Australian soldiers who are 100 yards back from the barrage, it is hard to bear. By now, the shells are falling so thick and fast it is one continuous roar as it builds towards its planned climax at 5:30 p.m. The Turks, in turn, are dropping shells from field guns and howitzers on the Australian trenches. Many of the Allied reinforcements are desperately shaken by it, but the veterans, such as Archie Barwick, know to hold their breath as they hear the approaching shell roaring through the air and steady themselves for the coming shock as it explodes. Personally, Archie finds it a good plan to open your mouth and stand on your toes when you're expecting a high explosive to land near you. Funny as it may seem, it takes a lot of the pressure off you. In the trenches 50 yards back, Captain Gordon Carter, with the 1st Battalion, is moving into the reserve position to follow up the initial assault. Carter is anxious, yes, but also experienced. He has no further doubts about himself, and knows that whatever happens, he will be able to rise to it. Right at the front, in the middle of the tumult, the 3rd Battalion's Private Cecil McNulty from Middle Park, Victoria, settles down in the few minutes he's got left before the action and dashes off a quick entry in his diary. Am now sitting down, waiting for the word and taking the chance to write these lines. Our artillery started to bombard their trenches at 4 and will continue till 5 when we make the rush. Their artillery are replying now and shells are beginning to rain down on us. The fumes are suffocating. The shrapnel is pouring all around us, getting chaps everywhere. This is hell waiting here. The charge at Lone Pine that Cecil is waiting to take part in is intended to be overwhelming. Each of the 3 battalions launching 3 waves of soldiers, 200 strong, from the bulge in the trenches right opposite Lone Pine that is the Pimple, almost simultaneously. The first wave will be coming at the Turks from shocking proximity, courtesy of the engineers having dug a secret tunnel that starts from the Pimple and then branches left and right to form a frontline trench just 40 yards from the Turks. Once the soldiers in there pull away the sandbags and thin layer of earth above them, they will form the first attacking wave. Following fast on the heels of their subterranean mates, the 2nd and 3rd wave, equipped with picks and shovels as well as rifles, will launch overland at the enemy, about 100 yards opposite from the Pimple's main fire trenches. The tall, red-headed figure you can see there now approaching? It is Charles Bean, arriving just in time to see the officers walking along the main fire trench, giving the men their last-minute orders and tips. Look out for enemy wire. They were chaffing one another, Bean would recount, seemed quite eager to go out and do something. I saw not the slightest trace of nervousness. Men all had packs with some sort of tucker or knickknacks in. They appear like spectators waiting to see a football match. Au revoir, says one soldier to his mate. Meet you over there. So long, Tom, comes the reply. See you again in half an hour. Jim here? Asks another soldier, who has been searching from bay to bay of the trenches. Right, a voice calls back. Bill here. Then Bill says to one of the adjacent soldiers, Can you find room for me beside Jim here? Him and me are mates, and we're going over together. One soldier from the later line suddenly comes forward, thrusts a sovereign into the hand of a man about to go, and says, You go back there and take my place. My mate is here, and I've got to go with him. Among them is Fighting Mac, the Salvation Army chaplain with the 4th Battalion, who had previously pulled so many of them out of the brothels and given such thunderingly inspiring sermons, the Reverend William Mackenzie. Boys, he says, I've preached to you and I've prayed with you. Do you think I'm afraid to die with you? I'd be ashamed to funk it when you're up against it right here." A young officer, crouching in the corner of the fire step, checks his wristwatch. 5:27. Prepare to go over the parapet. Immediately, the men in the front line pull down the top bag of the parapet to make it easier for them to climb up and over. Now the officer takes his whistle in his hand. "Prepare to jump out." Now the men jostle a little as they put their front foot on the fire step, ready to launch. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge cry, "God for Harry, England, and St. George," before the starter's 3 short whistle blasts. And now, in selected spots ahead of them, the ground erupts before the Turkish trenches, and the men in the forward tunnels burst forth like escapees from a graveyard, closely followed by the next 2 overland lines. With a roar, they are all up and over, charging forward across a front some 200 yards wide. The sun immediately pouring golden rays over the ridges and parapets and gilding the white armbands and the calico square on each man's back. Behind the men as they charge, Fighting Mac walks, carrying a spade with him. He will not kill, but maybe he can help. Immediately, many of the charging men fall to the blizzard of Turkish bullets, but still the majority make it to their destination, only to scale the enemy parapets and look down to find they can't get into the front trenches, as the log roofs have fallen in. They have become a veritable bunker, with only the loopholes allowing air in and out. This brings a check to the Anzacs' advance. General Hookie Walker cries out, "My God, the boys have failed!" But then the Australians fire into the loopholes, while others try to lift the logs off and jump into the various gaps. Still others jump over the first trench and then down into the second Turkish trench and some of the open communication trenches behind, which will give them access to the first trench. "No, they haven't," General Walker cries. "I told you so!" Those first to drop into the openings face almost certain death, because the surviving Turks are waiting for them. But, as is the pattern, there are enough men following up, dodging a few bloodied figures crawling back to the Australian trenches, that those first defenders are in turn swamped. Within a minute, the trenches at Lone Pine are filled with rolling balls of battle, bouncing back and forth and off into blind saps before bursting back again, a bloody trail marking their course. For the Turkish soldiers of the 47th Regiment who are actually in the trenches facing the attack, the situation is horrifying. "It was an extraordinary fire," one officer would recall. "They began to attack in waves. One wave would collapse on us like a wooden fence, and then a new wave would immediately appear. Can you imagine our Mehmets letting them pass? A new calamity would instantly appear, and it would be felled. So heavily are the Turks firing that many of their rifles are soon overheating, with the grease between the wooden and metal parts sizzling, and the mechanisms seizing up, momentarily allowing the Australians to charge forward with little fire on them. The battle soon becomes hand to hand, bayonet to bayonet. The Turkish 47th Regiment's 1st Battalion, which had started the battle with some 500 men, is down to 33, with no officers left, and no contact with regimental command. It's truly an apocalypse indeed. Watching events unfold from the east at Kemalieri, the Turks' dire predicament, discernible even behind the huge dust cloud that is the battlefield, Brigadier General Asat orders Colonel Mustafa Kemal at Battleship Hill to have Major Zeki and his 1st Battalion of the 57th Regiment, which has stood in reserve, move at once to Lone Pine. The tide of battle at Lone Pine continues to ebb and flow, crash and career from trench to trench, leaving great gouts of blood in the now red clay as it goes. In the murderous maze of trenches, one cannot be sure who is enemy and who countryman. At first, the Australians know not to attack anyone displaying a flash of white. But then the canny Turks start to strip the white off dead Australians and put it on themselves. And so the diggers are ordered to remove their own. Screams, curses in different languages, and universal death rattles fill the night. Archie Barwick is right in the thick of it and will never forget how some of his comrades willingly go to certain death. As they chase one group of Turks around a little sap, the Turks disappear around a bend. All of the Australians know that the first man around the corner will die. But, as Archie would record, one of their number threw himself fair at them, and the 6 fired together and fairly riddled him with bullets. That was our chance, and we got into them, and it was all over in a few minutes. Another group of Australian soldiers are feeling their way forward along a trench when they hear unidentifiable voices far ahead, perhaps their own, or Turks. One Australian soldier volunteers to go ahead. A very short time later he is back and makes his report. "They are Turks, all right," he says softly, "and they got me in the stomach." With which he continues to talk quietly for a few minutes before sitting down and then lying down, and then he stops talking and starts shaking, off this mortal coil, before suffering spasms of great agony, and now this mother's son is still. From the Turkish side, Major Zeki and his battalion are the nearest available reserve and have been quickly called on. They march silently into Owen's Gully, just below the battle, and which in the last 2 months has been a safe zone for them, but no more. As soon as his troops turn into the gully, they come under heavy fire from the enemy up ahead. Scrambling on, leading his soldiers, Major Zeki meets a battalion commander of the 47th, who looks a frightened shadow of a man. Fresh from battle, he has fled down from the destruction above, shattered, scattered, and scared. "What has happened?" Major Zeki implores. "We're lost! We're lost! We're lost!" the man mutters repeatedly, his tormented eyes darting all around, as he constantly looks over his shoulder to see if he is pursued, if the enemy have broken through yet. "I want you to tell me what the situation is and what you wish me to do," Zeki says firmly. The commander gathers himself just enough to say, "The situation is critical. My whole battalion remained in shelter of the trenches after the bombardment. I'm waiting here for the remnants of it. I have no one now under my command. If any survive, I'm here to stop them and take them under my command." Looking around, Zeki appreciates the scale of damage that's already been done on Lone Pine. Looking at this shell-shocked commander waiting here for troops that can surely never come, he resolves to seek out the 47th Regiment commander, Major Tevfik. "Where is the commander of your regiment?" "He has withdrawn into the zone of the 125th Regiment. He is at the rear shoulder of that hill, where he can see well what is happening." Swiftly, Major Zeki's troops move on. Captain Gordon Carter and his men of the 1st Battalion also move forward, ready to make their assault. To Carter's amazement, when the time comes to charge over open ground, they suffer few casualties, as the Turkish fire has died down by now, and they are soon able to join their comrades pushing forward in the Turkish trenches, battling the Turks as they go and trying to ignore the puddles of Australian blood that abound. It is going to be a long night for those that make it to sunup. 2 hours after the attack at Lone Pine has begun, with the situation still not clear, Charles Bean, worried about Jack, decides to head to the northern section of the perimeter, where the breakout is due to be made. On the way, he comes across some of Jack's comrades, who tell him that his brother has been shot once more. Mercifully, however, again it looks like he's going to live, as instead of a shot to the head, heart or abdomen, all of which are near certain death sentences, he has suffered a shrapnel wound to his right hand and wrist, badly shattering them. The main thing is he has been safely evacuated to the beach. Strange. In peacetime Australia, Charles Bean would have been devastated to hear such news. In wartime Gallipoli, there can be little doubt that Jack is one of the lucky ones, because it will get him out of the firing line, and Charles Bean is proud that the wound has come honourably. By 8:30 p.m, the situation at Lone Pine is partly stabilised, as the Australians are in possession of the first 3 rows of Turkish trenches and have been able to place heavy sandbag walls between themselves and the now massing Turks on the other side. Yet no one is under any illusions. Everyone knows the battle will continue as the Turks launch counterattack after counterattack, and the call for stretcher-bearers is heard throughout a black night, now shattered by the roar of rifles and machine guns, the screams of dying men, and the regular explosion of artillery shells and bombs. Though pleased so far with what has been achieved, General Birdwood is shocked at the number of deaths. "God forbid that I should ever again see such a sight as that which met my eyes when I went up there. Turks and Australians piled 4 and 5 deep on one another. The most magnificent heroism had been displayed on both sides." The danger of the position is emphasized for General Birdwood when he foolishly puts the top of his head above the parapet for the split instant necessary for a Turkish bullet to give him a new part in his hair. "It was lucky," he would reminisce ever afterwards, showing off his scar, "that I am not a 6-footer." As to the carnage before him, Charles Bean feels the same as Birdwood. "The dead lay so thick," he would write later, "that the only respect which could be paid to them was to avoid treading on their faces." That rather wistful figure strolling along the beach at Imbros. It is General Hamilton, gazing contemplatively at the last of the departing flotilla, bearing the 11th Division, gliding away in the gathering dusk, to soon be swallowed by the gloom. "The empty harbour frightens me. Nothing in legend stranger or more terrible than the silent departure of this silent army, K's new corps, every mother's son of them, face to face with their fate." Chapter 16. Push on. The extreme difficulty of the ground which the left assaulting column, which included Monash's 4th Brigade, was to traverse can hardly be exaggerated. It is mad country. The 4th Brigade, through no fault of its own, was unquestionably in the worst state of all the Anzac brigades. James Rhodes, Gallipoli. "I am sorry, boys, but the order is to go." Colonel Brazier. 6th of August, 1915. Northern Anzac. The silent march to the north. As the bloody distraction at Lone Pine continues, the 4 columns of troops who have been secreted in the gullies and on the slopes of spurs hidden from the Turks at Anzac are finally ready to launch their left hook advance. It is not going to be easy, as this is the roughest of terrain in the entire Anzac sector. In fact, its rambling ravines and steep cliffs provide such a strong natural defence. Turkish soldiers are only thinly scattered at fortified outposts and unconnected sections of trenches, instead of forming a continuous front line, as with the southern 2/3 of their Anzac front. At 8:30 p.m, the right covering force, made up of men from the New Zealand Mounted Rifles Brigade, are the first to move out, and they start winding inland along the gullies just to the south like a silent snake. Their job is to clear the way for the much larger right assault column and capture the Turkish Old No. 3 outpost, plus other high points that lie on the spurs on the way up to Chunuk Bair. As they go, just as has happened every night for a while now at around 9 p.m, the destroyer Colne sails close to the shore and begins to shell that Old No. 3 outpost. Used to it by now, the Turkish soldiers there retreat as per custom to their shelters at the rear, while only 40 or so stay in the forward trenches. The Aucklanders, who are assigned to attack this, the strongest of the Turks' outposts, arrive as the shelling pours down, their footsteps muffled by the bombardment. The ruse has worked perfectly. As planned, the shelling ceases at exactly 9:30 p.m, at which point it is the Aucklanders themselves who explode, charging forward with a cheer straight at the outpost. Some of them veer off, hooking around to the rear to bayonet any resistant Turks, while throwing bombs after those who flee. In short order, 100 Turks lie dead, and a few are taken prisoner, while the Aucklanders have lost only 7 men with 15 wounded. This section of the right covering force has accomplished its mission. The other hills and posts are not yet taken, however, and though the New Zealanders are progressing towards the objective, any delay is worrying. Time is of the essence, so that the right assault force can move through here in the dead of night on their way up to Rhododendron Ridge and Chunuk Bair beyond. Just an hour after their Shaky Islander comrades have marched out, the left covering force, made up of British soldiers, begins its own silent march further northward along the beach, with the same kind of task, to clear the way for the left assault column. A right hook, followed by a left hook. It must destroy the enemy defences. It has already been a long day for General Otto Lehmann von Sanders, but it is about to become longer still. At around 9 p.m, he receives a telephone call informing him that, from the beach at Arabonu, Anzac, the enemy is moving northward along the coast. Immediately, he calls Colonel Fevzi at Saros, some 35 miles to the northeast, telling him to ready his battalion. Be prepared and make ready to march at once. Around 9:30 p.m, Bean is still eager to get to the northern section of the perimeter, where the true thrust of the night is due to take place. It is from here that General Godley is to command the right and left assault columns, who are about to start their advance to seize the high ground of the Sarah Bear Range. The right assault column is made up of men of the New Zealand Infantry Brigade under the overall command of Brigadier General Francis Johnson, who is a growing problem. Just how this alcoholic manages to access a seemingly never-ending supply of drink is never clear. What is apparent is that it now seems to be affecting his decision-making, or lack thereof. He sat for hours in absolute silence. His staff officer, Brigade Major Arthur Temperley, would later write of Johnson's behaviour over this time period. He was frequently barely coherent, and his judgment and mind were obviously clouded. And yet never do his men need more leadership than tonight. The job of the New Zealanders is to move up past the outposts already secured by their comrades of the right covering force, and then onto Rhododendron Ridge and all the way to the heights of Chinook Bear, likely against heavy resistance. At their heart lies the Wellington Infantry Battalion, under the strong, if gruff leadership of that fine officer from Taranaki, Lieutenant Colonel William Malone. As he had recorded in his diary 2 days earlier, though, he is worried as to the state of his men's health. "We are pleased to be moving, but the men are run down and the reinforcement men are in a big majority, so I'm not too sanguine about what we can do." And the men of the other battalions are in not much better shape. Their numbers are dangerously low, and many are sick and broken, any trace of their joy for life now lost from their vacant stares and shuffling gait. Malone is aghast that Johnson would volunteer such men for this momentous task, even when Birdie himself has said the New Zealand Infantry Brigade had had so much hard work and had been so knocked about that it should not go out. Beyond that, Johnson's whole manner worries Malone. "He is too airy for me. He seems to think that a night attack and the taking of entrenched positions without artillery preparations is like kissing one's hand. Yesterday he burst forth, 'If there's any hitch, I shall go right up and take the place myself.' All, as it were, in a minute and on his own. He says, 'There's to be no delay.' He is an extraordinary man. If it were not so serious, it would be laughable. So far as I am concerned, the men, my brave, gallant men, shall have the best fighting chance I can give them. No airy plunging." Malone also fears deeply that his own fate may not be a happy one. Just an hour before he starts to the night advance, he had written a letter to his beloved wife Ida, in case anything should happen to him. "I expect to go through all right, but, dear wife, if anything untoward happens to me, you must not grieve too much. There are our dear children to be brought up. You know how I love and have loved you." And now, as he is to move out, he cannot help but write once more, signing his letter, "My candle is all but burnt out, and we will soon be moving. So good night, dearest one. With all my love, your lover and husband." As Charles Bean arrives at General Godley's HQ at No. 2 Outpost, the men of the left assault column are on the move. They are being led out by Brigadier General Monash's 4th Brigade, who are said to be the least healthy of all the Australian brigades. As soldiers march by outside, all their bayonets wrapped in hessian to obviate glint, for when the sun rises, far and near, low and louder, on the roads of earth go by, Bean lopes over to where Godley is standing and hears him ask one of his officers, "Can I tell Army Corps that both the brigades have cleared this place?" The officer goes outside to check and comes back to report that the troops passing are those of Brigadier General Monash, his stretcher-bearers to be precise. "Then I can say both brigades are past here." No, sir, the Indian Brigade is only arriving." "What, are they behind Monash? Good God!" "But that was the order they were told to go in, sir." Godley gives a small nod as if to say, "Very well, then." Bean is stunned. This is the general in charge of the whole operation, and yet on something as basic as which order his troops are due to leave in, he is mixed up. Bean needs a drink, and perhaps Godley does too, for the two share some of the general's whiskey before Bean heads off into the darkness with the column of Indian soldiers, eager to catch up with Monash. As he goes, Godley calls after him in his plummy English accent, "Tell him to hurry up!" The lanky journalist lets out a small, almost defeated sigh as he walks further into the darkness. Striding past the column of troops, whose movement is slowed by the gear on their backs, he has not gone far when he hears shots coming from a different direction, from a long way off. From the direction of Suvla Bay? Likely. The landing must have begun. And then come more shots from much nearer as the Turks gather themselves to strike back at the columns of Anzacs heading up the gullies. As Brigadier General Monash, with his troops up ahead, records, "We had not gone half a mile when the black tangle of hills between the beach road and the main mountain range became alive with flashes of musketry and the bursting of shrapnel and star shell, and the yells of the enemy and the cheers of our men as they swept in to drive in the enemy from molesting the flanks of our march." As the firing goes on, Bean continues to move forward, regardless, when suddenly he feels a whack like a stone thrown hard in the upper part of the right leg. Has he been hit by a stray bullet or a piece of shrapnel? Very likely. But there doesn't seem to be any blood, so perhaps whatever it was has not penetrated, or maybe the whiskey has numbed him to everything. And yet, a short time later, when he again puts his right hand inside his pants, it comes away sticky and greasy. He has been hit, and the wound is bleeding profusely. Very reluctantly, like Brother Jack, aware that it could have been much worse, he leaves Monash and his men to their own devices and starts limping back, to either get to an aid post where he can get some treatment or to his dugout, which lies just near the headquarters of Anzac Commander General Birdwood. 10 p.m., 6th of August, 1915. And so it begins at Suvla Bay. There are thousands of them. Aboard a silent armada of 10 destroyers with 10 of the Black Beetle lighters in tow, 11,000 soldiers of the first wave of General Stopford's 11th Division are now approaching the shores of Suvla Bay. The landing is under the control of Commander Edward Unwin of River Clyde infamy, and how can he not help but compare this time to the last? If only they had had these beetles at Cape Helles. Still, despite there being a strong force now lining up on the destroyer to climb down into superb landing craft with drawbridges that will drop as soon as they hit the shore, there is some nervousness among these raw soldiers of Kitchener's all-volunteer new army as to what to expect from their first action. Their anxiety is heightened, as one soldier would recall, by looking at his own ship's superstructure. There were patches on her squat funnels and bullet holes on her bridges. And what were those dark stains upon her decks? Now, if the first of the 5,000 British soldiers in the Beetles don't quite storm ashore, at least they come on like a very strong breeze, and there is actually no reason to do anything else. Compared to what had been waiting for them at Cape Helles, the Turkish defences in these parts really are minimal. In fact, these men come ashore on undefended beaches. Atop the two hills overlooking the Suvla Bay, Hill 10 at the east and Lala Baba at the south, the 1,500-odd men of 2 Ottoman gendarme battalions first shoot up flares to illuminate those now crammed onto the beach and then open fire. Hill 10 pours down mortar shells while those on Lala Baba fire their rifles. Though Lala Baba falls quickly, Hill 10 does not. Like the mouse that scares the elephant, the Turks manage to keep up heavy fire on these strangely quiescent British troops, who display no dash, no daring, no daring-do. In the darkness, there is chaos on the heavily crowded beach as units are mixed up and the shots that are fired by the few Turkish defenders all seem to find their mark. No one on the beach seems to know which hill they are meant to take and what their precise orders are. In the hurly-burly of it all, the general plan, to push east into the hills and then south to join hands with elements of the left assault column trying to dominate the peaks of the Sarabia range, is lost sight of. General Stopford? He is aboard his sloop, HMS Jonquil, somewhere well offshore. In fact, far enough offshore that they can hear very little firing and assume that the forces have landed unopposed. General Stopford goes to sleep. As the beachhead at Suvla fills with more and more men, the commander of the Bursa Gendarme Battalion rides up to Hill 10, from where, by field telephone, he begins to furnish Lieutenant Colonel Wilmer, who commands all Turkish forces in the Suvla Bay area, with blow-by-blow descriptions of events as they unfold. Immediately, Wilmer deploys 2 companies and a battalion to consolidate their position on the hill. He soon has about 3,000 men to hold what looks like tens of thousands of men crowding onto the beach. Among the Turkish command elsewhere, things are frantic. Obviously, what is needed are reinforcements to get to both Suvla Bay and Sarıyer, and quickly. Meanwhile, the Wellington Mounteds of the right covering force are winding their way carefully up Sazlı Gully towards the tabletop. Their progress is steady but slow, certainly slower than headquarters' ludicrously optimistic timetable has allowed for. As surprise is of the essence, they are forbidden to fire their weapons. Slashing bayonets are the order of this murderous night against the Turks they come across, many of whom they find asleep before being sent on their eternal rest. The close darkness, for all the problems it poses, is still welcome to the soldiers, especially now as they find themselves climbing up a particularly hairy cliff. With any moonlight upon them at all, they would be easy pickings, clinging to the side of this razor-edged precipice with God knows how many Turks above ready to destroy them if only they spot them. Yes, the darkness brings solace, until suddenly, a flash. From above, a Turkish flare soars high across the sky in a graceful arc, briefly illuminating the soldiers' grim faces to each other as they hug the mountain, before it lands on the left of the ridge above them and sets fire to a knot of scrub dried by the long summer days, and casts a dangerous glow that exposes their advance. Have they been spotted? The men stiffen and hug the cliff even closer, their limbs frozen in awkward positions, waiting for a hail of fire. But still there is none. As the fire dims, they start to climb once more, reaching the tabletop to find a small scrub-covered plateau about an acre in extent, virtually undefended. The few Turkish soldiers who are found are quickly bayoneted. As midnight approaches, the men have secured all the trenches on tabletop, the steepest of all the enemy's outposts, and now begin the long process of establishing small posts of soldiers along the ridgeline to secure it, all the way up to the head of the gully that leads to Rhododendron Ridge. So far, they have lost only 4 men, with 9 wounded. Their comrades in the main right assault column, still below them, moving up along the Sazlı Gully, are making slower progress. In the mess of ravines and clefts, not only do they encounter wire entanglements and small parties of Turks who have escaped the sweep done by the covering forces, but the long snake of troops also keeps breaking up at various points. Sections of men advance before halting, while men are sent back to get word from the main party. As one private recalls in a letter a month later, "It was what we in a joke called a concertina march, moving and stopping, moving and stopping. Oh, it was deadly." Lieutenant Colonel Malone, who had his doubts from the outset, "I do feel the preparation as regards our brigade anyway is not thorough," continues to coax his men forward. On the cliff by Walker's Ridge, just near the neck, sit 2 sets of brothers, Hugo and Rick Throssell, with their close friends, the Chipper brothers, Ross and Lindsay. All 4 had been at Prince Alfred College together, been farmers together, joined the 10th Light Horse together, and in just a few hours they know they will be jumping the bags together. Time for a slug or 2 of whiskey and a chat. Hugo, as is his way, has stole a bottle from Major Todd, and as the 4 settle down for what Hugo records as our first taste of whiskey, they watch the shadow of the warships down at Anzac Cove firing their guns onto the Turks, while talking about school days, the cricket and football matches, common friends, and the charge at dawn. The mood is tense but companionable. If they are to go over the top, there is no one they would rather be going with. Finally, though, it is time. Just maybe they can get some shut-eye before the charge. Together they stand up, shake hands, and wish each other all the best. See you tomorrow morning. Hopefully. Brothers in arms, they take their leave. At 1:45 a.m., as more and more reports stream in from Suvla and Anzac's northern sector, Lehman von Sanders orders Colonel Fevzi of the Saros Group, who was warned some hours ago to ready his men, to force march one of his regiments to Suvla Bay, Çabuk, quickly. If ever the British forces break through here, the results will be dire for the Turks. In the left assault column trying to get to Hill 971, Brigadier General John Monash had known this would be a difficult exercise for his 4th Brigade, but not this difficult. In bright sunshine, with well-surveyed maps, it might, just might, be possible for healthy soldiers to traverse these endless gullies, the scrub, the hills, the cliffs, the slippery slopes, upon which an acrobat would find it hard to stand. In the darkness, however, by the pale light of a partisan Turkish crescent moon that has now risen against them, with confused guides and officers, hopeless maps, and mostly sick soldiers carrying heavy packs and rifles, heading to a destination where, if they get there in time, their reward will probably be a fusillade of fire from on high, it is nigh on impossible. When the moon disappears behind the clouds, however, it gets even worse, and the men strike a pace slower than people shuffling towards a widow outside a church at a funeral. As Monash will record in his diary, it was a black, gloomy night, and one could not see 10 yards ahead. They stumble, they stagger, they fall, they plummet, they curse and cry, as at one point their native guides, 2 Greek farmers who are supposed to know the country, even steer them into what one says is a shortcut, and though it is a shorter route, it is also a blind, narrow ravine where Turkish snipers fire at them from on high. Strong fire, too, which suggests their covering force has not done a thorough sweep of the area before them. Some push on, but for many there is no way out but to go back the way they came and look for another way around. Whichever way they go, however, it seems there are pockets of Turks firing down on them. As one of Monash's battalion commanders would later recall, the men were clambering over rough, broken, stony ridges, densely covered with low, prickly undergrowth, in which the Turks had taken cover and were obstinately disputing every yard of our advance. Many of the 29th Indian Brigade, too, have lost their way. They are scattered in the deep gullies at the foot of Chunuk Bair and Hill Q, some far south of their intended route. Those in the right assault column are doing a little better, even as they continue to march like a rigid old concertina. They must get to the top of Chunuk Bair in time to attack the Turks on Baby 700 from behind before the light horse hurl themselves at the Turks at dawn. All they can do is push on, hoping against hope that they can do it. By 4 a.m., the most forward of the New Zealander infantry, the Otago men, emerge onto Rhododendron Ridge, which they know leads up to Chunuk Bair. Yes, those at the front are only half a mile away from the summit, which lies some 600 feet higher, but they needed to have been there an hour ago. Malone and his men, further back in the column, continue their own trudge upwards, hoping to reach the head of the gully before daybreak. Malone is beyond frustrated that they have not been able to move faster. Hopefully, there is still time to call off the neck attack. For their part, General Birdwood and Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Skene, the key architect of the whole plan, are worried. All night they have been in touch with General Godley in No. 2 Outpost by field telephone, and it is now obvious that Monash and the Indians remain far away from their objectives and will be unable to play a part in the dawn battles to come. The New Zealanders, meanwhile, have, by a heroic effort, seized the lower part of Rhododendron, but are still well away from taking Chunuk Bair. This means that the key precondition for launching the attacks due at the Neck, Quinns and Popes has not been fulfilled. But Birdwood and Skene, with General Godley at Divisional HQ pushing hard to attack whatever the circumstances, decide to go ahead anyway. This despite the previous estimation of Birdwood and Skene that an unaided attack across the Neck would be almost hopeless. It is now clear to those Anzacs who have survived the night at Lone Pine that the Turkish reinforcements are arriving en masse, as they can see the brutes streaming forward in Leg Valley, just as they will soon be apparently arriving in the trenches on Baby 700. With no word that the attack on the Neck is to be called off, the senior officers of the 3rd Brigade review the plans once more. It is much like the attack made the day before at Lone Pine. From precisely 4 a.m., a thick naval bombardment will smash their machine guns and force Johnny Turk to keep his head down. The instant the bombardment stops, at precisely 4:30 a.m., 4 successive waves of the Australian Light Horse, with 150 men in each wave, will charge from their own trenches to the defending Turks, just 30 yards away across no man's land. The Australians will have no bullets in the chambers, only bayonets and bombs, as the key is not to waste time firing but to get across the ground and into them. There will be a gap of 2 minutes between each wave, and whenever Australian soldiers make it into the Turkish trenches, they are to put up marker flags to indicate which segments have been taken and how far the advance has got. A simultaneous attack by the New Zealanders towards the rear of Baby 700, while other Australian forces attack from Pope's Hill, will ensure the fracturing of the focus of the Turkish defences. Or it is supposed to. But it seems the New Zealanders are going to miss the party. True, there are other difficulties with the plan, and, as a matter of fact, Charles Bean would later say that sending men charging along that 40-yard wide ridge, the Neck, and its sloping sides at trenches situated above them, was like attacking an inverted frying pan from its handle. Unfortunately for the light horse, there is yet another obstacle. The Ottoman soldiers manning the Neck are the well-trained and disciplined men of Colonel Mustafa Kemal's 19th Division. Many of these men have been on the peninsula since the beginning, and though battle-weary, have formidable knowledge of the terrain, and a great eagerness to expel the invaders from their shores. And they are ready. There will be no surprise. At 1:10 a.m, Colonel Sheffick has sent a secret message to Blind Halis and the other battalion commanders to be ready for an attack. The current situation is of the utmost importance. The officers request that commanders work tirelessly and observe with extraordinary care. Be on extreme alert. Lieutenant Colonel Sheffick, Commander, 27th Regiment. At 4 a.m, just as planned, the barrage of shellfire starts to land on the Turkish trenches at the Neck, as the men of the 8th and 10th Light Horse Regiments steel themselves for what is to come, just 30 minutes hence. In the dimness of it all, they can just make out the Neck before them, its foremost trenches merely 50 yards away up a small slope, and behind that the hill of Baby 700 on which the whole tiers of Turkish trenches are situated, all with guns aimed right at them. Ideally, the barrage will make the bastards take cover, and yet, despite the bombardment, there is really not much to it, with one man noting in his diary that it is desultory and a joke. There is no sense that the Turks are bothered by it at all. Far from it. Instead, there is simply a constant rain of bullets on the parapets of the Australian trenches from both rifles and machine guns. By Brigade Major Jack Antill's count, there must have been a score or more of the latter in action at close quarters, indicating a sure knowledge of our plans. It is obvious to him and to others that the projected attacks are foredoomed to failure, and it seems madness to go on with them. And still the machine guns remain intact, firing on the Australians at will, obviously unaffected by what had been the bombardment. And so, at least by Antill's later account, in this time, 2 urgent telephone messages were sent to divisional headquarters describing the situation, which was stated to be a most serious development and urging the abandonment or postponement of the attack. It is to no avail, for the laconic reply from Godley comes back, "The attack must proceed according to plan." And for the Bullant, that is that. Divisional HQ has given him an order, and it is for him to see it through. Shades of Alfred Lord Tennyson, "Forward, the Light Brigade! Was there a man dismayed?" After this second refusal to change plans, the men must go out into that withering fire and face certain death. For the vast majority of them, General Hamilton's hourglass of eternity again starts dropping grains of sand that hit like thunder, as every second brings them closer to the moment when the first wave must charge out into that fusillade of solid lead. Can Colonel Alexander White ask his men of the 8th Light Horse Regiment, scheduled to be in the first wave, to go out into it and not go out himself? As the commanding officer, normally his role is to stay back, so he can best control his regiment as the fight develops. But not this time. This time, he comes to a key decision. A little after 4:15 a.m., coatless and perhaps dazed by what he is about to do, he offers his hand to Brigade Major. "Goodbye, Antill," he says quietly. Colonel White has decided he will personally lead the charge of his men. Antill is stunned. admiring and disapproving all at once. Colonel White is still a young man, a good man, a married man with a young child. He has everything to live for. There is no expectation that he will lead the charge, and good military reasons for him not to go. And yet he insists, against all efforts from Anthill and other senior officers to dissuade him. Still the grains of sand in the eternity hourglass keep falling, and with 10 minutes to go, Colonel White moves among his brother officers, with his watch in his hand, encouraging them, but certainly not hiding what awaits. "Men," he tells them, "you have 10 minutes to live." No one moves, no one complains, no one tries to dissuade him. They check their bayonets, look each other in the eyes, shake hands. They are going over the top. With 8 minutes to go, Colonel White keeps moving down the line, checking that his men are also ready, calmly talking to as many of them as he can in the time that remains. "How are you feeling?" he asks Trooper Dave McGarvey, above the constant shattering roar of the bombardment and the rifle and machine gun fire. "We'll do our best, sir," McGarvey replies. "I'm sure you will." The colonel moves on. And then it happens. The shattering roar of the bombardment stops. In the words of the injured Charles Bean, now near the Sphinx on his way to his dugout at Anzac Cove, it is cut short as if by a knife. Confused, Colonel White looks at his watch. It is only 4:23 a.m. Among all the officers in the Australian trenches there is confusion. All of them know that the bombardment should continue until 4:30 a.m., but now, unaccountably, it has stopped. With the sudden silence now broken only by scattered rifle shots from the Turks, hitting the very parapets that the Australians are about to climb over. "What do you make of it?" Lieutenant Wilfred Robinson whispers to Major Tom Redford, a native of Warrnambool. "There's 7 minutes to go." "They may give them a heavy burst to finish," Major Redford replies hopefully, only to be ever more devastated with disappointment and frustration as every passing silent minute proves that hope to be without foundation. There is all but equal amazement in the Turkish trenches. Having endured many bombardments like this, they know that usually no sooner has it ended than the charges begin. But this time, nothing. 3 minutes to go, Colonel White tells his men quietly, praying that the bombardment will resume. And yet all is near silence. Dawn was beginning to steal into the sky behind the Turkish position, journalist Philip Schuller will later report. A thin, waning moon shed but little light. From a forward observation station, I noted the battle line spitting red tongues of flame all along to the neck. A message now comes to Colonel White from a sergeant at the far end of the line, worried by the now unrelenting machine gun fire atop his parapets. "Does the order still hold good?" Colonel White does not hesitate and sends back the message, "Yes." And now, with 2 minutes to go, first one and then another Turk tentatively lifts his head above the parapet, like rabbits sniffing the wind. For unlike their fallen comrades at Lone Pine, who had been cooped up in dark trenches that could be demolished with high explosives and set on fire, and, with thanks to the prescience of their regimental commanders, their trenches are not closed over. Other trenches with those coverings have frequently caved in and been set alight under the bombardment. And so, when there is still no reaction from the Australian trenches, and the mass of Turkish soldiers realise they can look over without having their heads blown off, a handful of them stand up, their rifles forward. Realising there is to be no fire upon them, a few even climb out and sit on the parapets, aiming their rifles forward with bayonets fixed, allowing yet more Turkish soldiers to take their positions in the trenches and rest their own rifles on the seated men. Soon the Turks are lined 2 deep between the machine gunners, now aiming their German-made, water-cooled Maxims at the top of the Australian parapet. All up, some 200 Turkish soldiers are now in the front trench looking through their sights at the Australian trenches just 50 yards away. None are more eager than the survivors of Turkey's 18th Regiment, the same men who had charged across this ground downhill on the night of the 29th of June to be decimated by these same soldiers who are lining up against them now. Now it is their turn, as the wave of Australians prepares to run at them uphill. The Turks fire off a few scattered shots, while all of the Turkish machine guns, including the ones on the chessboard and Baby 700, also unleash a quick, chattering burst, just to make sure everything is in working order. No man running into that solid wall of rifle and machine gun muzzles could possibly last for long, and for many of the Turks it is inconceivable that the enemy will even try. And it also seems strange that they are not calling out to their God, the way calling out to Allah is so ingrained on their own side of the trenches. Isn't it? And yet the Turks are more than ready for whatever it is the Australians are about to throw at them, their fingers white on their triggers, just awaiting the last ounce of pressure to fire. In the Australian trenches, the first wave of the 8th Light Horse Regiment are jostling forward in turn, getting into position, shaking each other by the hand, wishing each other luck, looking into each other's eyes, getting their feet onto the firing step. In many of the deepest parts of the trench, pegs had been driven into the wall for the men to hold and niches cut for their feet, so that when the signal came, they would be able to spring out in a flash. Right behind them are the soldiers of the second wave, ready to give them a leg up. 2 minutes. Now the Turkish firing becomes even more intense, both from their machine guns and from their 3-inch field guns near Hill 60. The shells are now landing so thickly all around the Australians that not only is there a constant barrage of shrapnel overhead, but the salty and acrid fumes from the multiple explosions are so thick many begin to cough. 1 minute. No one speaks, bar muttered prayers. As the second hand creeps towards the 12, the officer next to White brings the whistle up to his lips an instant, after taking a long, deep breath. He is looking at White, expectantly. In the trenches, Major Tom Redford remarks quietly to Lieutenant Robertson, "See you later, Robbie." Colonel White's roar, "Go!" hangs momentarily suspended before the piercing whistle shatters the dawn, and up and over they go. As one, the first wave of men of the 8th Light Horse, 150 horseless horsemen, charge forward, cheering and yelling as they go to, "Give it to them, boys!" Only for those cheers to be drowned out by the instantaneous roars of 500 rifles and 5 machine guns. The Turks are firing not only from the neck, but also from Baby 700, behind and above it, a fusillade so heavy and concentrated that the individual stutters combine into one almighty roar as the Maxim machine guns grow red with rage. 1,000 sticks rattled across 1,000 sheets of corrugated iron at the rate of 1,000 revolutions a minute, as Colonel Noel Brazier would later put it, would hardly give a conception of what the sound of the guns was like. At the time, the still bleeding Charles Bean is limping along some 600 yards downhill from the neck as he tries to get back to his dugout. At the battle's boom, he takes pause as he hears a sudden roar of musketry and machine gun fire like the rush of water pouring over Niagara. Watching on, Lieutenant Colonel Sheffick feels that, because of the success their friends had achieved the day before at Lone Pine, the Australians attacked with greater courage and recklessness. The short distance of ground between the two sides was once again covered with the dead bodies of Australia. On and on and on. It was one continuous roaring tempest, Bean would recount. One could not help an involuntary shiver. God help anyone that was out in that tornado. But one knew very well that men were out in it. The time put the meaning of it beyond all doubt. John Monash and his soldiers of the 4th Brigade are also within earshot at the time, less than 2,000 yards away, lost in the kind of steep, narrow gully that this part of the Gallipoli Peninsula so specialises in. Even closer are Johnson and the men of the right assault column. Of course, they are supposed to have already taken Chunuk Bair and by now be advancing south from there, along the crest of the range over Battleship Hill and towards Baby 700 from the rear. Alas, they have not yet taken that summit, and rather, at Johnson's order, are waiting, many of them slumped in the scrub taking rest and sucking on pebbles to wet their parched whistles. How many could live in that roaring tempest? Very, very few. Most of the Australians, including Colonel White and Major Redford, are cut down within just 10 paces of the trenches, as if, in the words of one eyewitness, the men's limbs had become string, their bodies and heads riddled with bullets, and still shaking long afterwards as yet more bullets thud into them. As if that isn't enough, the Turks are also hurling bombs at them, and now Turkish shells are exploding over no man's land. In the middle of all the carnage, Redford is still alive. Just as he lifts his noggin to look, however, another bullet hits him in the head. He died with a soft sigh and laid his head gently on his hands as if tired. Major William McGrath of the 8th Light Horse Regiment would later tell the others. Of the 150 Australian soldiers who have gone out, just one, Lieutenant Cyril Godfrey Marsh, a 22-year-old clerk from Victoria, manages to get close to the Turkish trenches, his body visible just before their parapet and the massive guns that have brought him down. Well, maybe there is one more, though it will forever be unclear. But both, at the time and since, the reports are confused, with poor light, billowing smoke, and raining destruction meaning there are few certainties beyond death for the vast majority. Only in a small dip on the left-hand slope of the neck are there Australian soldiers who have gone to ground in no man's land, not easily seen from the Turkish trenches. Of the rest, the luckiest are those who have been hit and only wounded as soon as they rose, falling straight back into the trenches. They are now joined by others who manage to crawl back, on their bellies, because all who get to their knees are instantly shot, who also fall back into the trenches. Everywhere now there is blood, screams, death rattles, spilling intestines, severed legs, men missing arms with blood pouring forth, cries of anguish, yelling, and still the noise of the bullets and exploding shells, all while the second wave starts to take its place on the fire step, trying not to put their feet on the dead and dying men who are now thick all around at the bottom of the trenches. Stretcher-bearers! Stretcher-bearers! Now! Who can stop it? Or at least who, with sufficient authority to actually make an impact, can call for it to be stopped? Certainly not Colonel White, who now lies dead, his brain shattered. By this time, a battery of French 3-inch field guns, captured by the Turks from the Serbians in the Balkan War, is pouring shells at the rate of 1 every 10 seconds into the no-man's land of the neck. The affair has taken on a mad military momentum all its own, for, just as planned, less than 2 minutes later, the whistles blow again, and out charges the second wave, led by Major Arthur Vivian Deeble, with not a single man wavering, though all know their likely fate. Their only concession to what has happened to the first wave is that many of them now run doubled up, hoping to present a smaller target, their eyes fixed on the massed specks of flame coming from the many muzzles straight in front of them in the near darkness, as bullets kick up spurts of dirt all around them. If possible, this time the roar is even greater, the fire and bombs even more concentrated, the devastation even more catastrophic, as the few survivors hurdle the dead and dying and charge forward, until, following the lead of Major Deeble, who has miraculously survived, they throw themselves at the nearest depression in the ground as the bullets continue to whine over their heads. There are almost a dozen survivors near to Deeble, and to those who can hear him over the roar, the Major yells, "Scratch a little cover and wait for the next line!" And yet, though the official brigade history will record, "There was no hesitation or falter amongst our officers and men, especially of the 8LH, the fact remains they were practically wiped out." Again, it is not even certain that anyone made it to the Turkish trenches to strike a blow, although some would say that out on the right flank, carrying his yellow and red marker flag, Sergeant Roger Palmer, who had been wounded shortly after the landing but had escaped from the hospital and stowed away to rejoin the 8th Light Horse, did make it, and was even able to wave his flag, before being cut down by a forest of bayonets. Back in the Australian trenches, chaos reigns. More death, more destruction, more attempts to retrieve those who have been fearsomely wounded within a few yards and are incapable of getting back into the trenches themselves. Further out, some lucky ones are marginally protected by small folds in the ground, others shielded by the bodies of their dead comrades, and even Turks killed as much as 6 weeks earlier. And yet they daren't move, for to do so would instantly bring trained fire upon them. All they can do is lie face down and hope to be mistaken for the dead. To get up and keep charging would be completely pointless. No less pointless than it had been to charge in the first place across that open ground into that mass of guns, but still. All around now the earth is soaked with blood, and the air filled with bullets and shrapnel, wafting smoke and the sound of dying men. Is this not enough? No, not for the defenders. To make absolutely sure that there is no chance of any of the attackers getting through, 2 Turkish field guns from nearby Hill 60 are now brought into play, exploding shells and sending scything shrapnel all over no man's land. Many a man who has miraculously survived to this point is now no more than warm flesh getting colder by the second. Those still surviving somehow wait, ready to rise again should the third wave get to them and go forward from there. Of the 300 men of the 8th Light Horse Regiment who had charged at the enemy over the last 5 minutes, there are just 90 left now, unscathed. While only 13 would be immediately recorded as killed, the 3rd Light Horse Brigade diary states, probably all those marked missing, some 134 brave and true, were all killed. And now the men of the 10th Light Horse start to take their positions, coughing through the thick lyddite fumes of the exploding shells, and making their way forward to the starting line past streams of their fearfully wounded comrades, and over the dead and dying in the clogged trenches now muddy with blood. At least this delays their getting to the starting line, allowing a little precious time. Through the fog, Colonel Brazier raises his periscope to see the devastation on an unimaginable scale. Dead men, dying men, everywhere, all lying prone in line in front of the trench about 10 yards away at most. And, needless to say, no evidence that he can see that any of the men have made it to the enemy trenches. It is hopeless, completely hopeless. And sheer insanity to send the men of the 10th Light Horse to add to the dead. And there will be no relief from General Birdwood and Lieutenant Colonel Skene. When informed of the situation, Skene comments, "It is not the Light Horse I am anxious about. I think they will be all right. What I hope is that they will help the New Zealanders." Alas, the worthy New Zealanders at this point are still climbing towards Chunuk Bair. One of the Wellington Mounteds, however, who had reached the heights of Tabletop in the middle of the night and dug in, is in a position to see what is happening at the neck, but powerless to do anything. He would write in his diary the next day, "I saw the whole thing, and don't want to see another sight like it. They were fairly mown down by machine guns." The appalled Brazier is contemplating just what he should do to stop this obscene and useless slaughter of his men when he feels a presence at his shoulder. It proves to be a young staff officer from brigade headquarters with a rather terse query. "Why have you not sent your men over?" Brazier is equally terse in his reply. "In view of the scene in front of the trenches and the fire of the enemy machine guns not having been affected by our artillery," he barks, "I do not propose sending my men over until I have reported this fact to HQ and I have my orders confirmed." And so the hell with it. On the spot, Brazier, who can be as prickly as barbed wire wrapped around a thorn bush, decides to go to Brigade HQ himself and ask General Hughes to call off the attack. But when Brazier breathlessly arrives, Hughes is not there. Hughes is not there. Seeking to witness the charge from a different point, the general has gone across to a bombing emplacement from where he can safely observe their progress. It leaves Brazier face to face with the man he hates with a passion, who is, nevertheless, the only man who can give the order he needs. Brigade Major Jack Anthill, the Bull Ant. He is alone. In clipped tones, straining for calm, Brazier quickly relays what he has seen. "Nearly all the 8th Regiment did not advance 10 yards beyond the trenches. It is possible that they have all been killed." The Bull Ant barely blinks. Brazier spits it out, his words military but his manner mutinous. "Will you confirm the order to advance?" Ah, but Anthill, out of his depth, and desperately clinging to orders in the madness, will not buckle. "There is a flag on the Turks' trenches," Anthill insists, before giving the command that makes Brazier red with rage. "Push on and carry enemy's trenches." Straining for control and only just managing it, Brazier implores Anthill to listen. "There is no flag now on the enemy's trenches," he rasps. "It is murder to push on." "Push on!" Anthill roars. Exasperated, Brazier says, "Will you please write it on the message?" He then adds through gritted teeth, Don't forget I told you. With ponderous tread, Lieutenant Colonel Brazier trudges back to the front line, where a small posse of officers and men await the decision, one that they know is a matter of life or death. Their own. I am sorry, boys, Brazier tells them heavily upon arriving, but the order is to go. The order is to go. The order is to go. And orders are orders. They are the 10th Light Horse Regiment, you see. These are the orders they have been given to follow, and follow them they must. And they know what it means, all right. Down in the front line of the 3rd Group to charge, Trooper Harold Rush, a softly spoken farmer from Western Australia, just 23 years old, has fixed his bayonet, steeled himself, and put one foot on the firing step, ready to spring forward at the whistle. He has time for one last thing. Turning to his mate beside him, he offers his hand and says, "Goodbye, Cobber. God bless you." His cobber takes his hand, and then the two turn, put their feet on the firing step, and start to pray together. Other men are equally looking each other in the eyes, embracing, shaking hands, and wishing each other all the best. For bravery, Brazier would record, each line was braver than that which went before. Death stared them in the face, and not a man wavered. Though Major Tom Todd will be in overall charge of this 3rd wave, out on the right, Hugo Throssell steadies and readies, addressing his own men. "Boys, I am to lead you in a charge. It is the first time I have ever done such a thing, and if any man among you has any misgivings, he may go with someone more experienced." No one makes the slightest move. If Throssell is to lead them, not a man among them can ask for better than that. They too ready themselves, with Lance Corporal Sid Ferrier, a 36-year-old building contractor from Western Australia, placing himself right beside Throssell. This time they will have to climb even more over the parapets, as there is the additional height of an entire layer of dead Australian soldiers that lies before them. It is 4:45 a.m. Now, from the Turkish lines, comes a strange, pleading call. "Dur! Dur! Dur! Stop! 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 Do not keep running into our guns, slaughtering yourselves." Too late. The whistle blows, and with a cheer for the ages, for all eternity, the vast wave of Australian humanity rolls out, eager to crash upon the enemy trenches, even as the 5 Turkish Maxim machine guns start chattering at the oncoming wave, and some 500 Turkish soldiers all around keep loading again and again the 5 bullet magazines into their Mausers and firing into the throng. They just cannot miss. One more time, the Australian soldiers are cut to pieces, including Trooper Harold Rush and his cobber, shot dead within yards of their trench. If God has blessed either of them, it is not obvious. In the later, famed words of Charles Bean, "With that regiment went the flower of the youth of Western Australia, sons of the old pioneering families, youngsters, in some cases 2 or 3 from the same home, men known and popular, the best-loved leaders in sport and work in the West, rushed straight to their death." Rick Throssell is one of many who goes down within the first few yards, shot through the chest, but still able to call out, "I'm done! But keep on! Keep on! Keep the ball rolling!" And yet rare pockets of men from the 3rd line, including those around Hugo Throssell, actually do make it over the first few yards. As there are so few of them, the situation is clearly hopeless. And with another rare burst of sanity amid all the madness, Hugo Throssell shouts, "Get down!" to the surviving chargers near him, and is immediately obeyed as men hurl themselves to the earth. Miraculously, Throssell has done it at a point where a tiny bit of cover is afforded by a small hollow, which they throw themselves into, lying as flat as they possibly can as bullets whistle overhead. The luckiest ones, and they include Sid Ferrier, are able to get a little added shelter if they have come to ground behind a dead body, and those bodies continue to shake violently as bullets keep pouring in from Turkish gunners. Still with spirit, Throssell calls out cheerily to those with him, above the ongoing roar of the machine guns, "A bob in, and the winner shouts!" Is he serious? He's serious. Well, there's nothing better to do. And so, just as they had done with their beloved drinking game, the soldiers around Throssell, even as the bullets buzz overhead and the shrapnel bursts, start to take a number and try to sell a pony. But as later recounted by Sergeant Big Mac Macmillan from Gippsland, "I was just beginning to count when a shell came a bit too near, so we got the word to retire, and never knew on whom those drinks were." It is a rare moment of levity, and a successful retreat from the carnage, as still out in no man's land scenes of agony continue all around. Over on the left of the assault, Corporal Maitland Hoops hears a ragged voice calling him. It is his close mate, Jeff Howell, bleeding badly and in agony. "Shoot me, please," he begs Maitland. "I'm done." Maitland cannot bring himself to do it, but, in any case, it is not long before a bullet hits Howell in the head, and he is mercifully no more. Beside himself with both fury and misery as the fourth line start steeling themselves to get ready to go over the top, Lieutenant Colonel Brazier knows he must try once more to stop the charge, and it is all the more urgent when two notes come. One is from Major Tom Todd, the 45-year-old New Zealand-born accountant who has miraculously survived the third charge, and even been able to get this message through, written on the back of a scrap of pink paper, reporting the hideous situation he and the scattering of other survivors have found themselves in and asking for further orders. And the second message comes from Major Joe Scott, who is in charge of the fourth line from the far right flank, seeking confirmation of all the other reports and asking the advisability of pushing on. Brazier goes looking for the only man who can call it off, now that Anthill won't, as he had never left his trench, and that is the newly promoted Brigadier General Frederick Hughes. He finds Hughes in the bombing emplacement. Saluting, Brazier reports the gravity of the situation, that the first 3 waves have been massacred for no advance, and that Brigade Major Anthill has ordered them to push on. But he cannot hold himself in, imploring in stark terms for Hughes to call off the attack. "The truth of it, sir, is that the whole thing is nothing but bloody murder." In response, the General utters just 4 words. "Try bully beef sap." Brazier is astounded. The General is referring to a trench off to the right that is likely the only trench within QE that is more suicidal to attack than the neck. Can he be serious? Desperately, Brazier tries to point out the insanity of such a move, but is at least relieved that Hughes is relenting on continuing the hopeless attack on the neck. Brazier trudges back towards his men, entirely intent on doing nothing. At least the fourth line has been saved. Meanwhile, the men of the fourth line, caught by the force of a military machine that seems to have no off button, move forward to take their place on the firing step, ready to go up and over. On the right flank, Major Joe Scott is waiting anxiously to find out what Colonel Brazier has achieved, and in the meantime, because of the continuing roar of both guns and artillery, has instituted a system whereby the signal for his men to charge will be a wave of the hand, not a whistle. The soldiers at this point are on hair trigger. Their heads are down, and many of them are praying, summoning their last reserves of courage. Their concentration is not on Major Scott, but on the man beside them, and on their troop leaders. In that situation, it only needs one man to be confused to charge, to pull the hair trigger, and the men beside him on both sides will also charge, starting a chain reaction. And then it happens. Lost in the fog of war, an officer who knows of Anthill's second instruction to push on, but does not know of Brazier's attempt to get General Hughes to call it off, arrives at 5:15 a.m. on the right of the line and asks why they have not gone over the top. It is the way he says it. Captain Andrew Rowan, a grazier from Western Australia, takes it as an order, and immediately waves his arm, before hopping the bags himself to be shot in the head and fall back dead. But his final wave to the world is seen by Sergeant William Sanderson, who waves himself and also charges forward. In an instant, half of the fourth wave is up and charging. The chain reaction has exploded. "By God, I believe the right has gone on!" Major Scott cries, before shouting at the other men to stop. It is too late for most. The Turkish guns chatter. The Australian men fall and die. The Butcher's Bill, when it finally becomes confirmed, at the moment, many are just missing, is devastating. No fewer than 600 men had hopped the bags, of whom 234 had been killed and 138 wounded. And the Turks, who were meant to be wiped out by the attack? Well protected in their trenches, superbly armed and with more ammunition than they know what to do with, they have lost just a dozen men or so. And there is no flag in their trenches. The sacrifice of so many men has achieved precisely nothing. Brazier returns to the centre of the line, only to hear that most of the fourth line has gone. Their commander holds out little hope that any of them have survived. As Brazier later recalled, "I thought that only myself and my messengers were left." When an officer of Royal Engineers, whose job today is to blow up enemy trenches and tunnels, arrives to ask for further instructions, as they have received orders to keep the attack going, Brazier has a firm answer for him. Exhaustedly, no longer caring if he is court-martialed, but simply unwilling to waste another life uselessly, Colonel Brazier tells the officer that they are not to proceed, and he will answer for it personally. Nigh speechless with fury and grief at the entirely needless slaughter of his men for absolutely no gain, Colonel Brazier can do nothing for now but wait and observe, a lonely sentinel watching with a periscope. After half an hour, he sends a written message to Brigade HQ, notifying them that the trenches are empty, that if attacked, the Turks can run right over the British troops, and will HQ send up reinforcement and relief. When the reply comes back, Brazier grabs the note with his dirt-encrusted hands and reads, "Keep on observing." But let Charles Bean have a final word. "And as for the boys, the single-minded, loyal Australian country lads, who left their trenches in the grey light of that morning, with all their simple treasures on their backs, to bivouac in the scrub that evening. The shades of evening found them lying in the scrub, with God's wide sky above them." Chapter 17. Battle for the Heights. "My candle is all but burnt out." Colonel William Malone, Commander Wellington Infantry Battalion, writing to his wife before marching out to Chunuk Bair. "All men, all creatures suffer from tiredness, but men have a mental force which allows them to go on without resting." Mustafa Kemal, Anafata Group Commander on the battle at Chunuk Bair. Dawn, 7th of August, 1915. Above Suvla Bay, the truth dawns. He is a man with crystal-clear blue eyes, high cheekbones, and an air of great authority about him. He is Colonel Mustafa Kemal, standing atop Battleship Hill, gazing through his binoculars at the tumult below. And he is in no doubt that his prediction has become a reality. The invaders are trying to go from Anzac in the direction of Hill 971, just as predicted all along. He had told them so. At least Cunningheiser's 9th Division has been dispatched towards the heights, which brings him some relief. The sun is rising as Malone and his men, as well as the other New Zealanders on hand, set about securing the ridgeline at the apex, concealed just below Rhododendron Ridge, with Chunuk Bair just beyond on high. Malone presumes this is the spot from where they are to launch their final assault on the summit. But he cannot be sure, as Johnson, along with the officers of the brigade headquarters, has still not arrived to the head of their column. So he now sends word back to the commander. 7th of August, OC, NZ, Inf Brigade. I am occupying a position nearly at the head of the gully. As it is day and I am not sure of my position, I am lining the crest of the surrounding ridges to ensure reasonable safety. I am reconnoitring forward and will act on further knowledge and report. W. G. Malone, Lieutenant Colonel. A short time later, Johnson and his staff join them at the ridge. Johnson appears particularly dishevelled and inarticulate, brimming with fighting spirit, or some kind of spirit, for the smell of strong alcohol is apparent, yet somehow morose. Though half of their men are dispersed and not ready for an attack, Johnson insists in his own impulsive way that the attack go ahead as per their instructions. The heights must be seized, regardless of delay. But Malone, a man of inflexible resolution and convinced it will be an exercise in suicide, will not hear of it. Certainly not yet, when they know nothing of what lies before them. As the New Zealanders vacillate, the relatively undefended heights above them are beginning to be reinforced. Kanengeiser and his gaggle of senior officers, after riding hard from Camalieri, are forced to dismount for the final scramble up the steep, scree-strewn slope to the narrow, razor-edged plateau at Chunuk Bair. With the help of prickly bushes and rough grass, they pull themselves atop the comb's edge at around 6:30 a.m. Catching his breath, Kanengeiser looks through his binoculars across the rugged hills and out to the Aegean Sea, where the most amazing thing emerges from the rising mists. Suvla Bay is full of ships. They count 10 transports, 6 warships, and 7 hospital ships. The warships are firing on Turkish positions on land, while the transports are disgorging ever more soldiers onto a shore that is already crowded with them. On land, the German officer would later recount, we saw a confused mass of troops like a disturbed ant heap, and across the blinding white surface of the dried salt sea we saw a battery marching in a southerly direction. With our few revolvers, we could do nothing against it. Returning his gaze to the slopes in front of him, he sees that it is just a confusion of valleys, obviously difficult country to traverse if the enemy is coming their way. But, on the other hand, he can see no Turkish defensive positions from this particular vantage point. In fact, the prevailing sense all around him is a certain peace and quiet. Now, concerned by the immensity of the ridge that he has been charged to defend, he begins a reconnaissance of the country so as to be able to receive the approaching regiments with final orders. In terms of existing defences, all he can find, just down from the summit, is one battery, whose commander is fast asleep, manned by 20 sleepy gunners. Kanengeiser does not like it at all. The English are making for the heights of Sarabare Range, and if they capture them, the battle will be lost. And he has too few troops for the length of front he has to defend. Immediately, this mustachioed 47-year-old military professional, regarded by Colonel Kemal, a hard marker, as one of the most talented of all the German officers in our army, begins to dictate reports to his second-in-command. This worthy hurriedly translates them into Turkish for the benefit of the troops, while another Turkish officer keeps a lookout with his inevitable binoculars. Like doctors with stethoscopes, Turkish officers must always have binoculars around their necks, and if they want to achieve the highest of ranks, a luxurious moustache is a near must. Tucked just behind the lip of Rhododendron Ridge, unseen by Kanengeiser, the New Zealand troops are, for the moment, safe. And yet Malone's instinct to keep his men right there until they are better supported on their flanks and have more situational understanding is now being overturned. For once more, Johnson insists the men go forward and advance on the summit of Chunuk Bair, come what may. So be it. The exhausted, thirsty, and hungry men of the New Zealand Infantry Brigade begin a slow, single-file march forward, onwards and upwards, ever upwards. With the first rays of the sun now hitting the peaks, the Turkish officer with his binoculars is still standing atop Chunuk Bair, making a slow, sweeping scan from left to right of the rugged ground below. Suddenly, he gives a start and jerks the binoculars back to a point he'd just passed over, trying to focus on something. There. From out of the dusky dimness just 500 yards below, struggling towards the light, he sees English soldiers exhaustedly climbing, splendidly equipped with white bands on their left arms. And though they appear tired, this string of soldiers emerging from the valley below seems to never end. Still, they keep coming. The instant that the attention of Colonel Kanengeiser is drawn to it, the German officer immediately orders the nearest Turkish soldiers, the 20 that he'd found defending the Turkish battery, to open fire. But they refuse. "We can only commence to fire," the response comes, "when we receive an order from our battalion commander." Kanengeiser explodes. He runs over and jumps among them, and in a mixture of outraged German, what little Turkish he knows, and international sign language for "I will shoot you myself if you don't do as I say," manages to achieve the desired result. The Turkish soldiers start firing down on the climbing soldiers below, and the exhausted New Zealanders immediately throw themselves to the ground like freshly scythed wheat. "They gave me the impression," the German colonel would later say of the New Zealand soldiers, "that they were glad to be spared further climbing." Monash, meanwhile, is completely exhausted, as are his men, after the most frustrating night of their lives. In the darkness, trying to follow the impossible route, being fired upon by tireless pockets of Turks, they have failed to reach their objective of Hill 971 and for the moment can go little further. For now, Monash orders his men to dig in on this east-west ridge, which, according to the rudimentary map he carries, seems to put them in good position to eventually launch an attack on their objective. He is mistaken. They are in fact still 600 yards short of where he believes they have reached. But still the men work on, entrenching their positions in the wrong place. It's now approaching 8 a.m., and 2 companies of Colonel Kemal's 19th Infantry Division arrive just in time to help defend Chunuk Bair. Kanengeiser now has some 250 soldiers. The New Zealanders have hunkered down, many retreating to the apex as the 2 sides engage in a light skirmish trying to determine the other's strength. For Johnson down below, Malone's judgment is proved correct, but it is Brigade Major Temperley who convinces him of the need to halt, as all who venture above the small bump of the apex are immediately cut down by a storm of rifle and machine gun fire from the crest. Citing the suicidal nature of trying to advance, Temperley dashes off a message to divisional headquarters, detailing their position and saying that, "In view of the fact that we are absolutely unsupported on our right or left and can see no sign of movement of any troops, we deemed it prudent to remain here and await a further advance." Brigadier General Johnson approves the message, and it is taken back by a runner. The New Zealanders keep firing, with one of the thousands of bullets sent towards the summit being of particular significance. Atop Chunuk Bair, just after 9 a.m., Colonel Kanengeiser is starting to feel a little more in control. Reinforcements are arriving every minute, and their hold on the peak looks to be assured. Hunkered behind the crest of the ridge, he momentarily stands up to direct the amassing Turkish soldiers into better positions. When, just like the line in Rudyard Kipling's poem Gunga Din, "A bullet come and drilled the beggar clean." The German officer feels as if a jam-tin bomb has gone off in his heart, as a searing pain moves out from his centre and paralyses every limb. His legs are ripped out from underneath him as he reels backward and goes down hard. The Turkish officers surrounding him look down at their stricken commander, mouths agape. In moments, Kanengeiser is scooped up by the tender yet strong hands of the stretcher-bearers and taken away to be looked after by the medics. Alas, for the New Zealanders, it does not affect the course of the battle. The Turks are attuned to the loss of troopers and officers alike, and the senior men at the command post act quickly, directing men down an ever-widening front as they stretch out along the main ridgeline of the range. They are the kings of the castle, and for the moment the New Zealanders are pinned down, only able to advance on the high ground with extreme difficulty and great loss. Still, their fighting spirit is in marked contrast to what is happening at Suvla Bay. For do the British even truly want to get off the beach? To Private William Tope of the 12th Battalion, perched in one of the highest positions on the Anzacs' left flank and watching the beach at Suvla Bay through his telescope since dawn, it doesn't really seem so, despite the fact they now have 20,000 soldiers landed. Not only are they clearly not threatening any of the higher ground that surrounds Suvla Bay, even though they must surely know that Turkish reinforcements are on their way, but, as Tope keeps watching, stupefied, they form up on the beach, as he would recount, just as if they were on a parade ground in some English town. While they were there was shrapnel bursting over the top of them, and they wouldn't move. These little Englishmen were just standing there. What is needed, of course, is strong leadership, urging the men forward. But the man in charge of the whole exercise, Lieutenant General Stopford, is well offshore aboard the HQ yacht Jonquil at this time, just waking up from his sleep on deck. It had been an uncomfortably hot night, and he found he slept better there. As the morning wears on, it seems like the only thing keeping pace with the Turks blazing away at the Brits below is the sun blazing down on them all. It is going to be a long, hot day, all in a place where the water supply is dismal. Mid-morning, 7th of August, 1915. Anzac Cove. Counting the cost of the carnage. And now, as water flows down a gully and a rock falls down a hill, so too do the battles on high inevitably bring a bleeding stream of shockingly wounded men roughly tumbling down the slopes to the beach. There are men missing arms and jaws, men with their hands over their abdomens trying to hold their intestines in place as their very livers slip through their bloody fingers, men with that glazed, haunted look of those who have realized that they really are about to die. Both Chipper brothers, Ross and Lindsay, who had been drinking whiskey with the Throssell brothers just hours before, have already been shot dead. All around them in no man's land are dozens, hundreds of other dead, while there are also dozens of severely wounded men lying in the hot sun, including Rick Throssell, who has a bullet through the lungs and is coughing thick globs of bubbly blood. Not far away from Rick, but not daring to try to get to him, is his brother, Hugo, who is essentially untouched but equally forced to lie still. The one slim chance any of them have of surviving is to crawl back after nightfall, as any movement now will see a blizzard of bullets raking their tortured bodies. The summit of the neck could be seen crowded with bodies, Charles Bean would record. At first, here and there, a man raised his arm to the sky or tried to drink from his water bottle. But as the sun of that burning day climbed higher, such movement ceased. Over the whole summit, the figures lay still in the quivering heat. A very few who are near the parapet are rescued by men throwing out grappling irons and dragging them in. One of these, Trooper Paul Ginty McGuinness of the 8th Light Horse Regiment, has an extraordinary, if superficial, wound, as a bullet had hit his ammunition belt and then ploughed across his skin from hip to hip. Many die in the course of the morning. And for what? Certainly not for the achievement of the original objective, which was to act as a diversion and draw troops away from Chunuk Bair and Hill 971, which are still held by the Turks. In fact, Turkish reserves are still streaming up to the peaks. A Turkish commander has quickly and smoothly taken the wounded Kanengeiser's place, and though there is much confusion as men from disparate divisions become mixed up, he keeps it together and has enough soldiers to hold their line. In fact, for those trying to take Chunuk Bair, the situation is so grim that the brooding discord between the New Zealand officers, particularly between Lieutenant Colonel Malone and Brigade Major Temperley, is beginning to flare. Despite the message sent to division headquarters that they are best to hold off on an attack until night-time, Godley, completely out of touch with the field conditions, had responded at 9:30 a.m. over the field telephone with something close to the highest order of insanity. Attack at once. Obeying the order, now an officer lets out a cry, "Come along, lads!" The dutiful military men begin their advance into the withering fire from on high. The sounds of rifles rollick down the hill, bringing tidings of death. The Aucklanders lose 200 men in 20 minutes. Johnson, watching from below, had seen platoon after platoon of Auckland fall as it passed the apex. One chap would recall that Johnson stood on the crest of Rhododendron Ridge cheering his men on. He had to be removed by force. And still he orders that the advance must continue. Malone is outraged. This is just the kind of wanton recklessness with men's lives he has come to most detest. Innocent men served a veritable death sentence at the utterance of a fool, and here comes Brigadier General Johnson now, to order Malone to send them over the top of the apex to follow up the disastrous attempt by the Aucklanders. No. Malone refuses. "Stop where you are!" Malone yells to his soldiers before turning to Johnson. "My men are not going over in daylight, but they'll go over at night time and they'll take that hill." Brigadier General Johnson is stunned. He opens his mouth to speak, but before he can, Malone ensures that his own decision carries the day by turning to his loyal men and saying, "Wellington Battalion, come away from the ridge!" In an instant, the time it takes to understand that their salvation from all but certain death has come from their beloved colonel, his men retreat back down the slope. Now, turning back to Johnson, Malone barks, "I will take the risk and any punishment. These men are not going over until I order them to go. I'm not going to send them over to commit suicide." This is war. Yes, Johnson has superior rank, but Malone is the true leader. Finally, the Brigadier General gives in to reality. He concedes they have no chance of taking Chunuk Bair in daylight and sends word back to Godley at No. 2 outpost. General Godley, receiving the news, also concedes that there is no hope of the right assault column being able to reach the crest of the range in full daylight. They will attack tomorrow at dawn. Dusk, 7th of August, 1915. Somewhere below Hill 971, the impossible must be possible. As the sun fades, bringing welcome relief to the parched soldiers of Monash's 4th Brigade, who have spent the day digging with their bayonets to gain shelter from Turkish fire, a supply of picks and shovels belatedly arrives at their front line. The senior officers have not yet realized their error in defining their locality, and so the task of entrenching this point is actively renewed as the light begins to fade. That afternoon, Monash has received orders that, like the New Zealanders over at Chunuk Bair, their advance is to be resumed at dawn, and Hill 971 is to be taken at daybreak. Monash is hesitant. His men are weary, he argues, his forces insufficient. Unfortunately, his warning is not heeded. And now an officer passes Monash 2 messages from Godley down at Outpost 2. "The GOC wishes you to close the troops well up the slopes towards the enemy during the preliminary bombardment of the position, so as to be ready to reach the crest as soon as the gunfire stops tomorrow morning. The assault should be carried out with loud cheering." Godley adds in his second message, "I feel confident that after today's rest and starting comparatively fresh, your brigade will make a determined effort to capture the key of the positions." Great that Godley is confident, because Monash certainly isn't. Still, ever resilient, he begins to formulate a plan. They are to move out at 3 a.m. Pre-dawn, 8th of August, 1915. From down under to up on Chunuk Bair. It has been a bitter battle, and it has been going for nigh on 24 hours. But now the remaining men of the New Zealand Infantry Brigade, under Brigadier General Johnston, must pull out all stops. The previous day's slaughter above the apex must be put behind them. As one man had recited to himself to help him try to get through the day, "Bullets now, or shrapnel later. Bullets now, or shrapnel later. Bullets now, or shrapnel later." They have no choice but to get on with the job. With so many men dead and injured, Godley has ordered 2 battalions of the new army to reinforce the troops on the apex. Also joining them, as reserves, are the Auckland Mounted Rifles and the Maori contingent who have just arrived from the tabletop. Colonel William Malone, true to his solemn words the day before, is preparing to lead his Wellingtons in one last assault for the summit. Resolute, but still doubtful that he will survive it, at 3 a.m. he wakes his batman to pass on his wife's address in the luscious farmlands of Taranaki in case of his death. Ashen-faced, Malone shakes his comrade's hand before saying, "Goodbye." His men form up for the attack and pass through the Aucklanders, who are holding the line at the pinnacle, before beginning the climb to Chunuk Bair. Quickly now, carefully, the Wellingtons pick their way over the corpses of the day before and push towards the summit, and somehow their timing is perfect. For once, they commence their charge just as a barrage finishes, and it just so happens the Turkish resistance is minimal. As one soldier would recall, "The Turks, there were pretty few of them there, they scooted. And there was one old fellow there, he had a beard, about 70, he pulled his rifle on us. The poor old joker, somebody shot him. It seems the shallow trenches on the summit had provided precious little protection from the shelling overnight, so Johnny Turk had abandoned them, retreating back to the more strongly held Hill Q, and those who remain are quickly quelled. Yes, it is 24 hours later than planned, but they are in possession of Chunuk Bair, and as the sun rises they can even see the promised land, and more importantly the promised waters of the Narrows. All of which is to the good. To the bad is the obvious difficulty there will be in holding Chunuk Bair, as the Turks now unleash hell to dislodge them, starting with heavy shelling that cuts a swathe not only through Malone's Wellingtons, but also through the companies of the new army troops of Britain there to support them. Malone instructs them, dig, defend, get ready for the Turkish troops that will soon be launched upon us. And so the men occupy the Turks' trenches on the forward side of the ridge, while digging support trenches on the reverse side, sheltered from the Turkish artillery. The clay is almost rock-hard, but the men try their best, racing the rising sun which will lift the haze that hangs over them and expose them as even surer targets to the Turks spread above on Hill Q. Dig, you noble bastards! Monash's men are not so close to their objective. The naval bombardment on Hill 971 ceases, and though, according to Godley's order, the column should have been ready to reach Hill 971 by this stage, they are nowhere near it. In fact, as Bean would later note, the distance had been underestimated, the locality mistaken, and the start made hours too late. They are wide of their mark, they are lost. And now they are being fired upon by Turkish machine guns that are well positioned above them. Being in no present danger, the Turks work their guns with coolness and decisive effect. Monash's men are scattered, confused, and out of touch with their commander. Their numbers are quickly decimated. The objective of Hill 971, though lost at the inception of this ludicrous plan, is absolutely out of reach. The best they can do is hold on to the line they'd begun to entrench the day before. Colonel Kamal has not slept. Dark purple stains lurk beneath his water-blue eyes, and his normally rigid back is slumped over, haunted by fatigue. Ever since the fading darkness of night began to threaten the peninsula with a new day of bloodshed, he has been watching the enemy ships fire on the area between Battleship Hill and Chunuk Bair. From all the reports he is receiving, it is obvious there is a great deal of confusion along the range near Chunuk Bair as to where the enemy will strike, who the commander is, and what their next move should be. One report reads, "We have men from the 14th, 64th and 25th and various other regiments at the front line. They are all mixed up. Most of the officers are martyred or wounded. In the name of the security of our homeland, I request that you send a determined and expert person to this sector." Another battalion commander reports at 5:40 a.m., "It is unclear whether the soldiers who have advanced towards Chunuk Bair and are consolidating their positions are friend or foe." Colonel Kamal has little doubt. They are foe, and must be eliminated. Gazing hard through his binoculars at the peaks of the Sarabir range, hoping to sight them as dawn's fingers slowly curl around the summit, he feels very strongly the weight of responsibility, heavier than anything, even death. At Lone Pine, meanwhile, the desperate fighting has now been going on without break, from trench to trench, backward and forward, to the left and right, and back again, and back and forth, each move paid for with blood, as both sides pour in battalion after battalion to either hold what has been won or counterattack and win back what has been lost. Acts of extraordinary bravery are performed on both sides, few of which are subsequently acknowledged. The Anzacs will be awarded no fewer than 7 Victoria Crosses for actions at Lone Pine alone, though none from the first few hours, for nearly all of the officers needed to vouch for early turns of bravery have been killed. And of course, the casualty rate is fearful. As to Private Cecil McNulty, who had written in his diary just before the battle, "Hoped to get through all right." To his amazement, he has survived so far, and now, despite the bullets and shrapnel still whizzing past, he takes the time to write a little more. "I've pulled through all right so far, just got a few minutes to spare now. I'm all out, can hardly stand up. On Friday, when we got the word to charge, Frank and I were on the extreme left of the charging party. There was a clear space of 100 yards to cross without a patch of cover. I can't realise how I got across it. We were right out in the open, and all the Turkish machine guns and rifles seemed to be playing on us and shrapnel bursting right over us. I yelled out to the other 4 chaps, "This is only suicide, boys. I'm going to make a jump for it." I thought they said, "All right, we'll follow." I sprang to my feet in one jump. These prove to be the last words he writes, and his body is found later. At 5 p.m. on that sultry afternoon of 8th of August, General Sir Ian Hamilton, alarmed at the lack of news from Suvla Bay, comes ashore at that spot, hoping against hope that at last the breakthrough they have been waiting for might have been achieved. Only to come across a scene that completely staggers him. Despite everything he has said to General Stopford of the need for speed, the need to get off the beach and capture the high ground so they are not trapped on the edges like the Anzacs had been once the Turkish reinforcements had arrived, he finds on the beach, as he would angrily report to Lord Kitchener, most of the troops strolling about as if it was a holiday. The problem, Hamilton determines, lies not with the men, but with their senior officers, who seem to have no drive or control over them, and worst of all, they have been saturated with pamphlets and instructions about trench warfare, and their one idea is to sit down and dig an enormous hole to hide themselves in. Most frustrating of all to General Hamilton is when he finds out that 5 battalions are being held up by a party of 500 or 600 Turkish gendarmerie. In Hamilton's view, the Turks could be quickly put paid to with a bayonet charge. But their commanding officer, Major General Frederick Hammersley, won't hear of it, for he is preparing a turning movement from the south in accordance with Stopford's order not to make frontal attacks. Even more appalling, most of the soldiers really have been resting during the day and intend to keep doing so. The next move, planned by the senior officers, is for an advance at dawn next morning. Stupefied, Hamilton orders Commander Keyes, who is equally aggrieved, to take him in his motorboat to Jonquil, where General Stopford has been based for all bar a couple of hours of the battle so far, so he can confront the man ultimately responsible. Stopford, however, is quick to assure him, "Everything is quite all right and going well," he says. "And where are they now?" Hamilton asks, incredulous. "There," Stopford says, showing him the position on the map on the table, along the foot of the hills. "But they held that line more or less yesterday." "Yes," agrees Stopford, going on to explain that because the men had been tired out and he had not been able to keep the water and guns up to them the way he would have liked, he had decided not to attack the main ridge until the following morning, as that would likely be a regular battle. "A regular battle is just what we are here for," Hamilton would record as the words he wants to say, but he does not. That would be impolite. This is Stopford's show, and, though Sir Ian is Commander-in-Chief, he simply does not believe in riding roughshod in that manner. He had not done it with General Hunter Weston on the day of landing, nor in any of the battles of Krithia, and he does not do it now. It is not in his nature. But at least he allows himself to give Stopford some pepper. "We must occupy the heights at once," he says. "It is imperative." "Can't be done," says Stopford. "One can't just rewrite orders willy-nilly like that." "I agree with you in principle as to the necessity of pushing on," Stopford says, "but there are many tactical reasons against it, especially the attitude of my generals on shore who have told me that the men are too tired." Stopford, too, does not like to ask his generals to do something they don't want to, and, presumably, the generals feel the same about their soldiers. Desperate, Hamilton goes in search of Major General Hammersley, whom he finds at the northern end of a small half-moon of a beach, only to hear more of the same. Too difficult to attack now, and much better to wait until daylight, when it would all be so much easier. Just for once, Hamilton insists. "There has never been a greater crisis in any battle than the one taking place as we speak," he says. "It is imperative, absolutely imperative, that we occupy the heights before the enemy bring back the guns, and they receive the reinforcements that are marching at this very moment to their aid. This is not a guess. Our aeroplanes have spotted the Turks marching on us from the north." Hammersley finally agrees to send the 32nd Brigade to the Sarabare Range overnight, but that is as far as he will go. "I fancy," Hamilton would report witheringly afterwards. They were upset and tired by landing at night, and then thought they had done such a tremendous big thing, advancing a couple of miles or so into the country, that they might then rest on their oars. For the moment, Hamilton returns to his command vessel Triad, hopeful that the morrow will bring better things, but not yet insisting upon it. Throughout the rest of the day, the Turks, with artillery positioned on Hill Q and Battleship Hill, continue pounding the New Zealanders and the British front line atop Chunuk Bair, as well as launching attacks against them. Through it all, Colonel William Malone has been unceasing in his efforts to rally his men, to organise them, direct them, and even lead them in the many bayonet charges they are forced to perform to keep waves of Turks away. When one of his fellow officers remonstrates, saying Malone should not be putting himself in such danger, Malone's answer is the measure of the man. "You're only a kid. I'm an old man. Get out yourself." In the end, however, it is one of those things. Near dusk, at the end of a day when some hundreds of his own men lie dead and wounded all around him, a piece of shrapnel scythes cruelly through the air, and in an instant a brave woman in Taranaki is a widow, though she doesn't know it yet, left to raise her 3 children on her own, just as Malone's 5 children from his previous marriage are left without a father. For he lies dead in a shallow trench, the men closest to him weeping over his bloodied corpse. Compounding the tragedy is that Malone actually only had to survive a little longer to make it to safety. After sundown, the Wellingtons are relieved by soldiers from the Otago Battalion and the Wellington Mounteds. It is a measure of just how torrid their time atop Chunuk Bair has been that of the Wellingtons' original contingent of 760 soldiers, less than 50 are still standing and unwounded. But, at least at this time, as the sun goes down on the 8th of August, Chunuk Bair remains in the hands of the Allies. It is going to take a massive effort to dislodge them, and quite a leader of men. All day, Colonel Kamal has been at Battleship Hill receiving news riddled with discrepancies about whether the peak of Chunuk Bair has or has not been taken by the enemy. The latest report says, "The enemy continue to dig trenches at Chunuk Bair. The enemy's soldiers are walking around the trenches and placing sandbags in them." From his observations, though, one thing is blindingly clear on this evening of the 8th of August. Chunuk Bair is in a dangerous situation. Yet again, just after 7 p.m, the telephone rings. It is Lehman von Sanders, Chief of Staff, who wishes to know what Colonel Mustafa Kemal thinks of the situation. "There is one moment left to reclaim our position," Kemal replies. "If we lose that moment, we are faced with a general catastrophe." He explains that because of the nature and quantity of the enemy force that has landed at Suvla, it is necessary to ensure command and control in that sector by uniting the effort under a single commander. "Is there no other solution?" the Chief of Staff asks. And here is Mustafa Kemal's chance. "There is no other option," he says forcefully, "but to assign all the available forces under my command." "Won't that be excessive?" "It won't be enough," Kemal says, before putting the phone down. 3 hours hence, at 9:45 p.m, he receives an order from General Asat. "You are to take command of the Anafata group effective immediately. You are to proceed immediately to the group's headquarters and execute an attack by sunrise 9th of August. Though Mustafa has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights straight, and is in any case a sickly shadow of his former healthy self, his heart leaps. His desires have been realized. He is now in charge of no fewer than 6 divisions and given the responsibility of winning back the day and the night. Within 2 hours, at 11:30 p.m, under the cover of darkness, Colonel Kemal rides away from the headquarters of the 19th Division, alive as never before. "For 4 months, he would recall, I had lived 300 metres away from the firing line, breathing the fetid smell of corpses. Finally, I was able to breathe clean air again." Pre-dawn, 9th of August, 1915. "If at first you don't succeed, try again." Hammersley's 32nd Brigade? As demanded by Sir Ian Hamilton, they actually do try to take the heights to the east of Suvla Bay, alas, arriving at the highest ridge, some 30 minutes too late. For by the early hours of the 9th of August, the Turkish reserves have flooded the hills. Immeasurably aided by the advantage of height and well-placed artillery, they are able to cut the 32nd Brigade to pieces and force a ragtag retreat. By the time the sun rises, 2 full Turkish divisions with artillery are securely positioned atop the heights surrounding Suvla Bay, raining hell down upon the 2 British divisions who simply have not had the gumption to attack quickly enough. Surely nothing else could go wrong for the British on this whole disastrous venture at Suvla Bay. Yes, it could, and Ellis Ashmead Bartlett is there to witness it. Though the naval artillery is showing every bit of ferocity that the troops are not, the same problem dogs them here as has happened at Anzac Cove and Cape Helles. When the Turkish artillery is positioned on the lee side of the hills, naval shells are simply incapable of knocking them out. What the shells can do, however, in these dry conditions, is to start fires, and that is what happens at midday on the 9th of August, just as some British soldiers are at last making an attempt to reach the heights of Scimitar Hill, a lump of tactical importance east of the Salt Lake. Worse, a wind comes pouring down the hill, catches the flames, and sends them straight at the climbing soldiers. As Ashmead Bartlett watches on, appalled, he sees wounded British soldiers, now burning, break cover from the flaming scrub beneath the lip of Scimitar Hill and crawl out into the open, where they are cut down by snipers and shrapnel. After the flames have passed on, all that remains are little mounds of scorched khaki, where another mismanaged soldier of the King had returned to Mother Earth. The English correspondent keeps watching, powerless to do anything bar chronicle the catastrophe. Later that afternoon, he is joined by fellow journalist Henry Nevinson, who is feeling every bit as appalled as Ashmead Bartlett by what he has seen. He has come from the far side of the Salt Lake and still can't quite fathom how it can all have gone so wrong. Our infantry, Nevinson declares, are demoralised, weary, and absolutely refuse to advance. The muddle is beyond anything I have ever seen. For his part, Ashmead Bartlett is convinced it is yet more evidence that the problem lies not with the soldiers, but with their officers. He has seen for himself up close just how badly organised the whole thing had been from first to last by the officers who were meant to be in charge. Confusion reigned supreme, he would record in his diary. No one seemed to know where the headquarters of the different brigades and divisions were to be found. The troops were hunting for water, the staffs were hunting for their troops, and the Turkish snipers were hunting for their prey. In only the last of these do the hunters find what they are looking for in abundance. Late that evening, Ashmead Bartlett comes across Sir Ian Hamilton, standing all alone, on the north coast of Suvla Bay, not a staff officer or underling to be seen anywhere near. There is an unmistakable aspect to Hamilton, a paleness, an anxiety, as he watches the billowing columns of smoke from the battle gone wrong, the battle he had staked his career on, now turning to ashes before his eyes. Just as he had feared, all the ranges around Suvla Bay are now held by whole divisions of Turkish reinforcements, which have arrived on this day. Hamilton had thrown a huge number of riflemen onto the front line, but now there are none left to throw. The English general has squandered 9,000 men in 4 days, with next to nothing to show for it bar the squalid flats of Suvla Bay. And for all of the August offensives, there are 25,000 casualties so far. To Ashmead Bartlett, it seems clear that the Commander-in-Chief has just realised at this hour that his final effort to reach the Narrows has failed. Despite the Suvla Bay disaster and the debacle of Hill 971, Monash alone has lost nearly 1,000, and Bean later writes of the attempt as one of those black days, which most deeply affect the spirits of soldiers. It remains possible that the August offensive could be considered a success if it can hold on to just one last thing, the summit of Chunuk Bair. Magnificently, the New Zealanders had held on to it all through the 9th of August, despite continued attacks. And, as dusk falls on this day, they are relieved by soldiers of the 6th Loyal North Lancashires, who are part of Kitchener's new army. Pre-dawn, 10th of August, 1915, the denouement. But can Chunuk Bair continue to be held? Not if Colonel Kamal has anything to do with it. Fully aware of the strategic significance of this vantage point, he is prepared to sacrifice much to hold it, even his life, if it comes to that. The following morning, just before dawn, Colonel Kamal pulls back the flap of his tent and, as is his habit, looks first to the sky to determine the state of the heavens. They are sparkling, the stars like fireflies burning off the last of their lustre in the few minutes that remain before they must, alas, give way to the day. Looking now before him towards the network of shallow trenches nestled just below the crest of Chunuk Bair, he squints to properly discern the silhouettes of his men. Many are sitting alone smoking cigarettes, their thoughts with the prospect of violent death and the glories of the afterlife. Others are huddled in groups, whispering and checking their equipment. Some are assembled in a line, prostrating themselves to Allah. The colonel sees others move purposefully, hunched over, keeping themselves small and inconspicuous to enemy observers. Few of them laugh or smile. All are fated to attack, with this charge forward at Chunuk Bair at the prow of an attack across nearly the entire line atop the Sara Bair ridge. The dark curtain of night had been raised, Mustafa Kemal would later recall. The moment for attack had come. According to his plan, the Turks are going to go into the enemy trenches just a stone's throw over the crest of the ridge. The Mehmets with their bayonets only, the officers with their swords, and sweep down on the enemy en masse. The enemy may kill the first ones, but they will not kill us all. There is to be no bombardment beforehand. The invaders have become used to that. They expect a bombardment. Not this time. It will just be us and our bayonets and Allah, and we will charge in a full frontal attack. True, many of his officers think such a move is crazy, and are brave enough to say so. But for Mustafa Kemal, the decision is not an intellectual but a visceral one, the sort of decision that comes from what we feel in the blood and the fiery moments of battle. Slowly he rises out of his tent and stretches his aching, battle-worn limbs. Reaching into his right-hand breast pocket, he pulls out his trusty watch, which he has had since his days at the Ottoman War College. A gold-coloured watch with a plain, white face marked with Roman numerals, which fits snugly in the palm of his hand. It is nearly 4:30 a.m. In a matter of minutes, the first dull glow of dawn will hit and they will be exposed to the enemy. Without hesitation, he walks briskly to the front of his newly formed-up men and offers his final instructions. "Soldiers," he begins, in his richly resonant and confident voice, "there is no doubt that we will defeat the enemy that stands before us. I will go ahead first. As soon as you see me raise my whip, then you will all leap forward." The word is spread around quickly, and all men from every part of the front within seeing distance turn to focus on their commander. Now is their moment. Now is their time. They will know triumph, or they will know eternity. Or they will know both. But whatever else, with this many men ready to sacrifice themselves for their country, for their God, defeat is not a possibility. Colonel Kemal walks just 5 to 10 steps up the slope in the gloom, turns to his men, raises his whip, before dropping his arm. In an instant, the first line of 300-odd Turkish soldiers bursts up and over, running silently for the first few steps before uttering their earthly cry to those heavens above, "Allah! Allah! Allah!" Behind them, in succession, come more and more waves of just as many men fighting for their homeland. So fast are they, so surprising is the attack, that many of the soldiers of the 6th Loyal North Lancashires, who have not quite heeded the warning to dig in and stay alert, go from a deep sleep to an eternal sleep in the time it takes to slip a Turkish 12-inch bayonet between their ribs. The enemy, Mustafa Kemal would recount, could not even find time to use their weapons. It was an epic throat-to-throat struggle. Within minutes, the first line of the North Lancashire's defence is annihilated. And after 4 hours of fighting, all the survivors of the British forces have retreated at full pelt from the southern end of the Anafata Group's front. The Turks are once again in control of Chunuk Bair. It is then that the British start to rain continuous fire on the position, coming from ships and shore mortars and field guns. Mustafa Kemal, in the thick of it with his men, looks out at the sea and traces an arc upwards with his eyes as shrapnel and pieces of steel poured down like rain from the sky. Within seconds, his surrounds are filled with the bodies of martyrs and the groans of the wounded. In the middle of it all, Colonel Kemal is suddenly, crack, hit by a piece of shrapnel in his chest. When he throws his hand to it, that hand comes away bloody. "Sir," the officer next to him says, "you are shot." Kemal covers the officer's mouth with his hand. "Sus," he hisses, "shut up." With the officer now silent, Colonel Mustafa Kemal looks back down at his chest as his fingers fumble around the wound. But there's not a single piece of shrapnel embedded in his skin. His pocket watch, however, is smashed into pieces. It is extraordinary good fortune. Despite the hail of fire that continues to rain down from the defiant British forces, Chunuk Bair is lost. The simple plan and inspirational leadership of Colonel Mustafa Kemal has worked. As his chief of staff, Major Izzetin, would write in his diary that day, "The crisis has been overcome. Kemal's energy and effectiveness have borne fruit." The next morning at 8:45 a.m., Colonel Kemal, with the strange sense of having an ache in his chest but a song in his heart, sits down in his headquarters and writes to General von Sanders. The enemy at Chunuk Bair and Rhododendron Ridge have been driven back. Commander of the Anfata Group, Mustafa Kemal. 11th of August, 1915. Upon the Aegean Sea, the battle's roar ebbs. Captain Gordon Carter is one of the lucky ones. Despite having been in almost continuous action over the last 5 days, and having seen so many bullets and bayonets take his comrades around him, somehow he is still, physically at least, unscathed. "I am really very weak," he writes in his diary, "and seem to have hardly any flesh on me. No wonder the bullets miss me." Mentally, like many of the other survivors, he is not so well, and every time he closes his eyes he comes to with a start as he sees enormous Turks with bayonets coming straight for him, wanting to shoot him and stab him and choke him and kill his comrades and... Oh, just a nightmare. And then he tries to sleep again, and the same thing happens. At least he is lucky now to be on a hospital ship heading back to Lemnos with many of the badly wounded men from his battalion. At last, it looks like he's going to be able to get some desperately needed rest. Back at Anzac, finally, it is over. After 5 days of battle, Lone Pine is in Australian hands, its trenches occupied by Anzac boots. All at the cost of some 2,000 Anzac lives and more than 3 times that for the Turks. As one Australian soldier who has, for 4 days, been dragging Turkish dead out of the captured trenches and burying them in large holes, writes of the Australian victory in a letter home, "Although not decisive, it finished very much to our advantage, and Jacko the Turk is now in a very desperate position. He is like a dying donkey. His last kick is always his hardest." And yet, the net result of the Anzacs now having Lone Pine is not much. Yes, it is an advantage to have it, which is to the good. But the maxim established by Sir John French a year earlier in France regarding trench warfare again holds true. With 2 forces of relatively equal strength, through massive effort and the loss of many lives, you can bend the enemy's trench, but not break it. At Lone Pine, the pimple has simply become bigger and more bulbous. Few are more appalled by the sheer waste of Australian lives than Charles Bean, particularly when it comes to what happened at the neck. While admiring of the courage displayed, for sheer bravery, devoted loyalty, and that self-discipline which seldom failed in Australian soldiers, they stand alone in the annals of their country. Their deaths had been pointless. Although at such crises in a great battle firm action must be taken, sometimes regardless of cost, he would write many years later, there could be no valid reason for flinging away the later lines after the first had utterly failed. It is doubtful if there exists in the records of the AIF one instance in which, after one attacking party had been signally defeated, a second sent after it succeeded without some radical change having been effected in the plan or the conditions. He also reserves some criticism for the gallant Lieutenant Colonel White. Acting as a sportsman rather than a soldier, by leading forward the first line, deprived his regiment of the control which should have been exercised over its operation. Its morale did not require the stimulus of personal leadership, and, had his protest been added to Brazier's, Antill might have discontinued the attack. The most grievous result was the needless loss of lives precious to their nation. For his part, rarely, if ever, has Ashmead Bartlett been so angry, depressed and disillusioned all at once. A veteran of 7 wars, including one he fought in, he has seen bad times before, but not like this. Not so many wasted lives for such little gain. Returning to Imbros, he hears for the first time what has happened at Cape Helles, where the attacks on Achababa have failed once more. Deathly depression reigns at Imbros, he would record. The truth is now generally known that we have failed everywhere. The empty tents of the 9th Corps, glistening in the sun, have become tombstones of the dead. At night they appear ghost-like and deserted under the moonlight. Where is that mighty host which occupied them but 5 days ago? Dead. Nearly all dead. So, too, many of those who had gone into the attacks at Achababa and Anzac, with Ashmead Bartlett recording, "The 29th Division also suffered heavily, and our total casualties at Helles alone have not been under 6,000. Anzac? Birdwood will soon tell him the truth. He said his total losses were 375 officers and 10,138 rank and file in the operations on the left and over 2,000 in the taking and holding of Lone Pine Plateau. And so it goes on. Stark statistics, one after the other, confirm catastrophic losses on an unimaginable scale. The total casualties, therefore, cannot be much under 28,000. An appalling total for the gains, which, as General Godley expressed it, amounted to some 500 acres of bad grazing ground. Making matters worse for Ashmead Bartlett is that somehow he has to write an account of that battle at Suvla Bay that will contain something of the truth while still passing the censor. An almost impossible task. It is easy enough to write up a success, but it would defy the genius of Ananias to make a victory out of this affair, either at Helles, Anzac or Suvla. We have landed again and dug another graveyard. That is all. As to Charles Bean, he too does the best he can to give an honest account of what has happened at the Battle of Lonesome Pine, but the only way to get it through is to leave out the horror of what has occurred. In the final result, he manages to almost make it sound like this battle has bordered on victory. The position at the moment of writing is that we have given the Turks a heavy blow opposite part of the Australian line. The battle is still raging. Of the Battle of the Neck, Bean does, however, manage to get it into print that extraordinarily gallant attempts of the light horse on the trenches opposite them were futile. The fighting has been tremendously intense, charge after charge being made. Only General Hamilton has no such problems, as he puts out his own releases, subsequently run in the British press, trumpeting a successful attack by the Anzac troops who had made additional gains and further progress. Of Suvla Bay, Special Correspondent General Hamilton reports that the new British artillery beat down row after row of Turkish trenches, and the Turks beat a hasty retreat. Never fear, the readers of the British Empire are told, the Turkish troops are getting very demoralised, and the whole population of Constantinople is pessimistic. General Hamilton's press releases are used as the basis for euphoric reports carried around the world. On Gallipoli, Suvla Bay landing, most brilliant feat, great force disembarked. The most brilliant work yet carried out in the war is how the Athens correspondent of the Daily Chronicle describes the recent landing of British troops at Suvla Bay in Gallipoli, north-northeast of the Australian positions at Cabo Tepe. He continues, compared with the landing at Cabo Tepe, the brilliance of the Suvla Bay achievement lies in another direction, though its immediate consequence was a fierce, long struggle which brought out all that was best in the fighting qualities of the British troops. 17th of August, 1915, Cairo. Keith Murdoch confronts and is confronted. Keith Murdoch is shocked. To this point, he has devoured all the correspondents' accounts of the glories of Gallipoli, and yet, now he is here in Cairo, actually talking to the wounded soldiers who have been there. Everything sounds so different. After visiting the Australian training camp at Mena to try to get to the bottom of the mail problem, he has visited the hospitals too, where convalescing soldiers and officers tell of the shattering charges against chattering machine guns that have cut Australians down like wheat, of the terrible mismanagement from first to last, of the lack of water, sanitation and supplies. It all heightens his desire to see the situation for himself, and on this day he writes a letter. To the Commander-in-Chief, General Sir Ian Hamilton. Dear Sir, on the advice of Brigadier General Legge, I beg to request permission to visit Anzac. I am proceeding from Melbourne to London, and at the Commonwealth Government's request am inquiring into mail arrangements, dispositions of wounded, and various other matters in Egypt in connection with our Australian forces. I should like to go across to the Dardanelles in only a semi-official capacity, so that I might record censored impressions in the London and Australian newspapers I represent. But any conditions you impose I should of course faithfully observe. May I add that I had the honour of meeting you at the Melbourne Town Hall. Also may I say that my anxiety as an Australian to visit the sacred shores of Gallipoli while our army is there is intense. I have the honour to be, Sir, yours obediently, signed, Keith A. Murdoch. General Hamilton reads the letter shortly before sending off a cable of his own to Lord Kitchener, advising that although, admittedly and unfortunately, his coup has so far failed, he has worked out what is needed to finally triumph at the Dardanelles. If this campaign is to be brought to an early and successful conclusion, large reinforcements will have to be sent to me. Owing to the difficulty of carrying on a winter campaign and the lateness of the season, these troops should be sent immediately. Hamilton estimates that another 105,000 soldiers or so should do it. 19th of August, 1915. Gallipoli, fair dinks. And now, here at last at Gallipoli, are the first arrivals of the 17,000 men of the AIF's 2nd Australian Division, composed mostly of those who had joined up in the latter months of 1914 and first months of 1915. They are lauded by the press as men of a rather more substantial cut, incapable of just dropping everything and signing up like those gadabouts in the first lot. And, Charles Bean notes, a high proportion volunteered not so much from impetuosity of spirit as because of a reasoned patriotism. The newspapers, in the effort to encourage enlistment, pointed out that these men were perhaps more truly representative of Australia. Oh, really? When the men of the 1st Divi are sent articles from home glorying in this very theme, they are thrilled to hear it, and delighted that the 2nd Divi have at last graced them with their presence. Of course, as detailed by Bean, they at once christen them the Dinkum, that is, the genuine Australians. And what an impression they make. These troops, Bean records, came to the tired and somewhat haggard garrison of Anzac like a fresh breeze from the Australian bush. Great big, cheery fellows, whom it did your heart good to see, wrote another Australian. Quite the biggest lot I've ever seen. Huge, healthy men of robust good spirits, strong of limb, clear of eye, just what the doctor ordered. Careful, though. Though it is tempting to throw such men straight onto the front line to relieve the exhausted troops there now, or to launch them immediately into a battle planned for Hill 60, which is about to be launched, General Birdwood is careful not to do so. Instead, after bivouacking them for a short time at the foot of the Sphinx, he sends them up to Bouchop's Hill, where they can act as reserve to General Godley. It would be madness to throw such fresh troops straight into a major battle, and even General Godley will not countenance it. 20th of August, 1915. Not a red letter day. Ever and always, it is the shining spot in the otherwise very dark lives of the Turkish soldiers at Gallipoli. In the midst of all the death and destruction, the fear and ferocious fighting, just occasionally a messenger arrives from their own villages. The messenger arrived! The messenger arrived! Bringing letters, food, gifts, and news from home. The soldiers crowd around the messenger. What of my family? My fiancé? My children? My parents? And of course, the messenger, usually an old man from home, does his best. But then the hardest part. Where is the son of Durmus Kara Ali? The messenger asks, as he has a gift of a handkerchief for him from his girl in the village. Blown to pieces by a bomb 3 days ago. The messenger drifts off as, devastated, He tries to fathom how he is going to be able to break that news to the girl. The soldier's eyes fill with tears. There is similar angst in the Anzac lines. "I've seen anxious troopers with yearning eyes," one soldier would record, "hang round till the last letter and postcard were sorted, then wander away silently and gaze dry-eyed over the blue Mediterranean. All of them would have given the world to be able to take a peep at the wife who scanned the casualty lists so eagerly as they appeared in the papers, and the kiddies who strutted round proudly saying, 'Daddy's gone to the war.'" 21st of August 1915, Melbourne. A telegram arrives. For those men and boys who don't go to war, this has to be the biggest bastard of a job left, delivering cables. Oh yes, it had been cushy enough early on, as it had mostly been standard fare of safe arrivals, babies born, engagements announced, and the blessed news that I'll be home soon. But ever since this business at the Dardanelles had descended into carnage, the telegraph boys have a new kind of cable to deliver. They are from the government, and always stamped personal acknowledgement of delivery, meaning that it is the job of the boy to get the signature of the person to whom it is addressed. Pretty soon, everyone knows that urgent telegram at the top is almost always a death sentence, because the news is invariably that a distant Australian soldier is either missing in action, seriously wounded, or killed in action. Sometimes it is all you can do to get the signature out of them, and the scenes you are in the middle of are terrible. And so it is on this day for Myrtle White. "Dear Madam, it is my painful duty to have to inform you of the sad news of the death of your husband, Lieutenant Colonel A.H. White, Commanding Officer, 8th Light Horse Regiment, which occurred in action at Gallipoli on the 7th of August 1915. I am instructed to convey to you the sincere regret of the Minister for Defence and the Commonwealth Government in the great loss you and the Army have sustained by the death of the gallant officer. Yours faithfully, Captain, Officer, I.C. Base Records." Myrtle's grief is deeper than the ocean. To think of her beloved husband, now dead in a ditch on the other side of the world, is almost more than she can bear. But bear it she must, for the sake of their infant son to begin with. In the tragic tradition of war widows through the ages, it is now she who must soldier on, alone. In at least one instance on the Gallipoli Peninsula, at around this point in the campaign, a family member decides to do more than just grieve from afar. For the story will long be told how a brigade commander notices something strange about one of his soldiers in the trenches and takes a second look. "How old are you?" he asks the soldier softly. "Take off your cap." "40, sir." "No, your real age." There is a pause, a grimace, and then a confession. "60, sir," the old man replies. After both of his sons had been killed on the day of the landing, he had lied about his age, joined up, and come looking for any trace of them. Chapter 18. The Battle of Hill 60. For connoisseurs of military futility, valour, incompetence and determination, the attacks on Hill 60 are in a class of their own. Robert Rhodes, James. The angel of death is abroad throughout the land. You can almost hear the beating of his wings. John Bright, British Member of Parliament, 1843 to 1889, and orator. 23rd of August, 1915. Slaughter on Hill 60. Shattered, missing limbs, their faces contorted into the grimaces of agony they wore when death overtook them. Hundreds of dead men, many disemboweled, now lie all over the lower reaches of Hill 60, clogging up the trenches, staring glassy-eyed at the weeping sun. It had been a saga of devastation. To begin with, Hill 60 is really just a scrubby lump of land rather than a hill, its tired summit just 60 feet above sea level. Charles Bean calls it little more than a swelling in the plain, and it lies just a mile back from the beach that stretches between Suvla Bay and Anzac Cove. Despite its diminutive stature, the capture of Hill 60, along with Scimitar Hill and W Hills immediately to its north, will allow the Allied Anzac-Suvla line to push eastward into the Anafata Range and, crucially, shorten that line. Turkish rifles currently outnumber the Allies 75,000 to 50,000. So, rounding off and contracting the Allied line is an important defensive strategy that will help secure the bridge between the two bridgeheads, Suvla and Anzac, while limiting any immediate threat to the Allies' Suvla occupation. The problem remains, however, that the Turks hold the high ground and will fight to the death to keep it against those who would try to seize it from them. Who can the Allies call on in their hour of desperate need? Why, none other than the famous 29th Division. No matter that the 29th have been shot and shattered from ship to shore and back again so many times since their tragic landing from River Clyde. No matter that most of the fine soldiers who stood before King George in March stand no more, as no fewer than 30,000 men have now gone through their doomed ranks since the beginning of the campaign, only to be spat out the other side either dead or wounded. No matter even that they can muster fewer than 7,500 soldiers capable of holding a rifle. For their arrival on this battlefield, poised as they are to take Scimitar Hill on the left, lifts the army as one. A couple of days earlier, on the afternoon of the 21st of August, 500 men of the AIF's 13th and 14th battalions had been in the thick of the attack on Hill 60, only to be decimated by machine gun and artillery fire. The shelling had started another fire in the brush, and all those lying prone from wounds were incinerated. And yet more troops had gone to the heavily held position, including the 750 untried dinkum of the 18th Battalion who have not been ashore a day. Hence the dead. Yes, General Godley really had intended to keep those huge-limbed, fresh and cheery-faced Australians in reserve, but then things had gone wrong, you see, with so many of the experienced troops killed that he simply had to throw them in and hope for the best. And then, the next night, in desperation, Brigade Major Guy Powles of the New Zealand Mounted Rifles had summoned the commanding officer of the 18th Battalion and advised his new colleague by the light of a candle, "You are to assault with bomb and bayonet only." But, the commander had interrupted, "We have no bombs." "You must do the best that is possible without them." And so they had. But in the maelstrom, the brave soldiers of the 18th, most of them from the Sydney inner-city suburbs of Annandale, Leichhardt and Marrickville, had simply been cut to pieces. Hamilton's report to the War Office after the initial battles of 21st and 22nd of August gives some clue as to how grim the situation is now. The troops attacked with great dash and stormed the lower slopes of the hill in spite of strong entrenchments, but I regret to say they were not able to attain their objective, nor even to consolidate the position gained. Casualties not yet to hand, but I fear they amounted to some 6,000 in all. When even Hamilton concedes that victory may not necessarily be just up the next hill, how bad must things be? Very bad. The 29th Division has briefly held the crest of Scimitar Hill before being repelled with severe casualties, and the 11th Division has been unable to maintain a contiguous line in the first Turkish trenches on W Hills. And yet, Hamilton and Godley remain as intent as ever on securing Hill 60, come hell or high water. With the spirit most fervently displayed by General Hunter Weston in months gone by, Godley continues to feed in whatever troops he can garner. They must have Hill 60. 25th of August, 1915. Cairo. The word comes through, and the word is good. He has the cable. General Hamilton has graciously acceded to Keith Murdoch's request from Cairo to visit Anzac Cove. And yes, first he must sign the War Correspondence Declaration, but that is a mere formality. He puts his elegant signature on the standard form without a second thought. I, the undersigned, do hereby solemnly undertake to follow in every particular the rules issued by the Commander-in-Chief through the Chief Field Censor, not to impart to anyone military information of a confidential nature, unless first submitted to the Chief Field Censor. K. Murdoch. 27th of August, 1915. The word comes through, and the word is bad. After 3 weeks in the field without rest, at last the word comes through. The shattered survivors of Colonel Brazier's 10th Regiment of the Australian Light Horse, now only mustering 160 men from their original contingent of 500, are to be relieved from defending Russell's Top. They do not have to be asked twice. Just after sunset on this coolish evening, they are relieved by some more of the dinkum and set off with the slightest of skips in their otherwise delirious step. Once the light horsemen get close to the safety of Tabletop, where they are meant to rest, bullets are buzzing around like flies on a turd. They decide to push on. Worse, at 9 p.m. the word comes back, "Sling off your pack and come forward with just your fighting gear and ammunition." The men look at each other, slack-jawed with disbelief, but do as asked. Within minutes they receive a countermand. Head towards Suvla Bay, to the southwestern ramparts of Hill 60. Again they follow orders, just as they follow directions, and soon come close to Hill 60, all the time passing ever more wounded men coming back from the firing line, including soldiers of Monash's embattled 4th Brigade, who are another group on the lengthy list of troops who can't seem to gain a moment's relief. "It can be easily understood," Thomas Kidd would write in his diary, "that we were not in very good fettle, although the men were all game enough for anything and had no time for grumblers." Led by Brazier, the 10th Light Horse keep moving. Because the whole area has been dug out with sapping trenches, they are able to get within half a mile of Hill 60 without ever being seriously exposed to enemy fire. Then it becomes very tricky indeed. With a wretched squeal, one of the few mules they have goes down, but, mercifully, the rest get through to the trenches at the back of the hill. At 11:30 p.m, the hardy South Australians of the 9th Light Horse show the 10th Light Horse how best to position themselves, and give them fair warning that, come sunup, there will likely be more shrapnel than they have ever seen before. By the flickering light of exploding shells, the 10th Light Horse Regiment can now see just what they are truly facing. One man squints through the periscope to focus. The hill before them is covered in a fresh crop of corpses. The ones on top are the men of Monash's brigade, who have fallen just this afternoon. Lying underneath them are Indian, British and Gurkha soldiers, together with more from the New Zealand Mounted Rifle Brigade and the AIF's 5th Brigade, a terrifying testimony to all those who have tried to take the hill. The 9th and 10th Light Horse Regiment, it seems, are the last two units that Godley has to throw into the fray. Meantime, atop Hill 60, such as it is, Colonel Halil and his 1,350 Turkish soldiers remain under severe pressure. The enemy has captured trenches at the bottom of the hill's slopes and are now within 300 yards of the summit. What is also clear is that Colonel Mustafa Kemal wants those trenches cleared at any cost. In his breast pocket, Halil has the last message from him. "I am waiting for the following news from you. The enemy who entered our trenches have been destroyed. Our soldiers have taken the enemy's trenches. Any other information you send me is unimportant." And so the 160 men of the 10th Light Horse settled down in the bitterly cold night, waiting for the warmth of the rising sun, while being entirely unsure whether for some of them, perhaps many of them, it will be the last sunrise they will ever see. Even as they are settling in, the fighting goes on, and just next to them, twice the men of the 9th Light Horse make charges, using 50 men in each wave. In their last charge, they are wiped out to a man. 28th of August, 1915, Hill 60. In Godley we trust. Sure enough, the following morning, the shrapnel comes thick and fast, with one shell dropping right in the middle of the 10th Light Horse Regiment, but it miraculously fails to explode. Colonel Noel Brazier is not so lucky. Just after dawn, he is hit by a lead ball to his left eye, blinding him instantly. Though it looks like he will survive, he must be led away. Either way, his war is over. However, there is an upside, as he will later write. Got shrapnel bullet in left eye, and goodbye to Anthill and 2 wars. All the 10th Light Horse Regiment can do in the absence of an organised charge is dig themselves into their trenches more deeply, and this they do with some enthusiasm. At 3 p.m. that afternoon, however, word comes that General Godley has arrived and would like to see the 10th Light Horse Regiment's senior officers. A tad problematic, as there are very few left. In the end, the man who has taken over from Brazier, Major Jack Scott, an accountant from Katanning, Western Australia, summons Lieutenant Hugo Throssell, as well as a 33-year-old grazier by the name of Captain Phil Fry and 20-year-old Duntroon graduate Captain Horace Robertson, to join him in reporting to the General. Quickly, and staying low, they make their way to Godley's position, a safe distance back from the front lines. After they arrive, the general is not long in getting to the point. A most difficult and important piece of work has to be done, and you have been selected for it. You must take and hold a trench, the possession of which is absolutely essential to a big operation. Once you have it, you must hold on to it like grim death. The trench is about 80 or 90 yards away from where we now stand, and the ground between is flat and clear. Somehow, General Godley makes such light of it that, in spite of the yawning gap between their positions on the military hierarchy, Lieutenant Throssell just can't resist. "Is it the only trench you want us to take?" he asks in the manner of a man heading off to the tobacconist and wondering if the general would really like only one cigar and not two. "Only one," General Godley replies quietly, unaware that off to the side Captain Fry is winking at Hugo. "Very well, then." "I know you will get it," Godley tells them. "It's the holding that is the difficulty." Indeed. Godley shows them the map, which they examine by the dull glow of his lantern. Trenches and pockets thereof in close proximity are being held by a few lone survivors of the 9th Light Horse Regiment, together with some survivors of the New Zealand Mounted Rifles and the 18th Battalion. But Turks are holding trenches all around them. The job of the 10th Light Horse is to clean the Turks out of the nearby trenches and consolidate the position by digging trenches to connect those already held. The officers take their leave, with one of them commenting to Throssell that General Godley makes it sound as simple as going down to Claremont Show. They are put in the hands of a major, who takes them to the top of another nearby hill, where he can point out the particular trench on the southwestern side of Hill 60 that they are asked to take. But it is difficult, all right. From where they stand, the whole thing looks to Throssell's eyes like a maze. The trenches were so close, it was impossible to tell which were ours and which were Turks. In the particular trench they are asked to take, it is explained, for 5 minutes every hour on the hour, the Australians of the 9th Light Horse have been putting up pink flags to show the artillery where they are, in the hope that same artillery can lob some shells onto the Turks' location. But this has become problematic. In the last few hours, the Turks have cottoned on to the tactic and are now putting up pink flags they have captured. Eager to get a closer look at just what they are facing, Major Jack Scott requests that he and some of the men be taken to reconnoitre. The fact that to do this they will have to cover 20 yards or so of open ground, unprotected by trench, means that it becomes perilously close to the last thing they will ever do. The one-way traffic coming down is filled with grievously wounded men, for just as the Australian artillery has been concentrating on the Turkish end of the trench, so are the Turks lobbing shells on this open area with, as Hugo Throssell would record, 75s falling around us. When they come to a trench about as shallow as it is wide, well covered by a couple of snipers, the 10th lose no fewer than 11 men, racing across 20 exposed yards before it is decided that, to limit the exposure, only squadron leaders should go to investigate. Throssell stays back. After they return around 7 p.m. and make their report, it is every bit as grim as they had feared, Captain Fry decides Throssell should see the situation for himself, and, just as it is going dark, they make a dash of death across the chain length of carnage, treading on dead and wounded men as they go. "It was awful," Lieutenant Throssell would recount, "but we had to find out what was before us." The answer is withering fire, plentiful bombs, and a guarantee of suffering many casualties. It is 9:30 before they get back to their men, in time to grab a bite to eat and a tot of rum against the biting cold. Between them, Captain Fry and Throssell have decided the best time for A and B, combined squadron, to follow their orders will be at 11 that night. The officers, Scott, Fry and Robertson, go off to receive further instructions from General Godley. When they are not back by 11:30, the whole regiment comes to the conclusion that it must be off for the night, and here they are now. General Godley's instructions are not really worthy of such a grandiose word, for he is of the strong opinion that the 10th Light Horse has what it takes to get the job done. The longer the Turks keep digging in and the Australians keep waiting, the harder it will be. So they must go now, tonight. Early hours, 29th of August, 1915, Hill 60. Out with them. The few men who have gone to sleep are roused, and Major Scott issues his final instructions over the sounds of rifles cracking and bombs exploding within 50 yards. Thick palls of smoke drift over them. We are going in at 1 a.m. We are going in hard and fast. We are going to take 100 yards off them and kill whatever Turks we can find, and then we are going to get ready for the massive counterattack we know is coming. Now, you must divide up into 3 lines, fix bayonets, and take 200 rounds of ammunition and 3 sandbags. The first line, 10 time fuse bombs to each section of 4 men. The second line, no bombs, but each man a pick or shovel. At 1 a.m, we have synchronized watches. The 9th are going to take down their sandbag barrier and attack the Turks from their western end, while we of the AB squadron charge overland from Trench 3 straight at the Turks from an angle they are not expecting. Meanwhile, Squadron C will do the same from Trench 2. There will be no preliminary bombardment on them, as this is to be a surprise attack. Everyone clear? Everyone seems to be, and so the preparations are made. All set? All set. As they file into position through access trenches 2 and 3, which are filled with New Zealanders, these good men roar their encouragement. Go it, boys! Into them! Give it to them! Down with them! Out with them! As quickly as they can, the Australians move forward. Just before 1 a.m, Hugo Throssell has the 24 C Squadron men he is in charge of in position, all of them looking rather ethereal in the thin moonlight. They wait for the shout to go up. Captain Phil Fry, who is to lead the first line, has done Lieutenant Throssell the great honour of choosing him to lead the second line. Hugo is pleased. Phil Fry is a great bloke, and is so frequently and fervently on his knees praying that Hugo often tells him, "Put in a word for me." There could be no better man to be following in. It does not take long. "The first line has charged," calls out the biggest man of the 10th Regiment, the giant from Gippsland, Sergeant Macmillan, with a force that only a man of 6 foot 4 inches can muster. Throssell and his men scramble up and out of the trench and are soon running as one, sprinting on an angle across the 60 yards that separate them from the Turk trenches visible there in the moonlight, as if it is a school carnival in Perth. Away from the high walls of the trench and into the open air, as cold as a German's heart, the troopers of the 10th Light Horse Regiment keep running. Now, though bombs are bursting all around, for the most part they are not under heavy fire. Certainly not as heavy as on the first line, who have made the mistake of cheering as they go. The second line travels the ground quietly and quickly, with the notable exception of Throssell himself, who catches a foot and falls heavily, before getting up and instantly falling again. To his amazement, however, he is not hit, and is soon fully back on his feet and jumping into the same Turkish trench in which his comrades are already unleashing hell. The survivors of the first line have done their work well, after a series of vicious clashes as short as they are sharp and bloody. The trench is now substantially captured, with several Turks lying dead at the feet of the first line, side by side in a curiously peaceful pose with the bodies of Raynell's 9th Light Horse Regiment killed the night before. The rest of the Turks have fled. And here now is the courageous Captain Fry, running back and forth along the parapet, heedless of his own danger, encouraging his men. "Is that you, Throssell?" he shouts. "Yes," Hugo replies. "What are you doing up there, Phil?" "Just seeing all is right," Fry replies before dropping into the trench. While Throssell's men are filling sandbags to build a barricade to block the trench and make good their claim to this section, meaning the only way the Turks can get to them now is to climb over it, in which case they will have their bloody heads blown off, Throssell instinctively moves forward of his men in the direction that the Turks have fled, knowing it can only be a matter of time before the bravest of them return around the doglegs. And, sure enough, only an instant after he is positioned in what is effectively a blind no-man's land facing the Turkish-held end of the trench, an enormous Turkish soldier comes around the corner, only for the West Australian to drive his bayonet into him, ending his life in an instant. And here is another, and another, and one more, and one more. Soon there are lots of them coming, and Throssell, closely supported by Corporal Ferrier and Sergeant Macmillan, turns into a whirling dervish with the bayonet. He yells to the others who are doing the same, "Stick it, boys! Stick it!" They stick it, and they stick it, and they stick it to them, and through them. What does it do to a man to be in the fight of his life, in an enclosed space 4 feet wide, shooting at other humans who are shooting at you, thrusting your bayonet into another man's stomach, to see his intestines spilling out under the moonlight, to be conscious every second that if you don't kill your enemy, he will kill you? Throssell doesn't yet know. But on this bloody night, in this ferocious battle, likely no one is more heavily engaged in the struggle than the West Australian. Amid all the screams, all the dead and dying men, including many of his fellow Australian soldiers, Throssell, fighting like a lion, uses his rifle as club, gun and spear successively, smashing, shooting and grievously goring every Turkish soldier he can get to. The Turks retreat under the onslaught, no doubt to gather themselves for another attack. For the moment, the Australians are in control of the greater length of the trench, and it will now be for them to withstand the brutal counter-attack, which they have always known must come. The first thing is for the 8 West Australians to familiarise themselves with the contours of the trench they have taken. Each of the sections is about 5 yards long and a bend of about 2 feet, Throssell would later explain. We occupied Section A. Section B was neutral territory, vacant except for the bodies of the Turks, and Section C was occupied by the Turks. Yes, cat and mouse. But who is the cat and who is the mouse? Over the top of the newly constructed sandbag barricade, Throssell catches sight of the enemy's bayonet tips in a curiously flickering light. For the Turks have other ways of attacking, and on their own side the flares of matches soon illuminate their determined faces as they put flame to the fuses of their bombs. From out of the dark, suddenly a strange fizzing sound comes from above, then a wobbling light. The lobbed Turkish bomb arcs over the barricade and lands near Throssell. Fortunately, whoever threw it had been so concerned about not having it blow up in his own hands that there is plenty of time for Throssell to gather it up, wait a moment until it appears that the fuse has about 3 seconds to go, and then lob it back whence it came. An explosion and some screams from the other side of the sandbag wall give fair indication that it has been on the mark, but still it does not stop more bombs from falling. Quick! Almost as if it is a sport, the men of the 10th Light Horse scoop the bombs up and endeavour to hurl them back before they explode. Sometimes they are quick enough to catch them mid-air and, returning service, have the satisfaction of seeing the flash of light and hearing the whump and screams from the other side. Sometimes the fuse is too short, and those men who have not had time to throw themselves to the ground and trust to luck are killed or wounded. Well, it was a great game, one of the soldiers would later recount. A kind of tennis over the traverse and sandbags, but the prize every time was men's lives. But the boys played it as calmly as if we'd been playing with rubber balls over a net in a rose garden with the girls looking on, and afternoon tea at the finish. On both sides of the wall, all is madness and mayhem, bloody madness and mayhem. The Australians also throw their own bombs, which they have in plentiful supply, although they are careful to do it with a much shorter fuse, only throwing after lighting and counting to 3, so that they cannot be sent back marked "Return to Sender." In the frenzy of the battle, Throssell is concerned that the whole trench is defended, not just his end, and shouts out to Sergeant Macmillan that he needs to speak to him. Macmillan, known as Big Mac because, as Throssell says, the very sight of him puts courage into us, makes his way to his commanding officer, climbing over the dead and wounded to get there. As he approaches, Throssell shouts, "Are they all right down your way?" Sergeant Macmillan affirms it. Throssell gives him some instructions, all without pausing in his own battles, and Big Mac makes his way back. The key for Fry and Throssell is to keep the floor of the trench clear, so that those bombs not caught can be quickly picked up. So, if you're wounded men, you can leave your equipment, rifles, ammunition, water bottles and tucker on top of the parapet for us on your way out. They must also throw dead bodies out over the trenches, and that includes, as it turns out, some of the Australians of the 9th Battalion who had disappeared the night before. Most active is Captain Fry, who seems to be everywhere at once getting the men organised. He's so heedless of his own safety that his men practically have to force him to come down into shelter. For his part, Throssell keeps gathering and throwing, but he soon realises that more bombs are coming than he can cope with. He calls for another bomb thrower to replace the fallen. And who is this? Why, it is young Private Frank McMahon from Western Australia, only 19 years old, a nice kid, a fine type of young Australian, but very wet behind the ears. "What are you doing here, Mac?" Throssell asks. "I heard you yelling for the Bonnie boys to come on," McMahon replies, "and I wanted to be in the show." "Well, have you ever thrown bombs?" Throssell asks. "No," he says, stepping up to the mark just when he is needed most, "but I'll bloody soon learn." As good as his word, young McMahon is soon hurling back bombs with the best of them. to the point that once he notices his jacket is getting in the way, so he quickly peels it off and gets on with the job. He joins the other men, including Sid Ferrier, Tommy Renton, and Henry McNee. Setting to with a will, the men work feverishly in the confined space. Just 5 yards long, 4 foot 6 inches deep, 4 feet wide, with a foot of earth as a parapet. It does not stop even when McNee is wounded twice in the head and in the hand, for he stays on. When Renton loses a leg, he reluctantly has to withdraw and be carried back, but still the others keep going in the now sticky trench. The leg is simply heaved over the side without ceremony. For every man who falls, another quickly comes forward. For all the gravity of the situation, still there is extraordinary levity on the Australian side. "It was the best bit of sport I ever had in my life," one soldier would recall, with those surviving having many narrow escapes that cause high hilarity. As the battle goes on, however, it becomes progressively more difficult to keep the trench floor clear of debris so they can move quickly, and so too do the Turks get better, or at least the smart ones have survived, at delaying the throw of their bombs until the fuse is near the end. And they're also trying a different kind of bomb. The consequences are tragically inevitable. "Down, lads!" Out of the night comes a light that doesn't wobble. This one is not the size of a cricket ball, but more like a big biscuit tin. It is so heavy that it doesn't go far, barely clearing the sandbags, but it explodes instantly. It takes out the top half of the wall, and the Australians quickly retreat a little and build another one a few yards back. The expected counterattack is not long in coming, culminating in another huge biscuit tin bomb exploding, demolishing the wall. Amid the carnage, Throssell picks himself up, dusts himself off, and sees Big Mac slumped against the bottom bags with a bad wound in his leg, while Captain Phil Fry is lying on his back. "All right, Phil?" Throssell shouts. When Phil doesn't answer, Throssell bends down and puts his hand under his friend's head to raise it a little, only to realise that the back of that head is not really there anymore. With Phil dead, Lieutenant Hugo Throssell is left in charge, and he immediately orders 2 of his men, because just one could never do it, to drag Big Mac down the narrow sap and into the trenches proper till they can get him all the way to the main clearing station at the beach. The only way they can move Mac is for the wounded soldier to propel himself with his one good leg. He talked calmly and encouraged bearers. Other men shot in hands, legs, head, and injured by bombs remained and fought on. Meanwhile, Throssell, who seems to have a charmed life as bombs burst all around without bringing him down, sends back orders for timber and iron to be sent forward so they can build some rough cover against the shrapnel. In short order, between gathering and throwing bombs, Throssell and his men are taking it in turns with the pick and shovel to get one piece of timber and latticework iron, the only things that have come, in place. To make up for what they lack, they stretch their greatcoats over the lattice and hope that might do the trick. The most amazing thing? In the frenzy of it all, and despite the lack of any contact with the enemy that does not have a fuse attached to it, the 2 enemies seem to come to a tacit agreement whereby every now and then a mutual smoko of 5 to 10 minutes is unofficially declared. In that time, the Turks might throw only a bomb or 2, and the Australians hurl it back without adding one of their own. Now, if the darkest hour is just before the dawn, then surely dawn cannot be far away. So heavy are the Turkish attacks that twice Throssell and his men have to fall back by 5 yards at a time, getting the Australians in the next section to dismantle half the sandbag wall that separates them so they can quickly climb over before rebuilding it. Both times the inevitable cries of Allah, Allah, Allah rise to a climax before the Turks attack again, coming from the scrub to the northeast and shooting and throwing a mass of bombs from afar. A sudden stab of red-hot pain in the back of Throssell's neck tells him he has been hit. And yes, there is blood, but not bloody enough to bloody worry about. Clearly, just a flesh wound. Same with the piece of shrapnel that shortly afterwards goes through his shoulder, just as his torso becomes wet with blood. Still, he keeps going, getting his men ready for what he knows is to come. There, men, you can see the forest of bayonets rising from yonder Turkish trench. That is where they will charge from. We must hold our fire until I give the word. And sure enough, some Turks emerge from their trench, and then more do. There are 2 waves of them racing up the slope from the north. To Throssell's eyes, they look fresh and unblooded, as if they have just arrived as reinforcements. Right by Throssell in the trenches, Frank McMahon, the 19-year-old West Australian who has been such a warrior since coming forward, sights a German officer at a good distance behind a mass of Turks. The officer is throwing clods of earth at his men, trying to urge them forward. It is too good an opportunity to miss. McMahon takes careful aim, as does Ferrier, and they fire simultaneously. The German officer drops on the instant, and of course both men claim the kill. "It's been my ambition ever since I enlisted to get a German officer," McMahon announces, "and now I am satisfied." So enthused is he that he half stands up to get another shot at any officer he can see, when his head suddenly snaps back and half explodes. As he falls back, a Turkish bomb lands right on his torso, blowing him to pieces. There is no time to grieve. With another collective cry of Allah, 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 the Turks are clearly preparing for a mass rush forward. But Throssell has his own ideas. In his view, it is important that the Turks know that the Australians are now here, the ones he fancies the Turks fear most. "Shout and yell, boys," he calls to his men, "and cooey like the devil." And so they do. On Throssell's further orders, the surviving Australians of the 10th Light Horse wait until the Turks are just 10 yards away before they stand, some on the parapet, and shout and cheer enough to make it sound like they are 300 strong in the dimness of it all. As the Turks cry, "Allah, Allah, Allah," they are met with equally passionate cries of "Cooey, cooey, cooey." The competing cries fill the night. "Allah, cooey, Allah, cooey!" And so it goes. We cooeyed until you'd have thought we were a mob of drunken bushmen riding home from town on a Saturday night, one of the soldiers would recall. And it works too. Suddenly, the Turkish charge falters about 10 yards away from the Australians, and some even bolted back amongst the bushes. Too late for the rest. The Australians now opened fire at point-blank range until the carnage is catastrophic. "We just blazed away until our rifles got red-hot and the bolts jammed," Throssell would recount. "Then we picked up the rifles left by the wounded and those killed. 20 yards was about our longest range, and I think I must have fired a couple of hundred. And when we were wondering how we could stand against such numbers, the Turks turned and fled." Coo-wee. Ah, but there are plenty more where they came from. And within a few minutes, another wave of Turks is coming at them, for much the same results, with the Australians again standing and firing in the last seconds when every bullet is guaranteed to take out a Turk, if not two. Again, the charge is beaten back. For the next mass attack, the Turks come at them from the rear and flank as well, and all the Australians can do this time is stand back to back in a rough circle and keep firing. For a third time, the attack is beaten off in extremis, at which point one soldier is heard to mutter something about the advisability of retiring. The cry immediately goes up, "Who said retire? Which one of you bastards was it?" No one will admit to it, which is likely a good thing under the circumstances, as there is genuine outrage at the very suggestion. The loud row is perhaps even fortunate, as it may confuse the Turks as to just how many men they have left to face. It holds them up just long enough that, likely in the nick, a machine gun arrives from the nearest New Zealand trench, borne by 5 of their brave soldiers and 2 dinkum from the 18th Battalion. There is just enough time for them to set it up as the daylight starts to broaden. Down at the beach at Anzac Cove, Sergeant Macmillan arrives on his stretcher in the grey dawn, whereupon General Birdwood catches sight of him and orders the stretcher-bearers to stop. "How are they going on up there?" he asks. "It's all right, sir," Macmillan answers. "Throssell's still on top." Birdwood is seen to instantly straighten with the news and even give a half-smile. Up on Hill 60, when the Turks charge again, there is no need to wait until they are 10 yards off. Instantly, the Australians bring their rifles and bomb-throwing arms to bear. Between the Turks and the Australians, around 3,500 bombs have been thrown on the night. And, with the chattering New Zealand machine gun doing its worst, the attack is beaten off once more. The trench, Throssell would record, was ours. Still, they must keep busy. Throssell's immediate concern is to get material to fix more shrapnel shelters. He has just returned from doing exactly that, bearing wood and iron, when young Ferrier appears, normal except for the bloody stump from which his right arm had once hung. A bomb blew up just as he was about to throw it. "Get the boys out of that," Sid Ferrier says to Throssell, remarkably calmly, nodding towards the trench behind where the bomb-throwing has started again. "It's too hot altogether." Then Ferrier walks 6 yards before sitting down. In the absence of stretcher-bearers, someone gives him the all-purpose tot of rum, and he manages to get to the dressing station 300 yards away. What's left of his arm is amputated at the shoulder, and he is quickly evacuated to a hospital ship. "And what about you, Lieutenant Hugo Throssell? You now have blood all over you from seemingly a dozen wounds on your face, neck, torso and hands. One officer, Lieutenant Tom Kidd, would ever afterwards be struck by how amazing it was that Throssell could still be standing, let alone fighting, with so much blood pouring from his face and hands. You'd have thought by the look of them he had been killing pigs. Then, too, he'd got a bullet through the neck on the right side, and his coat collar and shoulder was all blood from that, and his left shoulder had been torn with a bomb, and that was all blood too. In fact, he was just sweat and blood and dirt from head to foot, and, as though that were not enough, he was as lame as a cat from 2 other hits, one on the leg and the other on the foot." Despite all that, still Throssell wants to get back to the battle. But this time, a battalion doctor steps in and insists. "With so many dead men lying around, sir," one of them says, "you risk getting septic poisoning if you don't get your wounds dressed." It is a reasonable point, and knowing the dangers of getting tetanus, which really is a death sentence, Throssell reluctantly accedes to it, retiring briefly to the dressing station. Among his other repairs, one of the Australia shoulder badges, twisted and broken, that was driven into his shoulder, is removed. Then he quickly returns to his men with more timber and iron that he has found, together with some periscopes. Yet the most senior doctor present takes only one look at him before immediately ordering him to retire and get straight onto a hospital ship, where he is soon placed into a bath in an effort to clean his many wounds, before being put to bed in clean sheets, wearing clean pyjamas. He is, and make no mistake, not only one of the most courageous ones, but also the luckiest. Of the 24 men whom he had led in the charge at 1 a.m., he is one of only 2 left. Of the 160 men of the 10th Light Horse who'd started the action, there are less than 100 able to continue the fight. The New Zealand Mounted Rifles have fared even worse, almost entirely consumed. When Hugo awakes, it is to the vision of a woman with a beautiful face peering down upon him, a Red Cross nurse. Up on Hill 60, though, the Turks are still in control of its summit. Its seaward slopes are secured by the Australian occupation of those high trenches, and the link between Suvla Bay and Anzac Cove is established, just. The final epitaph for the effort is recorded in the diary of one of the troopers of the Auckland Mounted Rifles, James Watson, who had lost many of his own comrades in the battle. "We gained about 400 acres in 4 days' fighting, 1,000 men killed and wounded. Land is very dear here." And so, with the conclusion of the Battle of Hill 60, the curtain is closed on the August offensive. Despite the odd triumph here and there, in the final wash-up few are under the impression that it has been anything other than a colossal failure. For the first time, a creeping despair starts to show up among the Anzacs, particularly the veterans. While some of the new arrivals remain bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, still new enough to remain optimistic, for the old fellows, and they really do feel old, whatever the date on their birth certificate, there is no escaping the fact that after 18 weeks in this hell on earth, they remain further from Constantinople than they had been on the first day, despite suffering 90,000 casualties, 23,500 of whom are beneath the sod or still lying upon it. And even those few men unmarked by bullets or shrapnel are mostly debilitated by disease. It is so bad that just under 100 men a day have to be evacuated to Lemnos to receive treatment, and not all by chance. The problem of self-inflicted wounds is a continuing one. "Main thing to do today," Private Charles Bingham of the 1st Field Ambulance would write sometime later, "was the clearing out of all patients except for the self-inflicted ones whom we keep here. You see, anyone who wounds himself to get out of this awful place is not allowed to go. He may die here in hospital, but he mustn't leave the peninsula, and quite right too, I think." For others, the problem is that they are too brave. A case in point is one of Queensland's finest, Private Bob Gray of the 9th Battalion, who was feeling so butcher's, digger shorthand for butcher's hook, as in crook, that he finally goes to see the doctor. He had, after all, been wounded on the day of the landing, and ignored treatment since. Now it is again giving a little trouble, so maybe the doc could advise a little treatment? Not really, no. Upon examining Gray, the horrified doctor finds that, besides the inevitable dysentery, the soldier has a compound fracture of the arm, 2 bullets through his thigh, another through his diaphragm, liver, and side, and there were adhesions to the liver and pleura. Private Gray is immediately sent home to Australia. Not that it stops him. He is no sooner discharged from hospital than, as a matter of urgency, he re-enlists so he can return to the front. Another aching to return to the front is Captain Carter. From Imbros he had been transferred to Alexandria and then Cairo, and things gradually got better to the point that on a good night he could actually sleep for several hours without killing any Turks at all. Strangely, the true worry is that he doesn't seem to worry anymore. It is pretty noticeable to me the small amount of feeling or sentiment I have for anything, he confides to his diary. Nothing astonishes me, and I don't feel sad or sorry about anything. It seems like being a sort of human machine. I heard that Price had died of wounds. I was very sorry indeed, but it did not disturb me much mentally, though he practically lived with me in Gallipoli and I got very fond of him. It appears to be a mental deafness, so to speak. My brain seems dull to all sentiment. All he knows is 2 things. He wants to see Nurse King. The 2 have exchanged letters and parcels, but have not been able to meet, since she is still on her hospital ship, and he wants to get back to Anzac. But when he tries to check himself out of his hospital in Alexandria, the nurse insists that if he goes back too soon, he will just get sick again and have to come back. Better that he gives it just a little bit longer, and he might be right as rain. I trust this hastiness to get back to a fight, Captain Carter writes, does not last after peace is declared, if ever I get that far. Chapter 19. Keith Murdoch arrives. He was a man of forceful personality, combining keen love of power with an intense devotion to his country and countrymen. Charles Bean on Keith Murdoch. There is nothing new in the present censorship situation that should unduly depress our people, Australians. There is no better way of stimulating recruiting than the publication of the spirit-stirring stories, fresh and non-controversial, of the gallant lads now fighting at Gallipoli. Deputy Chief Censor Colonel W.H. Hall, defending the army against those who say that censors are keeping the truth from Australia. Early hours, 2nd of September 1915, on Imbros. Hamilton drowns. Hands are closing around General Ian Hamilton's throat and pushing him under the waters of the Dardanelles. He can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. And though he tries to fight, slowly the fight begins to go out of him and then he wakes up. It has just been a nightmare. Or has it? Lost in that strange, sleepy netherworld where one is flooded with relief that it has only been a bad dream, but still haunted by the all-too-real emotions that have come with it, Ian Hamilton lies in his bed, still shivering with the horror of it. But is he alone? Is there not someone else in his tent too? Barely able to breathe, he looks closely. There is someone in his tent. An assassin. A what? Terrified, now wide awake, sort of, he carefully looks at the face of the intruder, only to be frustrated. For though he can discern the broad shape, he cannot distinguish any features of the face. In his entire life he has never been so scared. And even when he fully wakes at dawn, and of course there is no one there, and no sign that anyone has been there, still he feels unsettled. Still he feels that someone has come in the night to do him down. For hours afterwards, he would recount, I was haunted by the thought that the Dardanelles were fatal, that something sinister was afoot, that all of us were predoomed. Just a day later, there is a visitor. General Hamilton? Keith Murdoch, the Australian correspondent, is here to see you. After a long journey from Cairo, Keith Murdoch has arrived on Imbros and wishes to present his credentials to the commander of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Forces, by whose sole leave he has been allowed to visit here, and thank him for having stretched a point in my favour by letting me see the peninsula. Upon meeting Murdoch, General Hamilton is half impressed, finding him to be a sensible, well-spoken man with dark eyes who said that his mind was a blank about soldiers and soldiering. But only half. For, as Hamilton also notes, the journalist made me uncomfortable by an elaborate explanation of why his duty to Australia could be better done with a pen than with a rifle. Which brings Murdoch to the point. He needs to get to Gallipoli to see it for himself, and it is quickly arranged. The journalist soon finds himself aboard a destroyer, gazing resolutely at the wonder before him, Anzac Cove. And, oh, the tingling thrill, when, just as he knows the soldiers had done on the 25th of April, he has to climb down the sides of the destroyer and into a boat that takes him to the shore, though, in his case, he actually lands on a sturdy wooden pier. Now, just what Keith is expecting, he is not sure. Already having visited the hospitals in Cairo to talk to dozens of wounded diggers and officers, lying there among thousands of others with the most grisly wounds imaginable, he had been told something of the true grimness of the place, but nothing could prepare him for this. The death, the destruction, the sheer desolation of the place. The bullets that have bloodied the trail of wounded men coming towards the very boat he has just got off. The shells that continue to fly overhead and burst close. The sense that at any moment they all risk being overwhelmed by just one more Turkish attack. To get his bearings, Murdoch is more than somewhat dependent on finding the most experienced Australian correspondent on site, Charles Bean, and immediately seeks him out. The Melburnian is shocked to be weakly, if warmly greeted by a suddenly much older-looking Bean, sick and lying grimly on his dugout bunk, struggling to get up to shake his hand, having been laid low for several days with the Gallipoli gallop. By the dim illumination of the soul spirit lamp, the younger man gazes with wonder at his colleague's living circumstances as Bean labours to get himself dressed. One wall of the dugout is made of sandbags alone, while the other is black clay and has dirty clothes hanging from nails pounded into it. Bean does all his work on a desk made from packing cases, and sits on the same, and now Bean is ready, and they must go. Be careful to keep your head down, Keith, as this may be dangerous. Though still as weak as a kitten, Bean manages first of all to guide Murdoch against the constant flow of stretcher-bearers carrying horribly wounded men the other way, to the high front lines to get an overview of the layout of the whole campaign, as well as introducing him to several key officers before leaving his intrepid visitor alone so he can return to his sick bunk. For the rest of the day, and indeed most of the next 4 days, with Bean joining for the final half-day on the 6th of September, Murdoch goes from trench to trench, post to post, keeping his head below the parapet and trying not to reel every time the endless shelling comes close, talking to as many soldiers and officers as he can to get a feel for the whole campaign. And he is, frankly, appalled. Here are his countrymen, living in thousands of tiny dugouts that are clinging to little more than a cliff face, as bullets and shells fly and the supply line behind them withers. Men live like this, fight and die like this. It is not just the horrors of the front line, the constant shooting and shelling, the dead and disfigured, the stench and flies, though all of that certainly shakes him. What angers Murdoch is the stories he hears of mismanagement, the sacrifice of Anzac lives by ordering rushes straight onto enemy machine guns, when there had been no hope of success, and all but certain guarantee of death on a mass scale. He weeps as he surveys the ground at the neck, where 2 of our finest light horse regiments were wiped out in 10 minutes in an attempt to advance a few yards. Gazing out on the killing fields of Lone Pine, now held by the Australians at a cost of 2,277 soldiers killed or wounded, causing a bump in the Turkish lines, he can scarcely credit the number of dead bodies he is seeing in no man's land. As arranged by the good old Bean, Murdoch talks extensively to General Hookie Walker, as well as 6 senior Australian officers and 1 senior British officer. Everywhere, including at Suvla Bay, which he also briefly visits, is death, desolation and devastation, with an exhausted army holding on against a pressing foe. But for how long? Certainly, the journalist is impressed with the resilience and resourcefulness of the Anzacs, together with their courage. "It is stirring," he would record of his countrymen, "to see them, magnificent manhood, swinging their fine limbs as they walk about Anzac. They have the noble faces of men who have endured. Oh, if you could picture Anzac as I have seen it, you would find that to be Australian is the greatest privilege that the world has to offer." But, admire the men as he does, his overwhelming sense is of the sheer, bloody futility of it all, the waste of human lives, when to his eyes there is little chance that they will ever be able to do anything more than cling to the cliffs, while regularly losing many of their numbers to bullets and sickness. How has it come to this? There, too, he is not long in getting an answer, as he talks to soldiers, most of whom point accusatory fingers at GHQ, at General Hamilton and his senior staff. The Australian officers, while they remain loyal to GHQ, make no bones about the fact that, as bad as it all is now, it is bound to get much worse when the winter comes. "The winter campaign," Murdoch would report the Australian officers telling him, "is what we dread above all else, as many of our positions will become quite untenable." After visiting Quinn's Post with Bean on the morning of the 6th of September, men live and die like this. Murdoch leaves Anzac Cove at midday and heads back to Imbros, his head and heart whirling with emotion. On the one hand, there really is a lot to admire in what the men have achieved, and in the calibre of some of the senior officers. Just that morning at Lone Pine, General Walker had told him of how, "I've come to believe in and love my men. I would not change my command for the world." But on the other hand, for how long can they hang out? And even if they can, for what purpose? When you are paying 1,000 lives to capture one hill, is it remotely realistic to think you could get all the way to Constantinople? Are his impressions so bad, perhaps, because this is his first experience in the front line of a war, and he simply doesn't know enough to realize that this is the way all wars are fought? That worry lasts no longer than his first conversation back at Imbros with the vastly experienced war correspondent Ellis Ashmead Bartlett. The sophisticated Englishman, now situated in a large tent in a specially selected shady spot in a grove surrounded by hedges, is quick to tell the raw Australian that in his view things are every bit as bad as Murdoch thinks. What's more, he has said as much to influential people in London on a quick trip back there in June after Majestic had been sunk. The problem the English journalist has now is that, this far away from London, he cannot reach the same people, and of course all of the articles he writes and letters he sends must first pass the censor, meaning he can't be critical, and nor can any of the other journalists. But he has criticism aplenty for General Hamilton, and even more for his prig of a Chief of Staff, General Walter Braithwaite. Both men, he has long believed, must be sacked, which would make it easier for the brass to acknowledge the obvious, that the peninsula must be evacuated. Murdoch has been thinking along those lines, and to have such a senior correspondent agree with such vehemence turns his views into a passionate conviction. The two talk late into the night, and then the next day as well, and on again into the next night, trying to work out what to do. Ultimately, Murdoch is insistent that the conspiracy of silence must be broken. "Unless someone lets the truth be known at home," he says, "we are likely to suffer a great disaster." He is equally sure he is not that man. "I have only been here for a short time," Murdoch says, "and I have only acquired a local knowledge of Anzac, so I do not feel that my word will carry sufficient weight with the authorities." And, as Ashmead Bartlett has committed himself to his paper to stay here to cover the campaign, and cannot easily return to London to knock on doors once more, the obvious solution then beckons. "You must write an uncensored letter, telling the plain truth," Murdoch says, "which I will carry to London." Ashmead Bartlett demurs, preferring to coach Murdoch on all essential points of the disaster that is Gallipoli and the catastrophe it will become if the troops are still here in winter. But Murdoch pleads that that is not enough. "I want something definite under your signature." The Englishman continues to resist, but in the end Murdoch is so insistent and persuasive that he finally agrees. Some might say this will break the censorship rules, even though neither man has any intent of publishing the letter, but that is rather beside the point. The issue now, Ashmead Bartlett notes, is to try and save what is left of the army. True, the classic role of a journalist is to chronicle the times, not attempt to be a directly involved player in them. But on this occasion, both men have come to the conclusion that whatever the public is told, they are beholden to bring to the attention of those who do make the ultimate decisions that Gallipoli is already a disaster, now heading to a catastrophe unless drastic action is taken, starting with the dismissal of General Hamilton. But to whom should Ashmead Bartlett write the letter? The Englishman must, Murdoch suggests forcefully, write to Mr. Asquith as the head of the government, and therefore the person on whom primary responsibility for coming to a decision must fall. And writing to Asquith helps them to get around the censorship rules, which are of course designed to keep the oft-bitter truth from the public domain. Could anyone argue that the rules are intended to keep that same bitter truth from the most powerful political figure in the land, whose job is to know the truth and so decide what must be done? Ashmead Bartlett knows Asquith. Of course he can write to him, as one Englishman to another. And Murdoch is on a special commission from the Australian Prime Minister to report on the Australian troops, so, of course, he can carry it. And so, in his tent, as the Parisian cuisinier of Ashmead Bartlett prepares the next sumptuous meal, the Englishman gets to work and begins to compose the letter, bashing out the words on his Empire typewriter perched atop the ammunition box he uses for a desk. The full facts, which he has long been aching to write, simply pour out of him, a torrent of truth that has at last burst its banks. Our last great effort to achieve some definite success against the Turks was the most ghastly and costly fiasco in our history since the Battle of Bannockburn. Personally, I never thought the scheme decided on by headquarters ever had the slightest chance of succeeding, and all efforts now to make out that it has only just failed bear no relation to the real truth. The army is in fact in a deplorable condition. Its morale as a fighting force has suffered greatly, and the officers and men are thoroughly dispirited. The muddles and mismanagement eclipse anything that has ever occurred in our military history. The fundamental evil at the present moment is the absolute lack of confidence in all ranks in the headquarters staff. The confidence of the army will never be restored until a really strong man is placed at its head. If we are to stay here for the winter, let orders be given for the army to start its preparations without delay. If possible, have the colonial troops taken off the peninsula altogether, because they are miserably depressed since the last failure, and with their active minds and the positions they occupy in civil life, a dreary winter in the trenches will have a deplorable effect on what is left of this once magnificent body of men, the finest any empire has ever produced. Finally finishing, he hands the letter to Keith Murdoch, together with several letters of introduction he has written for him, including to Harry Lawson, the proprietor of his paper, The Daily Telegraph, and chairman of the Newspaper Publishers Association, which will hopefully allow Murdoch to meet the people he must in London to tell the truth about what is happening to the army in the Dardanelles. The two journalists take their leave of each other with some emotion, fully aware of the gravity of what they are doing, and unaware that some of their conversation has been overheard by one of the other correspondents. For if walls have ears, so too, sometimes, do the canvas flaps of tents. Shortly afterwards, on the morning of the 8th of September, Keith Murdoch walks up the gangplank of the destroyer that is to take him from Imbros back to Egypt, before he is due to take SS Moulton on to London. Every now and then, like a best man fretting over the wedding ring before the marriage ceremony, he pats the inside pocket of his jacket to ensure the precious letter is still safely there. Only a short time later, General Hamilton receives a note from one of the other correspondents, who has got wind of some letter that Ashmead Bartlett has apparently written to the proprietor of the Daily Telegraph, critical of the whole Gallipoli campaign and the way it is being run, and it seems Keith Murdoch is carrying it back to London. For the honour of my profession, this correspondent feels he must bring it to General Hamilton's attention. Hamilton is bemused. I had begun to wonder what had come over Mr. Murdoch, and now it seems he has come over me. Nevertheless, the matter must be dealt with. Evening, 8th of September 1915. No crueler stroke than this. Hugo Throstle's heart is breaking. On the hospital ship Davenant, steaming west in the Mediterranean, they are just off the coast of Spain when one of his fellow troopers, Sid Ferrier, who had had his arm amputated straight after the Battle of Hill 60, starts ailing, badly. It had seemed that with close medical attention, rest, a proper diet, and no bombs incessantly landing all around, he had been getting better, just as they all had been. Hugo has been visiting him for a couple of hours a day, the two talking quietly of what they would do in London and how it would be when they got back home to Australia. And after Hugo had told the doctor of Sid's extraordinary courage, the medico had taken a special interest in him thereafter. But, just a few days earlier, things had taken a severe turn for the worse, when the stump of Sid's arm became infected and turned a grisly, putrescent black. It's tetanus. The doctors have been working on him since, and Sid's wonderful pluck has never deserted him, despite his sweating body being contorted into grotesque arching forms and going through severe spasms as the tetanus takes hold. But now, as the soft dusk of eventide creeps up on the ship, so too is it obvious that the darkness is coming for Sid, as Hugo stands over his dribbling and mostly unconscious form. Quietly, the doctor tells Hugo that at least he doesn't think Sid is suffering. Now, though, Sid's breaths are coming in raspy form, with ever longer pauses between. The end is nigh. Hugo leans in close as Sid gets out his last word on this earth. Mother. Shortly afterwards, Throssell writes to that good woman in Western Australia. I cannot tell you how I feel about it, dear Mrs. Ferrier. I have seen many brave men in the last few months, and although there may be plenty of men just as brave, there never lived a braver man than your son. The next morning, Hugo stands to attention beside Colonel Noel Brazier and the half a dozen soldiers of the 10th Light Horse as the chaplain conducts the funeral service on the deck. Brave Sid's body, wrapped in the Union Jack, lies on a slanting board before them. Out of respect, the ship's engines have been stopped, and the only sound, apart from the chaplain's voice, is the light whistle of the sea breeze through the superstructure. As they commit Sid's eternal soul to the Lord and his body to the deep, all of them salute, some with the left hand, if the right has been amputated. Sid's body hits the water with a splash and then slips beneath the waves. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, Sid to the aquatic depths. Back at Gallipoli, the battle goes on, both with the Turks and with the men of the 2nd Division, who remain eager and sometimes too eager to see action. One dinkum captain is getting endless queries from his men. What the hell is the good of sitting here? Asks one, champing at the bit to get into action. Why can't we charge and blow the bastards out? Asks another. The captain is beaten in making his reply by an old hand, whose penchant for bravado and death-wish tomfoolery is long gone. You bastards put your bloody head over parapet and get a little sudden death. You wouldn't get 5 bloody yards. The young diggers pipe down out of respect, but still their desire for the glory of battle rages. 17th of September, 1915. A very strange welcome. Bienvenue en France. Just after SS Milton docks by the quay in Marseille, in a brief layover on his trip from Egypt to England, Keith Murdoch looks up to see 2 high-ranking British Army officers with the 2 telltale red tabs on their collars approaching him. They have just boarded the steamer and have been asking for him. Keith Murdoch? Yes. You have a letter from Mr. Ashmead Bartlett? Yes. You must hand it over to us. It is for the Prime Minister. Still the officer asks him to hand it over. Murdoch realises he has no choice, and he very reluctantly does so, along with his report on the postal service arrangements. Sadly, even before he has time to add a PS as to what's wrong with the mail service at Marseille. With a nod, the British Army officers allow him to continue his journey. Prime Minister Andrew Fisher, when he finds out what has occurred, is appalled. I have a strong and growing feeling, he would later note publicly, that it was not a friendly action on the part of the British government to send a military officer to seize Mr. Murdoch's belongings and examine them while he carried the credentials of the Australian Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence on a mission on which he had been dispatched because we could not get any information. It is nothing less than an insult and an affront. The 2 British intelligence officers left in Murdoch's wake as he departs once more on SS Milton are stunned. They had been told the letter would be to Harry Lawson of the Daily Telegraph, and now they have intercepted a missive marked to the Right Honourable H. Asquith, 10 Downing Street, London. And yet, while they are fearful as to just what it is they have done, General Hamilton is not, when he is informed of this fact by the War Office. Rather, he is bemused once more, and relieved, for Hamilton has complete confidence in Asquith. "I do not for one moment believe Mr. Asquith would employ such agencies," he writes in his diary, "and for sure he will turn Murdoch and his wares into the waste paper basket. Tittle-tattle will effect no lodgment in the Asquithian brain." Mid-September 1915, at the Times in London. Lord Northcliffe paces. "Copy, boy!" Newspaper officers of the world have a certain sameness about them. The smell of printer's ink, the endless clatter of typewriters, the sense that there is just too much news breaking in too little time to get it all down, and too little space to fit it all in. And, ever and always, all of that is exacerbated when the proprietor of the paper is in the building. And never more so than when that proprietor is the irrepressible Lord Northcliffe, a man as quick to promote the worthy as he is to fire the lazy. He wants stories, he wants action, he wants circulation increases, he wants them now, and what? Lord Northcliffe wants to see you, Herbert Campbell-Jones, managing editor of the United Cable Service, in his office upstairs right now. Campbell-Jones, an Australian who has been working and prospering on Fleet Street for the last 3 years, and whom Murdoch is coming to London to replace, does not tarry, and would write about the whole affair in Sydney's Sun newspaper some 5 years later. When he gets upstairs, Lord Northcliffe, a forthright man at the best of times, is walking up and down the room like a caged lion, and he really wants to know, "What can be done to save those poor fellows on Gallipoli? Can't you get the High Commissioner, Sir George Reed, to tell the Australian government the truth?" From his own sources, Lord Northcliffe has heard just how grim the whole situation is, and wishes to exert his influence to help alleviate it. "Can't you persuade Mr. Fisher to insist upon knowing the whole facts?" Well, Lord Northcliffe, as it happens, at this very moment there is a first-class Australian journalist by the name of Keith Murdoch on his way to England after visiting Gallipoli who would be able to lay the whole situation directly before the Australian government. For the forces of Lord Northcliffe, of sanity, this is exactly what they have been looking for. A recent, credible witness affirming that the whole Gallipoli campaign is a debacle, with a fearless passion, untroubled by politics or his lowly position in the military hierarchy compared with those who are responsible for it all. Aboard Multan, steaming through the impossibly blue and sparkling waters of the Mediterranean, Keith Murdoch remains entirely unintimidated by what has happened in Marseille, and is in fact more galvanised by it than ever. It's proof of the venal nature of the authorities that he and the diggers at Anzac Cove are up against. Sitting in his cramped, damp cabin, gently swaying left to right, he begins drafting his own letter to replace the one that has been confiscated. After all, he has been there, he has been tutored by Ashmead Bartlett, he understands the basic situation and even some of the finer points. Into early adulthood, Murdoch had been a very bad stutterer, but with pen in hand he does not falter, as the words simply pour out of him. Once arrived in London, on the 20th of September, he meets Herbert Campbell-Jones at the Times and shows the second incarnation of the letter to him. "I have never perused any document more packed with scorching phrases, more brutal in its utter frankness," Jones would report. He encourages Murdoch to keep going on it, to refine and keep refining till he gets it absolutely right. Murdoch settles down to keep working on it, and the phrases continue to furiously flow for no fewer than 28 pages, some 8,000 words in all. It is addressed to the Australian Prime Minister Andrew Fisher, and he does not mince words, some of it echoing the lost letter of Ashmead Bartlett. "I now write of the unfortunate Dardanelles expedition. It is undoubtedly one of the most terrible chapters in our history. There is, he says, no respect whatsoever for General Hamilton and his senior staff, with their red lapel tabs and red bands around their caps, and no one even bothers to hide it. Australians, he reports firmly, now loathe and detest any Englishman wearing red." Murdoch, clearly having overcome his concern that he is too inexperienced to make judgments on matters military, and allowing himself to be swept up in journalistic euphemism, now says of General Birdwood that he has not the fighting quality nor the big brain of a great general. In terms of damning allegations, Murdoch swears that not a few hundred yards from where 134 Australian soldiers with fever were dying of the heat for want of relief, he had seen English staff officers aboard the once transatlantic Royal Mail ship Aragon wallowing in ice. The British troops at Suvla Bay, he notes, are fresh, raw, untried troops under amateur officers. Truly they are merely a lot of childlike youths without strength to endure or brains to improve their conditions. And then there is the enemy. From what I saw of the Turk, I am convinced he is a better man than those opposed to him. And yes, there are many demonstrable errors of fact in the account, the smallest of which is that there is no record of Keith Murdoch ever having seen any Turks, and certainly none up close, and much of the rhetoric is overblown. But the thrust is entirely consistent with the situation. The military leadership has completely lost the confidence of all those it would seek to lead. The situation is hopeless and getting worse. I do not like to dictate this sentence, even for your eyes, but the fact is that after the first day at Suvla, an order had to be issued to officers to shoot without mercy any soldier who lagged behind or loitered in an advance. He goes on. I must leave this story, scrappy as it is, of the operations, to tell you of the situation and the problems that face us. I will do so with the frankness you have always encouraged. Winter is on us, and it brings grave dangers. We have about 105,000 men on the peninsula. About 25,000 of these are at Helles, 35,000 at Anzac, and the rest at Suvla. These are all that remains of fully 260,000 men. Nowhere are we protected from the Turkish shell. We have to face not only this menace, but the frightful weakening effects of sickness. Already the flies are spreading dysentery to an alarming extent, and the sick rate would astonish you. It cannot be less than 600 a day. We must be evacuating fully 1,000 sick and wounded men every day. When the autumn rains come and unbury our dead, now lying under a light soil in our trenches, sickness must increase. Even now the stench in many of our trenches is sickening. Supposing we lose only 30,000 during winter from sickness, that means that when spring comes we shall have about 60,000 men left. But they will not be an army. They will be a broken force, spent. A winter in Gallipoli will be a winter under severe strain, under shellfire, under the expectation of attack, and in the anguish which is inescapable on this shell-torn spot. The troops are trying to support their officers, but it is becoming ever more difficult. Sedition is talked around every tin of bully beef on the peninsula, and it is only loyalty that holds the forces together. These are, of course, explosive allegations, and Murdoch works on it again and again. A broad summation is that Prime Minister Fisher, who had promised to fight for Great Britain to the last man and last shilling, may very well achieve at least the former if the troops are left there for the winter. After finally completing the letter on the morning of the 23rd of September, Murdoch accompanies Herbert Campbell-Jones to lunch with the venerable editor of the Times, Geoffrey Robinson, at the famous Simpson's in the Strand. Over the next 3 hours, as the white-jacketed chefs carve the meat at the table, the hovering waiters pour the wine, and Murdoch in turn pours out everything he has seen, the dismal prospects for all those who remain there once the winter comes are starkly presented. As Murdoch continues to draw word pictures of what is happening at Gallipoli, as vivid as they are violent, Robinson is clearly moved. The lunch, Campbell-Jones would later recount, which began with good humour and gaiety, finished with a sense of sombre disaster. And yet, given the amount that needs to be done, there is little time for dwelling on doom. While Murdoch goes off to Australia's High Commission to cable his letter through to Prime Minister Fisher, Robinson makes arrangements to help Murdoch gain access to the most powerful people in the land. For it fits exactly with what his proprietor, Lord Northcliffe, has been saying all along. The same Lord Northcliffe who, though momentarily absent on pressing business, has told the editor that he must do everything possible to help the Australian. By late afternoon, the Times editor has arranged for Murdoch to have breakfast the following morning with one of Lord Northcliffe's key allies on the issue, Sir Edward Carson, the Unionist chairman of the British Cabinet's Dardanelles Committee, who listens carefully. That afternoon, Murdoch meets the most influential member of the War Cabinet after the Prime Minister, holder of the new portfolio of Minister of Munitions since May, Lloyd George. This is typical of the Welshman, who has always pursued an open-door policy, seeing anyone and everyone who he thinks may have something worthwhile to say, regardless of their background, where they went to school and so on. No airs and graces for him, and, as a matter of fact, very little furniture either. As when Murdoch meets Lloyd George in the newly rented premises at 6 Whitehall Gardens on the afternoon of the 24th of September, the sparseness of the environment is surprising. Lloyd George has no time for anything not to do with winning the war. And it is at this meeting that the matter takes on a momentum that not even Murdoch could have imagined. Upon hearing the contents of the letter, Lloyd George is certain of one thing: it needs a wider airing. Merely sending it to the Australian Prime Minister, as Murdoch had done the day before, is likely to achieve little in the short term. Listen, Mr. Murdoch, it is your urgent duty to place it at the disposal of the British Cabinet, including British Prime Minister Herbert Asquith. Stunned at the speed with which things are moving, Murdoch is a man who has been on Gallipoli for no more than 4 days, and he is now the expert being consulted by the British Cabinet Ministers and perhaps the Prime Minister himself. The Australian tries to demur, saying, "I do not think Mr. Fisher would like me to do that at all." But Lloyd George is at his persuasive best, insisting. Murdoch finally agrees, and, after his departure, Lloyd George writes to Carson, describing the Australian as exceptionally intelligent and sane, that makes the account he gave me of his visit to the Dardanelles disquieting. He goes on to say, "I agree that Murdoch's report does not differ in essentials from that furnished to us by Colonel Hankey." Another parenthesis here, for to be sure, Murdoch is not the only one making this kind of report about the Dardanelles, nor making such accusations about General Hamilton. In fact, there have been many others, starting with Ashmead Bartlett on his visit back to London in June. As to Hankey, his report had been submitted to the committee 3 weeks before Murdoch's, and, though couched in far more careful language, the government may well ask themselves whether they are justified in continuing a campaign which takes so tremendous a toll on the country in human life and material resources. The upshot had been much the same. For Hankey makes no bones about it, and his thrust is clear. It is evident that every alternative must be examined before we are committed to so dangerous and speculative an operation as a winter campaign in the Gallipoli Peninsula. More recently, Prime Minister Asquith's son, Arthur, serving at Cape Helles as a soldier, had written to his father, "This Ian Hamilton is the limit, and it is so obvious to all out here what a terrible mess and massacre he has made of the expedition from the start. I don't believe he has ever been in any of the front trenches, and I can honestly say I have never once seen any of his staff officers there." As to General Sir Frederick Stopford, who had been dismissed by General Hamilton a fortnight after the debacle of Suvla Bay and sent home, he had no sooner returned to London than he had begun writing memos and telling all who would listen that the incompetence lay with General Hamilton and his most senior staff, making very serious charges about the general interference of GHQ in the battle. And in just the last week, one of those senior staff, the supremely well-connected Major Guy Dawnay, had also returned to the British capital, and he has been quietly letting the right people know that his superior officer is just not quite up to it. The salient fact, Dawnay would later be quoted as saying, is that he was no use. And yet, if such blows against Hamilton's standing have seriously weakened the Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force, it is now Keith Murdoch who is placed in the position to deliver the knockout blow, if he can manage it. Close parenthesis. In fact, the Murdoch letter is discussed at the Dardanelles Committee meeting that afternoon of the 24th of September, with Sir Edward Carson informing his colleagues that he has met an Australian, Moloch, who, among other things, has given him an appalling account of the provisions made for the sick and wounded on the peninsula. Kitchener is interested enough to take down the Australian's name and address, and promises to see this Moloch and talk it over with him. The next day, Keith Murdoch indeed sends 2 copies of his Fisher letter to Lloyd George, so that the munitions minister may keep one and pass one on to the Prime Minister. For the latter, Murdoch attaches a covering note. Victoria Embankment, September 24th, 1915. The Right Honourable H. H. Asquith, P.C., M.P., Prime Minister. Dear Sir, Mr. Lloyd George has suggested to me that I should place at your disposal whatever knowledge I gained of the Dardanelles operations while an Australian civilian representative there. I therefore take the liberty of sending to you a copy of a private letter I have addressed to Mr. Fisher, in conformance with his request that I should write him fully on the subject. On receipt of the explosive letter, Prime Minister Asquith moves quickly. On his orders, copies of it are quickly made and then distributed to every member of the Cabinet's Dardanelles Committee. Read this and then see if you can make an argument that everything is okay. One wonders in passing what the British Cabinet ministers make of Murdoch's descriptions of the British at Suvla as toy soldiers, and his assertion that the physique of those at Suvla is not to be compared with that of the Australians, nor is their intelligence. For Murdoch, meanwhile, a bewildering array of meetings, lunches and dinners follows, as he talks with everyone from Foreign Minister Edward Grey to Conservative Party leader Andrew Bonar Law, from Chancellor of the Exchequer Reginald McKenna to First Lord of the Admiralty Arthur James Balfour in the company of Colonel Maurice Hankey, the last of whom objected to the tone of the letter, if not its broad thrust. Murdoch even meets Winston Churchill, who defends Hamilton and describes Murdoch's letter as lurid. But, such has the star of the former First Lord of the Admiralty faded by this time, it really matters little what he thinks. Along with Kitchener, he is regarded as one of the principal architects of the whole debacle. Of course, he has to defend the whole campaign. On one point, Prime Minister Asquith is perfectly clear, at least the way Murdoch would tell it afterwards. Ashmead Bartlett had a perfect right to communicate with me direct without the intervention of the Army censor, and that is why, on hearing that the War Office had retained possession of the letter, I immediately sent for it. With so many copies of the explosive Murdoch letter now circulating, it is inevitable that Lord Northcliffe, now returned from his business trip, receives one. For the media baron, who has so long run a campaign against Lord Kitchener, and lost no little bark from his shins and circulations from his mastheads in the process, the letter is manna from heaven. Gallipoli vilification is his vindication. Here is a credible witness, just arrived from the Dardanelles, who is detailing just what a debacle Lord Kitchener, Northcliffe's sworn enemy, has presided over. The media baron immediately has copies of his own made and passes them on to the editor of the Times and his key offsiders. Hearing of it, in turn, Keith Murdoch is suddenly alarmed at how such a sensitive document is now spreading like the plague. On the Monday morning, he dashes off a note to Lord Northcliffe. My dear Lord Northcliffe, I was most surprised last night to find that you had given my private letter to Mr. Fisher, to Mr. Lovett Fraser to read, and that it was to go on to Colonel Reppington. May I beg you to see that it goes positively no further. Northcliffe replies, pointing out that he has only sent copies to the very tight circle within his paper, who see all confidential documents, and you will never hear of the document from them, which is the good news. And yet Lord Northcliffe adds, but I understand that the copy you sent to the Cabinet has apparently been shown to a newspaper editor. That is not my business, but, on the other hand, if I were in possession of the information you have, involving as it does the lives of thousands of your and of my compatriots, I should not be able to rest until the true story of this lamentable adventure was so well known as to force immediate steps to be taken to remedy the state of affairs. In any case, even if Murdoch had wanted to, it is too late to get the genie back in the bottle. For that genie has turned into a cyclone, gathering strength just as it gathers adherents who have long been saying what Murdoch is saying, and who now have the perfect person carrying the perfect document to create just the kind of storm required to blow down the existing structure. The fact that this cyclone is blowing at a time when the British government in general, and the British generals specifically, and none more so than their chief, the Secretary for War, Lord Kitchener, are under pressure as never before, is significant. For in France, the Battle of Loos, the British contribution to the major French offensive in Artois, has just taken place. Following a plan that Lord Kitchener has personally endorsed using artillery shells that he has organised, which failed to make any impact on the barbed wire defences, Loos has seen in the first instance 10,000 British soldiers trapped in open fields as withering machine gun fire mows them down, and a devastating barrage of shelling finishes the wounded, all for precious little gain of territory. The first wave suffered 8,000 casualties in less than 4 hours, and the British Army is on its way to suffering 16,000 dead and 44,000 wounded in the course of one battle, twice the German rate of attrition. The catastrophe is compounded when, for the first time, the British release canisters of poison gas, only for the wind to change, and another 2,000 of their own men go down. All up, not even the censors will be able to keep the humiliating and appalling news from the public of what has happened to the first massed engagement of divisions of Kitchener's new army. Never, one German regimental history would rather blithely comment, had machine guns such straightforward work to do, nor done it so effectively. In Great Britain, there is a growing sense that there is extreme ineptitude in the highest reaches of the British military, and it is in this environment that Murdoch is circulating, confirming news that an even greater catastrophe waits for them unless they do something. Prime Minister Asquith, for one, wants Kitchener gone, and he would soon be saying out loud what many had thought for a long time, that Kitchener is an impossible colleague, whose veracity left much to be desired. Even Churchill has so lost faith that he is close to writing a letter to Asquith threatening his resignation if Kitchener is not removed from the War Office. And Asquith wants to remove him, but the real question remains how to do it. Despite everything, Kitchener remains so popular with the public it would be political suicide to simply dismiss him. For the moment, they must simply try to limit the damage he does. Morning, 26th of September, 1915. Alexandria. A lovely surprise. Captain Carter, please report to the office. There, at the military hospital by the harbour, almost a halfway house for those heading back to Gallipoli, Gordon Carter responds immediately, wrapping an overcoat around his pyjamas. And suddenly there she is, Nurse King, come to see him. Her ship has come in, and it feels as if his has too. And, whatever else, his previous worry about having a mental deafness, where my brain seems dull to all sentiment, starts to dissipate. For in her presence he feels a great deal indeed. The two start to talk. In fact, he takes her out to lunch, and, after one thing leads to another, he doesn't get back to his hospital until well after midnight, which is strictly against regulations. Nobody appeared to spot me, but you can never tell. Still, they can punish him if they like. He has seen Nurse King, and they have talked. Soon he must head back to Anzac. 28th of September, 1915, Imbros. The axe falls. A little odd? On this morning, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett is asked to go to see General Walter Braithwaite in his tent, only to find Braithwaite in the company of his son and another officer. "Sit down," Braithwaite commands, rather peremptorily. This looks like it is going to be interesting. "When I had a talk with you in June last," Braithwaite begins, "you promised not to criticize the leaders of the army, the conduct of the campaign, or to break the regulations again." "I consented to certain things," the English journalist allows, "and as far as I knew, I had kept my agreement." Braithwaite insists to differ. "On September the 8th, you sent off an uncensored letter by Murdoch, who was leaving, addressed to Mr. Asquith." "I did, and I considered I had a perfect right to address the Prime Minister direct." "You know you had not, and your letter has got Murdoch into serious trouble." "How did you find out I had sent this letter?" Braithwaite declines to answer, only informing the veteran correspondent that the letter had been seized from Murdoch when he landed in Marseille. "Has it been passed on to the Prime Minister?" the journalist asks sharply. Taken aback and suddenly uncertain, because Ashmead Bartlett is not reacting in the shamefaced manner he had expected, Braithwaite can only get out, "I don't know," before gathering himself once more to say the thing he has called the correspondent to hear. "As you have broken the rules of censorship, you will no longer be allowed to stay with the army and must sever your connection with it at once and return home." There, it is said. Ashmead Bartlett has been kicked out. But again, the journalist surprises him. For instead of vociferously arguing against any such drastic action, the younger man seems almost delighted. Leaping to his feet, he bursts out, "May I leave at once?" I have long been anxious to be relieved of my post, and have in fact applied to be allowed to return. What can Braithwaite say? Having kicked him out, the army can hardly hold the journalist at their leisure, and so Hamilton's chief of staff says yes, he may leave as soon as he can go. Within hours, after saying goodbye to the few friends Ashmead Bartlett can find, he takes his leave of GHQ without a single regret. Never have I known, as he would later recount his feelings at the time of departure, such a collection of unsuitable people to whom to entrust a great campaign, the lives of their countrymen and the safety of the Empire. London ahead. One who is appalled by what has happened to Ashmead Bartlett is Charles Bean, now back at Imbros for some recuperative time. The little worm of a press officer who I think keeps a spy in our camp in the shape of one of the servants, he records in his diary, seems to have found out that Murdoch was carrying the letter. A wire was sent home, and Murdoch was either searched or forced to give the letter up. And yet neither Hamilton nor any of his staff will make any apology for it, with Hamilton's chief of intelligence even telling the Australian war correspondent that the days of his profession are coming to an end, as it is the role of the army itself to tell the public what is going on. In a properly organised nation, the government does not need war correspondents. It simply tells the people what it thinks will conduce to winning the war. If truth is good for the winning of the war, it tells them the truth. If a lie is likely to win the war, it tells them lies. 6 to 11th October 1915. London, not a meeting of minds. In London, however, the truth, at least after a fashion, is on the march, and gathering fresh adherents as it goes along. At the Dardanelles Committee meeting on the 6th of October, Murdoch's letter, now an official state document printed on that same duck-egg blue stationery used for all documents of the Committee of Imperial Defence, is extensively discussed. Though Prime Minister Asquith is starting to have some doubts as to its veracity, noting it to be a rather bitter document, conspicuous for the omission of any praise for anyone or anything at the Dardanelles, while Colonel Hankey has told him it is full of serious misstatements of fact. There is no getting around the point, as Bonar Law and Lloyd George point out, that its thrust is correct. In fact, as Lloyd George emphasises, stripped of all its journalism, it would be found to correspond fairly closely with Colonel Hankey's report. What is also bringing matters to a head is the growing likelihood that Germany and Austria-Hungary will launch a full-blown invasion of Serbia from the north, while the pro-German Bulgarians declare war and attack from the east. If Serbia falls, a direct overland train line between Germany and Turkey will effectively open, allowing the Ottomans to be suddenly flooded with first-class armaments and munitions. The French, who, it must be said, are losing interest in the Dardanelles, are convinced that French and British divisions must be sent to Salonika, the long-time Ottoman port where the Young Turks' revolution began in 1908, and now a Greek port where the Allies already have a secure base. So insistent have the French been that the 10th Irish Division has already left Suvla Bay, following the French 2nd Division from Cape Helles on the 28th of September. So supportive is Lloyd George that he has been all for completely closing down at least the Suvla operation and sending 45,000 troops to Salonika. The obvious complication, alas, is that if divisions are withdrawn from the Dardanelles and sent to Salonika, and the Dardanelles campaign fails, the Turkish troops would then be free to attack Greece from the east, as Germany attacked from the north and Bulgaria from the northeast. Greece's pro-Entente Prime Minister Venizelos has just resigned, after being pushed to do so by Greece's pro-Central Powers King Constantine. His wife, Sophie of Prussia, is Kaiser Wilhelm's sister. So there is a real risk that Greece will declare itself for Germany. Britain must prepare coercive measures, possibly including flooding Salonika with over 100,000 troops, in an attempt to encourage Greece to give up her neutrality, honour her pledge to help Serbia, and join the Entente along with her 600,000 troops. Yes, it is as complicated as Chinese calculus. We are face to face with a most important decision, says Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey. We must act on the presumption that Germany will open the road south to Constantinople within 4 weeks, and we must hear the naval and military opinion as to what is the proper strategical policy. Should it be 1. To force through the Gallipoli Peninsula, 2. To abandon Gallipoli with perhaps an attack on Alexandretta, or 3. Go to the assistance of Serbia? For the first time, thus, at a formal meeting to discuss the policy of war, the possibility of abandoning Gallipoli is seriously discussed. Abandon the Dardanelles? Are you mad? Churchill and Kitchener lead the outcry against it. It is their firm view that, with just a few more divisions, the Dardanelles can be won, and all the sacrifices already made will prove worth it. And there are many practical matters to consider. Is evacuation even a realistic option? For, as Maurice Hankey had highlighted in his memo to the Dardanelles Committee, there are actually 2 issues at hand. Is it tactically possible? And is it politically possible, having regard to the place that prestige occupies in our system of imperial defence? Just what loss of prestige would there be in the entire Muslim world of the Middle East, having seen the mighty British Empire arrive in the Dardanelles with all guns blazing, only now to be leaving behind its dead and its dignity to the unspeakable Turks of all peoples? It is almost unimaginable. The argument becomes very heated, and, trying to reimpose control, Asquith decides, in a classical political move, to set up a weekend joint naval-military committee to examine the merits of the Western and Gallipoli fronts. Even as that committee meets, however, the troops of Germany and Austria-Hungary do indeed attack, to be quickly ensconced in the Serbian capital, Belgrade. It is time for bitter recriminations, and the meeting of the Dardanelles Committee at 10 Downing Street on the 11th of October is just the place to have them. For the situation is now as critical in the Balkans as it is in the Dardanelles, and whatever decision they make is going to alter the fate of nations. The tone is set by a cabinet paper that Lloyd George, furious about the fate of Serbia, circulates to his colleagues for discussion on this day. The helplessness of the 4 great powers to save from destruction one little country after another that relied on their protection is one of the most pitiable spectacles of this war. The notion that we are satisfying the needs of this critical situation by making another attack on the Gallipoli Peninsula is, to my mind, an insane one. Meanwhile, with winter now approaching and no progress on the peninsula, a decision has to be made. Do they stay or do they go? If they stay, they are going to need reinforcements to get through the season. If they are going to go, the organisation for that evacuation will have to begin immediately. For those who wish them to stay, a fiery Sir Edward Carson, the chair of the Dardanelles Committee, has a rather pertinent question as to what the forces are supposed to do at Gallipoli. Is it to hold and to prepare to resist the Bulgarians, Germans and Turks? For his part, Sir Edward Grey is firm that whatever happens from here, Gallipoli must be evacuated. One way, he says, is to advance and carry the peninsula and then leave, having saved our prestige, whatever the cost. Standing aghast at the notion of evacuation of any kind is, of course, Lord Kitchener. Abandonment, he says, would be the most disastrous in the history of the Empire. We should lose about 25,000 men and many guns. Egypt will not stand for long. The troops along the canal would not be able to hold on. Equally typically, Kitchener's view outrages Lloyd George. If we abandon Serbia, the Welshman thunders, the whole of the East will point to the way Britain abandons her friend and conclude that Germany is the country to be followed. A third alternative to putting the troops in Salonika or leaving them in Gallipoli, posits Lord Curzon, would be to come to terms with the Turks. How the mighty have fallen. Less than a year after the British gave the Turks a bloody nose through the might of the imperial fleet, the unthinkable is now a possibility. It is now unavoidable, Lord Curzon persists, that we should endeavour to make some arrangement with the Turks. Well, they never. Of course, for the moment, Lord Curzon is shouted down. But, whatever else, it is indicative of the paralysis that these leaders of British military policy feel when it comes to knowing what to do about the Dardanelles and Salonika. In the end, it is an emasculated Winston Churchill who tries to boil it all down, putting before the committee 3 basic options. And, certainly, sniff, making some arrangement with the Turks is not one of them. They are 1. Whether to send an army to Salonika to help the Serbians, 2. To send a force to Gallipoli, 3. whether to abandon the whole proposition in Gallipoli. Prime Minister? Asquith says he has an open mind before saying it is out of the question to abandon Gallipoli and to throw troops into Serbia. In the end, they decide they must send one of their most eminent soldiers, perhaps Lord Kitchener himself, to make a personal inspection of the Dardanelles and Salonika and to consider and report as to which particular sphere and with what particular objective we should direct our attention. In the meantime, they will send an adequate, substantial force to be held for the moment in Egypt. The meeting breaks up amid some acrimonious feeling. Privately, Lloyd George remains furious with Churchill, who he feels will not acknowledge the futility of the Dardanelles campaign. His strong view is that Winston prevents the Prime Minister from facing the facts by reminding him that he, too, is implicated in the campaign and tells him that if the thing is acknowledged to be a failure, he, as well as Churchill, will be blamed. And when it comes to Kitchener, don't get him started. The Secretary for War is so wedded to the Dardanelles, he has circulated a memorandum to the Dardanelles Committee advocating sending another 150,000 troops to Gallipoli. And all this while, Serbia is suddenly being overrun by the Austro-Hungarians, Germans and Bulgarians for want of sufficient Allied troops at Salonika to stop them. And yet, in the wake of such serious discussions, Lord Kitchener, for once, decides he really may need more information from his man on the ground and cables General Hamilton in the Dardanelles accordingly. "What is your estimate of the probable losses which would be entailed to your force if the evacuation of the Gallipoli Peninsula was decided upon and carried out in the most careful manner? No decision has been arrived at yet on this question of evacuation, but I feel I ought to have your views." On its receipt, General Hamilton is stunned. "If they do this, they make the Dardanelles into the bloodiest tragedy of the world," he notes in his diary. "I won't touch it." And even to Kitchener he is unaccustomedly blunt. "My opinion now is that it would not be wise to reckon on getting out of Gallipoli with less loss than that of half the total force." 50%. Kitchener is more implacably opposed than ever. Matters become even more tense when, on the 14th of October, exactly as has been feared, Bulgaria joins the Central Powers, meaning that the supply chain between Germany and Turkey is now complete. Greece? Nowhere to be seen. Despite its own treaty with Serbia, it fails to honour its obligations, fearing that to do so would see it invaded. And yet, though the Dardanelles Committee meets again on the afternoon of the same day that Bulgaria declares war, still they are unsure what to do about Gallipoli, whether to stay or go. But one thing is clear. The statement of Prime Minister Asquith that Sir Ian Hamilton had had very great chances but had been uniformly unsuccessful and had lost the confidence of the troops under him is broadly agreed with by all present. Consequently, they ask Lord Kitchener to do the honours without delay. Chapter 20. To leave or not to leave? That is the question. What makes the men growl is seeing immaculately dressed British staff officers walking about washed and shaved asking silly damned questions. I am fairly convinced I'm becoming a bit of a socialist. Captain Bill Knox. Extraordinarily friendly exchanges between the Turks and our fellows this morning early. Some of our chaps ran right over to the enemy trenches and exchanged bully, jam, cigarettes, etc. The whole business was wonderful and proves how madly unnecessary this part of the war is. Lieutenant Thomas E. Cousins. Night, 15th of October, 1915, Imbros. Do not go gentle into that good night. One cannot knock on a tent, no matter how grandiose it is, and so the only thing the messenger can do is call softly in the night until General Hamilton responds, which does not take long, as he has only just turned in. "A cable for you, sir." By the light of the lantern that the messenger offers, the General sees that the cable is from Lord Kitchener, marked secret and personal. Suspecting all too well what it is going to say, and that, far from secret, it will more than likely be in the headlines back home, Hamilton tells the young fellow that he will read it the following morning. Sure enough, the cable from Kitchener is as he expected. The War Council held last night decided that though the government fully appreciate your work, they, all the same, wish to make a change in the command, which will give them an opportunity of seeing you. Kitchener goes on to explain that his position will be taken by the former commander of the Third Army in France, General Sir Charles Munro, currently serving on the Western Front. Hamilton has a miserable breakfast, and then returns to read Kitchener's cable again. Is the fact that he has been replaced by Munro, a noted Westerner always eager to pour resources into killing Germans in France and Belgium rather than Turks in the Dardanelles, a sign of Kitchener's waning influence in the realms of real power? Probably. Hamilton's answer is for Kitchener to come out to the Dardanelles and run the campaign himself, and the dismissed general fully intends to try to convince him to do exactly that. With the sort of pull that Kitchener would have on munitions and reinforcements, he could finally make the whole thing happen and could bring off the coup right away. With Kitchener in command, Hamilton has no doubt, in 1 month from today, our warships will have Constantinople under their guns. At tea that afternoon with Braithwaite, who has also been recalled, and others who appear equally depressed, Hamilton tries to cheer them up. My credit with government is exhausted. Clearly, I can't screw men or munitions out of them. The new commander will start fresh with a good balance of faith, hope and charity lodged in the Bank of England. He comes with a splendid reputation, and if he is big enough to draw boldly on this deposit, the army will march. The fleet will steam ahead. What has been done will bear fruit, and all our past struggles and sacrifices will live. As to his own fate, the old soldier is sanguine and realistic. The fact is, I have not succeeded, and there is nothing more to be said. The following day, 17th of October, Hamilton leaves Gallipoli forever, close to a broken man. He has done his best and been found wanting. Bean, who remains an admirer of Sir Ian Hamilton as a man, if not as a general, is there at the melancholy adieu. To him, Hamilton looks very haggard, almost broken up. The ghastly weather, a cold drizzle that chills everyone on the peninsula to the marrow of their bones, matches Hamilton's mood. And after this long day of emotional farewells, he boards HMS Chatham and immediately heads below, even as he can hear the anchor chains grinding and the screws beginning to turn, and feels the small shudder a ship gives just before it gets underway. General Hamilton is just settling down when a message comes from the skipper, asking would he please come topside once more, as Admiral de Robeck begs the pleasure of his company on the quarterdeck. Reluctantly, General Hamilton agrees, and he arrives in time to look out and see Chatham steering a corkscrew course, threading in and out among the warships at anchor. As they pass each one, the decks are crowded, and as Hamilton would record, we were sent on our way with the cheers of brave men. 22nd of October, 1915. Churchill's last hurrah at Charing Cross. All aboard! Just after 6 a.m., the steam train bearing General Sir Charles Munro and his senior staff on the first leg of their journey towards the Dardanelles lurches forward the first inch of its trip to the Channel, where a fast ship awaits. Truthfully, Munro is feeling more than a little under the weather after a big farewell the night before, and things are not improved by the appalling smell of beer exhaled by our servants who had spent the night celebrating. Worse still, suddenly there is a commotion, a flurry of activity bursting forth along the platform, scattering people and porters like chickens before a fox. One does not tarry before a gentleman on a mission, and least of all when the said gentleman with the bow tie and bowler hat is Winston Churchill. For it is he, and, huffing and puffing like the steam train itself, he throws a sheaf of papers through the window at Munro and shouts, "Don't forget, if you evacuate, it will be the biggest disaster since Corunna." Late October 1915, Gallipoli, hunkering down. After his victory for the ages atop Chunuk Bair back in August, Colonel Mustafa Kemal has remained at the front, though tensions between him and the leadership, particularly the German leadership of Lehmann von Sanders, are worse than ever. What's more, on the 20th of September, Kemal had fallen ill, with what the doctor thought was malaria. It appears that his endless months at the front are beginning to wear him down at last, draining the vigour out of his watery blue eyes and crumpling his once handsome posture, much to the frustration of his ever-active mind. For the first time, he starts to think seriously of returning to Constantinople. 30th of October 1915. A whirlwind hits the peninsula. It is typical of General Sir Charles Munro. No nonsense, straight to the point, get the job done. What? Another man taking over such a command might ease his way into the job and bit by bit come to understand its contours. But not this 55-year-old graduate of the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, a professional soldier all his life, eager to get to the task that has been set for him by the Dardanelles Committee, to determine the advisability of evacuation. Not that he tells anyone that. Only 36 hours after arriving at Imbros, Munro boards a destroyer and visits in just the one day, in fact in no more than 6 hours, all of Cape Helles, Anzac Cove and Suvla Bay, firing off questions to the cabal of senior officers in each spot, who are of course on hand to greet him. True, the angle of his questioning seems more aligned with that of a man seeking answers that will buttress his already strong opinions on the matter, rather than seeking to shed light, but questions they are. He seeks to know the attacking ability, if any, that remains in the men in charge, the security of their supply lines, and the state of their stores, their ability to withstand the winter, the state of their troops, and their estimation of the state of the enemy troops, their capability and intentions. He is appalled, though not particularly surprised, by the answers. Everyone is exhausted. Morale is low. Sickness is endemic. 500 evacuations a day over the last month. Supplies are spasmodic, and both sides appear to be essentially spent in terms of mounting the force necessary to strike a serious blow on their enemy. Surely nowhere can things be grimmer than here at Anzac Cove. One glance shows an entire army clinging to the cliffs for dear life, and a pall of exhaustion, desiccation, and devastation hanging over the entire place. Like Alice in Wonderland, Munro comments to Aspinall beside him, curiouser and curiouser. Cognizant of his instructions to check the dugouts and trenches for how well they would stand up to the German modern armaments, including howitzers and heavy shells, now believed to be on their way to Turkey, he is blunt, telling Birdwood that, on the Western Front, nothing less than from 12 to 16 feet of head cover was considered sufficient, and for safety every deep shelter must have several exits. Anzac would never withstand serious German shelling. But then he sees Suvla Bay, and the whole setup is even worse. At least at Anzac there is a sense of aggression against the Turks. Though there have been no major actions since the Battle of Hill 60, small-scale trench warfare has continued, and Birdwood has particularly pushed the tunnelling to undermine the enemy at posts, including Pope's, Quinn's and Courtney's. The most ambitious of all is a 60-foot tunnel to be dug beneath the neck, large enough to accommodate troops two abreast that would emerge behind the enemy's trenches. Mining and countermining, explosion and counter-explosion of tunnelled galleries has become the order of the day. That, notwithstanding, the general feeling is one of exhaustion and ennui. And there are people in London who haven't seen this, who think it is feasible that an army, clearly so exhausted, can hang on through winter? That they can maybe even break out and make their way to Constantinople after everything they've been through? Not even the generals on site appear to believe that, having given Munro a formal paper on his arrival advising that it would take no fewer than 400,000 men to get through to the Narrows, and that no attack could begin until the spring. Yes, 400,000 men. Men who should be in France killing Germans, not here in the Dardanelles, wasting their time and losing their lives uselessly. It is not only a nonsense, but an obvious nonsense. Lord Kitchener receives Munro's report the following day at the War Office. After an inspection of the Gallipoli Peninsula, I have arrived at the following conclusions. The troops on the peninsula, with the exception of the Australian and New Zealand Corps, are not equal to a sustained effort owing to the inexperience of the officers, the want of training of the men, and the depleted condition of many of the units. We merely hold the fringe of the shore, and are confronted by the Turks in very formidable entrenchments, with all the advantages of position and power of observation. On purely military grounds, therefore, in consequence of the grave daily wastage of officers and men which occurs, and owing to the lack of prospect of being able to drive the Turks from their entrenched lines, I recommend the evacuation of the peninsula. As simple as that. Perhaps the Anzacs might be able to hold on over the winter, but that is it. Much better to acknowledge the reality that they are wasting their time here. Far better to get them back to Egypt, at least as many as can be safely evacuated, and have them recuperate so they can live to fight another day. And yet, if Kitchener is astounded to receive such a clear-cut call for evacuation, it is as nothing to his reaction a short time later when in a follow-up cable Munro gives his estimate as to how many men might be lost in evacuating. Between 30 and 40%. Yes, that is a little better than the forecast by Hamilton, but that had been a man arguing the virtues of the status quo and trying to hold on to his job. This estimate, presumably, is a cold-eyed calculation. 40,000 men, or thereabouts, consigned to their death or capture if they pull out. Kitchener is implacably opposed and sends a cable to Birdwood. I absolutely refuse to sign orders for evacuation, which I think would be the gravest disaster and would condemn a large percentage of our men to death or imprisonment. But for most members of the cabinet, Munro's views carry weight. He is an officer of undoubted military expertise, with no investment in staying because he had no part in the decision to go in the first place. He has looked, he has calculated, and he has decided. By any estimation, the embittered Winston Churchill's summation that he came, he saw, he capitulated is grossly unfair. So, from this point, the decision to evacuate should be straightforward, particularly when Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, now returned to London, starts giving lectures covered by the newspapers where he talks openly about the Dardanelles disaster. In his opinion, notes the Times, it would have been much wiser never to have landed at Anzac, and he pointed out what we should have to face if we were obliged to stay on the peninsula during the winter. But in fact, despite the formal advice to get out of the Dardanelles and the growing outcry at what is happening there, the resistance to leaving remains formidable. For look, there. Even all these months on, the idea of storming the Dardanelles with the fleet, supported by the army, still has not died. And the man promoting it door to door in London is none other than Commodore Roger Keyes. A devotee back in March to the idea that forcing the Dardanelles was sound, it was just that the execution lacked vigour, he feels the same now, though with even more passion. On his side, Keyes has the strong support of Admiral Wemyss, and the two push hard on the plan they have worked out together, just like March, but more so. What they must do, you see, is attack at the darkest hour just before dawn, further clouded by the smokescreen they will lay down, and then simply charge at the minefields and the narrows, minesweepers and destroyers to the fore. Yes, in this way they will lose some vessels, maybe many, but the point is that some are bound to get through. And, once through, all the old rules would apply. Wave one Union Jack in the Sea of Marmara and the Turkish war would be over. Excellent. Kitchener loves this revisitation of the old plan from the first, embracing it in the way a drowning man embraces a lifebuoy when his ship is sinking. Such Kitchener enthusiasm drives the likes of Lloyd George to distraction. As Minister for Munitions, Lloyd George has come to see up close the level of Kitchener's incompetence in everything to do with modern warfare, to the extent that on the 28th of October, the Welshman leads a delegation of cabinet ministers who dine with Prime Minister Asquith to urge him to outright sack the Secretary for War and to hell with the political consequences. As to Keyes' plan, they point out the obvious. The Imperial fleet, with French assistance, had tried forcing the Narrows on naval power alone 6 months earlier, and it had not worked. Why on earth would they revisit it? Prime Minister Asquith couldn't agree more. As to getting rid of Kitchener, leave it with him. 1st of November, 1915. Montaza Beach, Egypt. Note from another world. It is a strange circumstance indeed that such a message should wash up on one of the few Mediterranean shores where it will attract immediate attention, but this appears to be the case. For in the bottle is a scrap of paper, and on it is scrawled a note. "Am prisoner about 2 miles from where we landed between the dried lake and the other. ERC Adams, 8th AIF." It is the first sign of life of Edgar Adams, who had gone missing on the afternoon of the 25th of April landing and had not been heard from since. Once advised by cable that he is alive, there is great rejoicing in the Adams household in Mildura. Early November 1915, Gallipoli. Cometh the cold. Trooper Bluegum, who has now been at Anzac Cove for well over 5 months, puts it typically well. Days dragged drearily on. Pessimism peeped into the trenches. Later, in the solitude of the dugout, pessimism stayed an unwelcome guest and would not be banished. All the glorious optimism of April, the confidence of May, June and July had gone, and the dogged determination of August, September and October was fast petering out. A low, slow malaise starts to settle over the Anzacs, above and beyond the general sickness they have all been struggling with for so long. As winter starts to approach, a general sense of hopelessness deepens, and while the wild birds far above are clearly flying south for the warmer climes, the men must stay. Now, night after night, the creeping cold comes up from the depths of the Dardanelles, steals across the ravaged landscape, and settles in the trenches, where it stealthily begins turning flesh to ice, lays siege to the soul, and seeps into the marrow of men's bones. On a bad night, it is cold. So freezing cold, so catastrophically cold, that, as the running joke among the diggers goes, instead of blowing out the candle in your dugout at night, you actually have to knock the flame off with the butt of your .303. So cold that Trooper Bluegum and his comrades frequently fire 5 rounds rapid, for the simple pleasure of hugging the rifle barrel. Warmth. In early autumn, the tepid sunlight of dawn had managed to chase the cold away again, at least a little. But now, as the season progresses, the sun is that in name only, and the best you can hope for is a general numbness to relax the cold's agonizing grip, as the brass monkeys scamper hither and thither. The temperature is dropping, the wind is blowing like a bastard, and winter is grabbing the Dardanelles by the throat. Can men even live in an open trench in winter in Turkey? It is debatable, and orders go out for materials from Egypt to help to cover those trenches. In fact, that cover might be useful for more than keeping out the cold when the expected munitions of Germany arrive, and the diggers will likely be facing modern bombardment, under more high-explosive heavy howitzer shells than ever. Aware of this, Lord Kitchener has already instructed Birdwood, "You should study very carefully and carry out defensive works and communication trenches on the lines of those that have successfully resisted German artillery in France, so as to be prepared to resist increased bombardments of your positions. My advice is dig." Now, there's something that had not previously occurred to them. In the meantime, the problem of self-inflicted wounds among the Anzacs is now so bad, soldiers prepared to do anything just to get away from this infernal place, that Birdwood posts a new rule. From now on, if a soldier is suspected of such a thing, he will not be sent to the hospitals of Great Britain, Malta, or Egypt, but will go no further than the toxic tent hospitals of Lemnos. And maybe that helps, but one machine gunner thwarts Birdwood anyway, by putting an instantaneous fuse bomb under his pillow and blowing his brains out. Strain evidently too much for him, his mate records in his diary. Traces of doubtful syphilis. Many others continue to be killed in battle, with Private Charles Bingham of the 1st Field Ambulance, a gentleman of impeccable manners who had seen little of the rough side of life before joining up, recording how a particular captain of the Royal Garrison Artillery had come in with his brains spilling out of his shattered skull, with no fewer than 3 wounds in his chest and 2 in his stomach from shrapnel. How do you even begin? All they can do is dress his wounds the best they can, pushing his brains back into his skull and putting a bandage around it. and then Bingham and a comrade carry him to a tent where they have no choice but to leave him, while they concentrate on helping men who might be saved. We heard the death rattle in his throat, but, oh, it seems awful for civilized men to leave him by himself to die like a dog, flies just eating him. I put a cloth over his face and eyes to keep them off, but I looked back an hour later and someone had removed it. I mention this to show just how human life is valued here. Some mother, perhaps, is worrying her heart out for him too. Of course, the Turks, French and British are suffering similarly. For those who stick it out on both sides of no man's land, the knowledge that they are all in the same wretched boat continues to, somehow, through an affinity of abysmalness, bring a strange air of fraternity to the two sides, all while they continue to try to kill each other. Sergeant Cuthbert Finlay would later tell of another odd truce at Quinns at this time, how one morning he and his fellow diggers noticed Turkish heads coming above the parapet and signalling them, before again a parcel is thrown over containing cigarettes and a note in bad French that translates to, "Have these with pleasure, our heroic enemies. Send milk." Well, one thing leads to another, and before long the soldiers from both sides have once more emerged from their trenches to shake hands, communicate the best they can, exchange mementos, but, alas, no milk, and get a look at each other before again the war calls. "The Turks and ourselves intermingled in no man's land for about a quarter of an hour," Finlay would tell Bean, and then "Finis" was announced. A few shots were fired towards the sky, and everything went on as usual. Back to the business. 3rd of November, 1915, London. How the mighty have fallen. For Lloyd George it is something, anyway. On this day he receives a handwritten letter from Prime Minister Asquith that helps to mollify him a little. 10 Downing Street, Whitehall, 3rd of November. My dear Lloyd George, what I wanted you to know before tomorrow's Cabinet was that, in view of the conflicting opinions now to hand of Munro and the other generals in regard to the future of the Dardanelles, I arranged today that Kitchener should proceed without delay to Alexandria, and after visiting Gallipoli and Salonika and conferring with all our military and diplomatic experts in that quarter of the world, advise us as to our strategy in the Eastern Theatre. In the meantime, I propose to take over the War Office. We avoid by this method of procedure the immediate supersession of Kay as War Minister, while attaining the same result. Yours very sincerely, H.H.A. Lloyd George must concede the brilliance of the manoeuvre. For while many in the Cabinet agree with him that Lord Kitchener must go, to the British public he remains a hero, and, for the moment, probably is unsackable. By sending Kay to Gallipoli to see for himself, it serves both purposes, informing him of the situation and getting him away from the War Office for a precious month, allowing some level of organisation to be imposed. 4th of November, 1915, Anzac Cove. Getting out of the Kitchener. All these months in, it takes a bit to stun Birdie, but the mixed signals and conflicting assertions he is getting from the seemingly ever more erratic Secretary for War are verging on the simply ludicrous. Yet more cables come from Kitchener, changing his position each time, from staying to landing elsewhere, to forcing the fleet through, to replacing Munro, to evacuation. All of that on just this one day. And to add to it, Lord Kay is coming out at once to see things for himself. General Birdwood reels, though maintaining a calm exterior. For his part, whatever Kitchener's own confused state of mind, there is one thing he is certain of. He does not wish to be sacked in his absence from London. It is for this reason that he carefully packs away into his baggage before departure the official seals of the War Office, without which orders are null and void. 2 days later, on the 6th of November, Birdwood gets a solid intimation of the way London's thoughts are turning when he receives a cable from Prime Minister Asquith telling him to prepare, in concert with the naval authorities and your staff, in the utmost secrecy, a complete plan for evacuation, if and when it should be decided upon. 1:40 p.m., 13th of November, 1915. Anzac Cove. The great man steps ashore. It couldn't be, could it? Not Great Britain's most famous military man. In fact, the most famous military man in the world, stepping ashore here at Anzac Cove. Well, there is someone large and ungainly getting out of a picket boat on the pier at North Beach, just come from the destroyer La Forêt offshore, and Birdie seems to be fussing all around him. The soldiers look closer. It is. The same walrus moustache, the same imperious air, the same red hatband and baleful glare that has stared down on potential recruits all over the British Empire. It is Field Marshal Lord Kitchener. After all the cables, all the reports, all the endless hand-wringing and discussions, the great man has come to have a look at the situation himself. As he steps from the small boat that is ferrying him, he is accompanied, of course, by his faithful aide-de-camp, Captain Oswald Fitzgerald, who never leaves his side. For such an occasion as this, however, there are also many generals of his senior staff jockeying for position around him. Of course, such a well-uniformed entourage arriving attracts a great deal of attention, and, of course, the soldiers instantly recognise the towering and beribboned Lord Kitchener with the greying temples in the middle of the throng. Private Reginald Scott Gardner is, if you can believe it, just 2 yards away from where the good Lord first sets foot on land, and will report to his mother in a letter, "He is very tall and broad, with bushy moustache and red face." And they run from everywhere. The interaction between this most supreme of British officers and the many men he has caused to be in this most God-forsaken of places, carefully recorded by Charles Bean, who watches closely. The tall red cap, the Australian journalist would record in his diary that night, was rapidly closed in amongst them, but they kept a path, and as the red cheeks turned and spoke to one man or another, they cheered him. They, the soldiers. No officers leading off or anything of that sort. It was a purely soldier's welcome. And yes, the Lord, their saviour, maybe, is even able to rise magnificently to the occasion. "The King," he says with some warmth, "asked me to tell you how splendidly he thinks you have done. Hurrah! You have done very well indeed," he confirms. "Better even than I thought you would." For the next 2 hours, Kitchener, still accompanied by his doting entourage, strides around this most perilous of domains, this small 400 acres that has been paid for so heavily with blood, and carefully examines what he can see of the Turkish lines. As has happened at the beach, he creates quite a sensation in the trenches, as the men recognise him and cheer him as he strides forward, likely touched by their acclaim, but not particularly showing it. Still, almost like a royal visit, he does stop here and there to chat to the men, saying how proud and pleased he is by their efforts and asking them to hang on a little while longer. In one trench, General Birdwood borrows one of the diggers' periscopes and holds it momentarily above the parapet, at which point a shot rings out and the instrument is shattered. "The chap can shoot the eye out of a mosquito," the digger drawls, and now holds his hat on the end of a rifle to demonstrate further. This time, nothing. But not to worry. "If I had my head in it," he says cheerfully to Lord Kitchener, "he would drill a hole in it." The entourage moves on, with Lord Kitchener remarking, "Thank you very much. We can find our way now, thanks." Surprisingly, given that he has the air of a man who knows all there is to know, he even asks a few questions as he continues to make his way around. And the more he inspects the situation, the more obvious it becomes to him that he is standing in the middle of military hell on earth, where there is no spot secure from artillery, where the enemy has all the advantages of numbers, supply, observation, and height. After surveying the whole thing intently, Kitchener puts his hand on Birdwood's arm and says with some feeling, "Thank God, Birdie, I came to see this for myself. You were quite right. I had no idea of the difficulties you're up against. I think you have all done wonders." It is the same unexpected kind of warmth the Secretary for War had displayed when they had met at Mudros. The normally undemonstrative Kitchener, at least with fellow officers, had leaned in and squeezed Birdwood's arm, saying, "I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with me again, Birdie, and be away from all those bloody politicians." And then, with as little ceremony as the way he arrived, Lord Kitchener, with his entourage, returns to the pier North Beach and is taken off through the now heavy swell on the small lighter that awaits. Though, on the subject of possible evacuation, he remains non-committal, upon returning to the flagship Lord Nelson later that afternoon and having more discussions, it would seem, at least to General Birdwood, that Kitchener had begun to dislike the idea of evacuation less than formally. That may just be Birdie's hope getting the better of him, however, as Kitchener's visit coincides with the formation of a small committee of naval and military officers working at Mudros, including Lieutenant Colonel Cecil Aspinall, who are already busy drawing up a broad master plan for evacuation. 2 days later, Kitchener sends a cable. Kitchener to Prime Minister Asquith. To gain what we hold has been a most remarkable feat of arms. The country is much more difficult than I imagined, and the Turkish positions are natural fortresses which, if not taken by surprise at first, could be held against very serious attack by larger forces than have been engaged. Everyone has done wonders. As regards evacuation of Gallipoli, we do not consider that any decision can be wisely come to until we know of the coercive measure to be taken against Greece. 15th of November, 1915, London. An Easterner heads to the Western Front. Winston Churchill has had enough. When Prime Minister Asquith profits by Kitchener's absence to form a smaller 5-member war committee, which excludes the 2 principal architects of the Dardanelles disaster, Churchill and Lord Kitchener, the erstwhile First Lord of the Admiralty tenders his resignation to Asquith on the same day. Knowing what I do about the present situation and the instrument of executive power, I could not accept a position of general responsibility for war policy without effective share in its guidance and control. I therefore ask you to submit my resignation to the King. I am an officer, and I place myself unreservedly at the disposal of the military authorities, observing that my regiment is in France. 4 days after his resignation is accepted, Churchill pauses only to take a parliamentary Parthian shot at Jackie Fisher for having thwarted him in his magnificent plans for the Dardanelles. I did not receive from the First Sea Lord, he gravely tells the House, either the clear guidance before the event or the firm support after, which I was entitled to expect. If the First Sea Lord had not approved the operations, if he believed they were unlikely to take the course that was expected of them, if he thought they would lead to undue losses, it was his duty to refuse consent. No one could have prevailed against such a refusal. The operation would never have been begun. His advice now to the government is consistent with what he has been saying all along. Do nothing on the Western Front that costs more in Allied lives than the enemy's. And, in the meantime, in the East, take Constantinople, take it by ships if you can, take it by soldiers if you must. Take it by whichever plan, military or naval, commends itself to your military experts. But take it, and take it soon, and take it while time remains. With which Winston takes his hat, his coat, and his umbrage, and shortly afterwards a ticket for the Western Front, where he is promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and placed in command of the 6th Battalion of the Royal Scots Fusiliers. 17th of November, 1915. Back at Gallipoli. A harbinger of hell? And isn't that just the experience of mankind through the ages? No matter the advances in weaponry, the leaps of lethalness that every generation must face, still nature is capable of generating a fury that truly defines the word, making man's attempts to match it appear puny. So it is on this afternoon as a storm hits the Dardanelles, of such power in its wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and cold that it is nigh biblical in proportions. Oh, repent ye sinners, and shelter from his wrath if you can, as most damaging of all are the enormous breakers that pick up vessels and hurl them on the shore, holing their hulls, shattering their sterns and bows on the rocks, and, most worryingly of all, washing away all but one of the piers that are the lifeline for all at Anzac Cove. walking among the piles of debris on the beach the next morning, just lined with wrecks of punts and tugs, etc., and also mules and ponies in all directions, Charles Bean, who has turned 36 on this day, comes across Commander George Gipps, who tells him they have just 40 hours' water left at Anzac. "How do you think we're going to get on in the winter?" Bean asks. Gipps is incredulous. "The winter?" he exclaims. "I think we're within 2 days of a disaster." Inevitably, the talk among both the senior military officer corps and the correspondents turns to evacuation, whether it is first even possible and, if that, advisable. "The result of all this will be probably a sort of Crimea," Bean writes in his diary. "I think we can hang on in a sort of way, but at the cost of the utmost suffering to which our past trials have not been a flea-bite by comparison." Even to those who advocate evacuation most passionately, however, it is obvious that the key must be secrecy. Under no circumstances must the Turks get wind that they are even thinking of it, for forewarned would be forearmed, and the Turks being ready to pounce at the first sign of their leaving would lead to certain catastrophe at the point when they no longer have the men to resist. Secrecy, above all. 18th of November, 1915, the Lords break their silence. Great Britain's magnificent House of Lords, boasting some 600 years of history, secure in the knowledge that the power of the sun that never sets on the British Empire is always at high noon here at the heart of the Houses of Parliament, is, nevertheless, troubled. For decades, nay centuries, the great affairs of the day discussed in this great chamber have traditionally been all about how to maximise the success already achieved. But, of late, where the news from just about every military front is bad, and the suspicion has grown that the problem lies not with the Empire itself, but the way His Majesty's government administers it, the venerable Baron Ribblesdale, politician and huntsman, who had lost his last son and heir at Gallipoli just 6 weeks earlier, can bear it no longer. Rising from his seat, this epitome of an English aristocrat gazes momentarily at his fellow lords, all of them seated in an elongated semicircle before the throne, which perches upon a raised platform at the far end of the chamber, before his clipped Oxford tones ring out across the august assembly. "I turn for a moment to the Dardanelles," he begins. "It is common knowledge, I believe, that Sir Charles Munro, who was sent out the other day to the Dardanelles, has reported in favour of withdrawal from the Dardanelles and adversely to the continuance of winter operations there. Perhaps his decision was not one that the government liked very much. I would ask, has Lord Kitchener been sent out to give a second opinion on the Dardanelles, or has he gone out to act and to withdraw the expedition?" For many, including Malcolm Ross, New Zealand's official war correspondent, these remarks are flippant to a fault, and their publication cause a measure of despair. As Ross later writes, "One read in the papers speeches of members of the British Parliament asking light-heartedly why the forces were not withdrawn from the Dardanelles, as if it were a process of merely picking up baggage and walking off. People talking like that could not have the faintest conception of the conditions under which we have been holding on. It surely won't be long before the Turks and the Germans get wind of this." 22nd of November, 1915. A breakthrough at Mudros. After long discussion, Lord Kitchener cables the Prime Minister from Mudros. "Our offensive on the peninsula has up to the present held up the Turkish army, but with German assistance, which is now practically available, our positions there cannot be maintained and evacuation seems inevitable. If we pull out, the evacuation of Suvla and Anzac should be proceeded with, while Cape Helles could at all events be held for the present." Of course, 8 months earlier, this would have been enough. On matters military, Kitchener commanded, others obeyed. But not now. So reduced are his stocks that, while his view is to be taken into account, the decision remains one for the Cabinet to make, and this will require further deliberation. At least, however, Kitchener's view is in accord with that of many other significant figures. Prime Minister Asquith, as he advises the War Committee, feels bound to advise the evacuation of the Gallipoli Peninsula on military grounds, notwithstanding the grave political disadvantages which may result from this decision. When it comes to making a sane decision, do they have a choice? It is now obvious to most of them, led by the outraged Lloyd George and Bona Law, that to leave the forces they have now on the Gallipoli Peninsula unaided would see them simply hold their position at best and lose it at worst. To have them break through the Turkish positions would require more troops and resources of artillery and ammunition than Great Britain actually has to spare. Nowhere is the position worse than at Anzac, where the commanders on the ground had told Kitchener that keeping the supply lines open during the forecasted harsh winter was expected to be more than problematic. They must be evacuated. Against that, from back at Mudros, Commander Keyes and Admiral Wemyss have been arguing as furiously as ever that the whole battle still can be won, by forcing the Narrows, at which point the troops at Gallipoli could triumphantly march on Constantinople. But make no mistake, Admiral Wemyss makes clear to the Admiralty in a cable. General Munro places the probable losses at 30%. I do not think he exaggerates. I am, however, strongly of the opinion such a disaster should not be accepted without an effort being made to retrieve our position. I consider that a combined attack by Navy and Army would have every prospect of receiving decisive results. Wemyss and Keyes are supported in London by the likes of the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, Lord Curzon, who is insistent that any evacuation would condemn to death half the troops, and he refuses to countenance it, whatever Kitchener says. I wish to draw it in no impressionist colours, he writes in a paper soon circulated to Cabinet, but as it must in all probability arise. The evacuation and the final scenes will be enacted at night. Our guns will continue firing until the last moment, but the trenches will have been taken one by one, and a moment must come when a final sauve-qui-peut takes place, and when a disorganized crowd will press in despairing tumult onto the shore and into the boats. Shells will be falling, and bullets ploughing their way into the mass of retreating humanity. Conceive the crowding into the boats of thousands of half-crazy men, the swamping of craft, the nocturnal panic, the agony of the wounded, the hecatombs of slain. It requires no imagination to create a scene that, when it is told, will be burned into the hearts and consciences of the British people for generations to come. These prove to be merely his opening remarks. And then there are their French allies, backed by the Russians, who fervently want Salonika reinforced to assist France's retreating army in Serbia and protect the other Balkan states. For the moment thus, Cabinet decides to overrule the recommendations of both Kitchener and the War Committee, and postpone a final decision until after the Anglo-French War Conference at Calais on 4th of December 1915. The British hope they can convince the French to abandon the Salonika campaign altogether. But yes, in the meantime, it is only prudent to have those on the Gallipoli Peninsula prepare to get out, so that if evacuation does happen, all can be shipshape and with ships waiting. The main thing from now is to get it underway and ensure that, as the War Committee has decided, every possible precaution is to be taken to preserve secrecy, upon which the feasibility of the operation so largely depends. The greatest challenge will obviously be to keep the evacuation secret from the many watching Turkish eyes, and get as many men off before the Turks become aware and likely to launch their final assault. How to accomplish that? The key job of forming up the plans for the evacuation of the Anzacs falls to the recently promoted Brigadier General Brudenell White, a clear thinker and an excellent organiser, who was General Godley's right-hand man at Anzac. On the same day that Kitchener had sent his cable to London, General Birdwood had sent his own cable to Brudenell White at Anzac Cove, noting that, while Birdie personally remains against evacuation, my views unlikely to be accepted, inform General Godley and start future plans accordingly. Brudenell White, the Australian soldier whose curriculum vitae boasts graduation from the prestigious British Army Staff College of Camberley, England, does exactly that, initially working off the sketchy plan that had been provided 3 weeks earlier by Lieutenant Colonel Cecil Aspinall and his committee. It is no small job. Two massive armies are so very close to each other in a perpetual death grip, and yet somehow a plan must be formulated to shift no fewer than 83,000 soldiers contained across Suvla Bay and Anzac Cove, not to mention huge quantities of munitions, guns, animals and stores, out from under the noses of the Turks without them being aware. And yes, Brudenell White is firm from the beginning. Anzac and Suvla must be evacuated simultaneously, as doing one before the other would obviously alert the enemy. Though there had been no detail to the plan, Lieutenant Colonel Aspinall's solution to the problem, working it out at Port Mudros with senior army and naval officers, much of it during the visit of Lord Kitchener, had been to carry it out in 3 stages, and with this Brigadier General Brudenell White broadly agrees, though he strongly disagrees with Aspinall's notion that the men could come off during the day, as requested by the Navy for ease of operations. This would alert the enemy, and the evacuation would be ruined. As Brudenell White is clear from the start, it is upon the existence of perfectly normal conditions that I rely for success. Now, a classic military evacuation would see frontline troops retreating through the 2nd and 3rd lines, and setting up a new line before the 2nd and 3rd lines do the same successively and successfully until fully detached from the enemy. But, as Brudenell White is quick to note, and Bean to chronicle, at Anzac Cove there is never a possibility of this because the centre of the enemy's line, at the neck, is within 800 yards of the chief embarkation point at North Beach. Given that the enemy only has to push a short way forward to Russell's Top and they will have clear vision to the beach, together with line-of-fire artillery, the only way here is going to be to hold the front line to the last and keep the enemy ignorant that all behind have gone, before letting the front line make good their escape. To the meticulous Brudenell White, one thing is obvious from the start. Things must continue to appear normal, however many men are taken off, and they must conjure an image of going to winter quarters. Following this line of reasoning, Brudenell White starts spending hours every day and well into the wee hours sitting at his desk at Anzac HQ, with his braces and tie on, his pipe hanging out the right-hand side of his mouth, filling out page after page in his notebook with highly detailed plans. As all of Anzac has to be evacuated simultaneously with Suvla, he liaises constantly with the Chief of Staff of 9th Corps, Brigadier General Hamilton Reed, who has carriage of the evacuation there. And it will take a great deal of persuasion and even intervention from Birdwood, who is also finally able to get Lieutenant General Julian Byng to agree to maintain the Suvla front line to the end, even though they are more able to keep pulling back, so as not to forewarn the Turks of their evacuation. Brudenell White quickly establishes that, in the preliminary stage, lasting for a fortnight or so and starting immediately, the back areas of Anzac, well behind the front lines, could be gradually thinned of all the sick and wounded so as not to arouse suspicion. This would bring the Anzac Cove troops from around 42,000 down to 36,000. Even if the evacuation does not go ahead, this thinning would be no more than prudent, as Anzac moves into defensive mode to get through the winter, requiring fewer men. Then, in the intermediate stage, they could take the numbers at Anzac down to around 22,000 over 10 days or so. And finally, the key will be to get the remaining men on the front line out over just 2 nights, requiring the Navy to provide 3 times its usual number of vessels in attendance, constantly ferrying the soldiers to troop ships offshore. Following the plan, the HQ staff of each unit will be withdrawn on the first of the 2 nights, leaving behind just 1 S officer with a couple of signallers. On the key final night, the men will be withdrawn in 3 successive instalments, A, B and C, with the machine gunners of C last, the diehards, as they become known, to beat them all. Now, in this final stage, it will obviously be the equivalent of holding off a rolling boulder of granite with nothing more than a balloon. But Brudenell White has a curious confidence about him, and at least projects the feeling that it can be done without losing anywhere near the number of casualties that have been estimated. If, at the end, their foothold is held by the bravest and the steadiest men, it may even be possible to pull off a coup and get most of the men off without mishap. The numbers will at first be thinning and then falling away to a mere skeleton crew, but it must look to the Turks as if they are all there, as strong as ever, that nothing at all has changed in the daily goings-on the Turks have been observing for so long. And in the early stages, no one must know, not even those who are being evacuated, for if the Turks get word of it, the whole thing will be impossible. Now, how to make it appear that the Allies are there in force, firing as strongly as ever and ready to devastate any Turk who ventures across no man's land, even when most of the men will be long gone. This is where, almost immediately in the first 2 days of deliberations, Brudenell White achieves a conceptual breakthrough. "We will," he quietly tells his closer colleagues, "school the Turk to silence. And that school will open for 3 days, starting tomorrow." 24th of November, 1915, Dardanelles. The silence ruse is launched. Something is going on, but what? The newly promoted Major Gordon Carter, back with his men for the last month, I got a nasty shock to find that I hardly knew any of the officers, is convinced that whatever is going on, it is on the quiet. As a matter of fact, everything is now on the quiet. For he has just received a very strange order from Anzac HQ. From tonight at 6 p.m. and for the next 2 days and nights, no one at Anzac Cove is to move out of their trenches, fire rifles or machine guns, throw biscuit tin bombs or shout out. If you're going to snore, do it quietly. Everybody is to stay silent on pain of punishment. And at Gallipoli, they don't muck around. In July, an Australian digger had been court-martialed and sentenced to death for falling asleep on duty, as a warning to all that the crime was serious, even if the sentence had been commuted to a long spell in military prison. Everything is to be made to appear as if the Anzacs are hunkering down, bunkering down for the winter. And in giving this impression, the weather is certainly cooperative, as things become ever colder. In the meantime, however, other Brudenell White plans are being put into play, with company after company of soldiers being evacuated from Anzac Cove at night and not replaced. During the day, there is normal boat traffic to and from the cove and to the newly reconstructed piers, and the numbers of soldiers in the front lines is as strong as ever. 24th to the 25th of November 1915. Lone Pine. All quiet on the eastern front. At 4:35 in the morning on Lone Pine Ridge, Lieutenant Mehmet Fassi opens his eyes. He is exhausted, but, as a dutiful soldier, he knows he must resist the temptation to sleep. After crawling out of his tent, he goes about his morning ablutions, and then sits down with a hot Turkish coffee to write his first report of the day. Vukatyuk, 800 Marmi, 6 Bomber, Safolamush. No incidents. 800 bullets, 6 bombs used. Continuing about his day, the lieutenant visits his commanders, chats, smokes, has more coffee, drops in on his men in their trenches. It seems nothing is amiss, and yet still something is gnawing at him, as if something is out of kilter. It is 8 p.m. that night before it clicks. There is an exceptional silence on the front line tonight, he writes in his diary. Such a situation is really quite strange. It's as if the watch has been stopped. It is all strangely alarming. Before retiring for the night, he notes yet again, the silence of the enemy continues. The front remains eerily quiet overnight, and the only thing being thrown by the enemy is bully beef cans full of jam, which at least the Turks far prefer to bully beef itself. The next morning, Mehmet Fassi emerges from his tent and pauses. It is not simply that his boots have crunched on frost for the first time in this campaign, it is that he can hear it. His every exhalation is a bloom of white as the night has brought a frozen change, and all is so quiet it gives the full meaning of silence. Hugging his coat tightly around his torso, Fassi contemplates the horror of the winter months to come in this terrible place, and heads off to a meeting with his battalion commander, where they talk about what everyone in the Turkish trenches is now talking about, quietly, the enemy's lack of action. Fassi and his commander are puzzled, agreeing that it's excessive, the only sounds that can be heard are coming from our side. To add to the mystery, Fassi has been given reports that the enemy have removed the barbed wire from in front of their trenches. Battalion commander really is dumbfounded. After some discussion, the two men walk around to the trenches to gauge the mood. The rank and file, especially the ones who have been at the front line for a while, can hardly contain their curiosity. They are walking out into the open and firing their weapons. Nothing. They are observing the enemy. Nothing. Later in the morning, Lieutenant Mehmet Fassi is sitting down to read the newspaper when his regiment commander arrives. "The silence," the commander says. "Do not be duped by it." At that moment, Mehmet Fassi has a thought. "What if we send out one of our reconnaissance men?" he offers. The two men sit down to consult further on the matter. They decide to send out a volunteer to recon the enemy's trenches and get some idea of what the hell is going on. That evening at 6 p.m, Mehmet Fassi hands out the orders to his reconnaissance men and lets the most game among them do the duty of going forward. Soldiers are to observe the line. Meanwhile, one soldier from the 8th Company's reconnaissance arm is to advance safely. If needed, others from the 8th Company will reinforce their comrade. Each soldier is to be issued 2 bombs. Once you have arrived close to the enemy trenches, you are to listen. If you hear something, you are to go closer. If possible, you are to enter their trenches. You are to search the trench thoroughly and ascertain whether there is dynamite in the trenches, bringing back a token, a loophole, or whatnot. For his part, Lieutenant George Stanley McElroy is at Lone Pine on this day, the second day of the ruse. It is in a part of the trenches where, as he would write, "It would have been possible, although distinctly inadvisable, to lean over and shake hands with Abdul." So close, in fact, and in a pre-dawn so silent, the Anzacs can hear the approaching Turks before they can see them. There. The Australian sentry on duty first sees a head and then a shoulder appear over the top of the trench, and then a full figure crawling towards the Australian lines. The whisper goes down, "Hey, Corps, is that a bloody live target?" It is quickly decided that the still approaching figure does come within the meaning of the act. And so, as the figure keeps approaching the loophole, clearly with intent of peeking inside, the Australians place the muzzle of a rifle at the other end. Of course, the Turk never knows what hits him, as the bullet instantly kills him. The most amazing thing, though, is that because the discharge of the gun has been muffled further by a blanket around the other end, a second Turk appears and crawls forward, to see what held his cobber gazing spellbound into the loophole. This fellow puts his eye to the next loophole along. But as neither he nor his cobber had any inclination to return and report to their comrades, no doubt, the latter suspected there was a catch in it, and things soon settled down again to an unbroken silence. A similar scene takes place at Quins. There, just after dawn, 4 Turks even venture out into no man's land, and could have been shot easily by the Australian machine gunner secreted at an enfilading angle at Steele's. But the Turks are deliberately even allowed to pull back a couple of the screens that have prevented bombs landing in the trenches. And it is only when they throw bombs and one of them actually jumps into the darkened trench that muted reply is made and the others hunted off. But still, for the Turks watching, such a muted reply seems strange. There are some Anzacs there, but how many? The Turks appear to be almost worried for them, and later in the day a message wrapped to a rock is thrown into Quins. "My dear Australian, how do you? We hope that you are in good health. Always the best. Reply, if you please. Soldas Turco." The Soldas Australos do not reply, recognizing that the note is less an inquiry as to their health and more a query whether they are at home. On the morning of the 3rd day of silence on the front, a freezing wind lashes the side of Lieutenant Mehmet Fassi's tent. Some of the tranquility of the previous days is lost, and he can't bring himself to get up. Not just yet. His men had escaped the fate of their other curious comrades, having returned safely in the night with news that there were men guarding the front of the trenches, and there were sounds of talking coming from the trenches. So they had not proceeded any closer. After lying in until 7:30 a.m, Mehmet Fassi decides to read the newspaper. Granted, it is 8 days old, but still. Straightening it out before him, he is met with an extraordinary report. The issue of an English evacuation from Chunuk is being debated in the House of Lords. Excitedly, he reads on about Munro's report to Kitchener, savouring particularly the words, "It is impossible, unthinkable for the English to continue to keep its force on the peninsula." Mujah, good news. Still wary of his enemy, whom he has grown to know and who have pursued all manner of means to survive and make ground, he remains unconvinced. Mehmet Fassi puts down the paper and jots in his diary, "I guess the result of all this discussion will become clear later down the line." His superiors, including General Enver in Constantinople and Lehman von Sanders here on the peninsula, are also circumspect about these public declarations of Britain's war strategy. So there is no way these men can easily believe that the Britons would be so imprudent. Surely this is yet another ruse, a campaign of misinformation. But, then again, the winter is coming, and it is clear from their vantage points that their enemy is suffering. As for the other Ottoman and German brass, who have already seen the report, there are mixed feelings and long debates about what this really means. Colonel Kannengeiser, for one, does not believe the English capable of swallowing such a large dose of pride. "Rumours and suggestions that the enemy were going to evacuate Gallipoli naturally swarmed around us," he would later recall. "I personally did not believe in such a possibility because, taking into account the English character, I considered it out of the question that they would give up such a hostage of their own free will and without a fight." Major Zecchi agrees. After the fighting at Hill 60, the papers and news agencies began to talk about evacuation, he would later recall to Charles Bean. "There was a doubt in the air. Some thought you were going, some that you would attack, some that you would go on as we saw you, digging for the winter. The general view was that you would leave the peninsula." Colonel Mustafa Kemal is very strongly of the view that they will leave. As early as October, he had written in a letter to his friend in Constantinople, "The enemy facing us is now exhausted. Hopefully, he will soon be driven away entirely. In any case, the country is safe at this position." And later he recalled, "I had realized that the enemy was about to withdraw, and so I had proposed an offensive. But they turned it down." Though upset that once again his advice is not heeded by his superiors, Colonel Mustafa Kemal is not quite at the end of his tether with both General Enver and General Lehman von Sanders, but he can certainly see it from here. His health, too, is getting worse by the day, and the revered commander thinks seriously about returning to Constantinople. Afternoon, 26 November 1915, at Anzac. A spy from on high. "Everybody out! Turkish plane coming this way, at a very low altitude. Manfully resisting the impulse to try to shoot it down with rifle and machine gun fire as they usually do, the Anzacs do as Brigadier General Brudenell White has specifically instructed. In case of appearance of hostile aircraft, men must come out of their dugouts and show themselves." That evening the word goes out. Everyone is to stand to on the front trenches, because it is a near certainty that the Turks will send out patrols tonight to find out what is going on. Sure enough, in the wee hours that night, curiosity really does get the better of the Turks, as the vigilant Anzacs see a few tentative souls coming forward from the Turkish trenches. The Anzacs resist the impulse to shoot, hoping that more will gather. It works. After the first Turks appear and are not shot at, then more come, and altogether they start walking towards the Australians and New Zealanders. "Steady, men. Steady. 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 And now." Then, of course, one private would recount, everybody opened fire, and that was that. The Turks, of course, realized they'd been tricked. Hopefully now the brutes have learned their lesson. Just because things are quiet, it doesn't mean that the Anzacs have gone. The Turks better keep their bloody heads down. As it happens, however, within hours everyone will be doing exactly that. On the morning of the 27th of November, another howling and horrifying storm hits the Dardanelles, the worst in these parts for 40 years. The wind howls, the seas rear up, the thunder and lightning flashes before hail pelts down as never before. A few old villagers who had refused to leave their lifelong homes nearby would declare that they had never lived through such a storm. In fact, storm does not quite do the phenomenon justice, for after the hail then comes the rain for the next 24 hours. But this is not rain like they know in Australia and New Zealand. This is not just pouring rain. This is lashing rain, stinging rain, freezing and flooding rain that turns into a howling blizzard that would not only wake the dead, but in many cases also begins to wash them away, with the rain gushing down the hills of both Anzac Cove and Suvla Bay, dislodging corpses and sweeping them into the trenches. Oh, the horror, as the soldiers on the lower slopes are suddenly engulfed with this flood of rotting corpses, in a torrent so strong that several diggers drown. The only way to survive is to immediately get up and out of those trenches. It means that suddenly, on both sides of a watery no-man's land, shivering, blue-faced soldiers arise to stare at each other. While even the Turks are shocked by the ferocity of the storm, at least they are locals, with a better reckoning of local conditions, and at least they have the high ground, meaning the flooding debris rushes more from them than upon them. And then comes an icy cyclone that would blow a dog off a chain, and does in fact blow many tethered donkeys into the sea, and the suddenly snarling Aegean roars up like an enraged lion to once more effortlessly destroy one pier and badly damage another. Under such conditions, as Birdwood would describe it, no boat could get near any of the beaches, and such small boats as are anchored near the shore soon end up as wreckage on the beaches. What on earth would they do if such a wind hit during the evacuation, if it happens? Even through such weather, however, Brudenell White and the group of officers now brainstorming around him remain hard at work, as the winds howl all around. And their persistence is bearing fruit. Brudenell White is deeply satisfied with the outcome of his silence ruse, which has worked like a charm. As he would later recall, the enemy displayed marked uneasiness and eventually reconnoitred our line in several places, suffering many casualties. And now, just 5 days after receiving confirmation that the evacuation is to go ahead, he dispatches his carefully calibrated operational timetable to Anzac HQ, outlining the next 2 stages. First stage, wherein everything surplus to actual requirement to resist attack is removed, wherein time is not a vital factor, for which adequate transport is provided to enable full advantage to be taken of every hour of fine weather. Second stage, the removal from Anzac and Suvla as a whole, in 2 nights of all remaining personnel and the destruction of guns and stores likely to be of use to the enemy. It then goes on to outline the precise logistics of achieving this ambitious plan. By Brudenell White's meticulous estimation, the next stage should begin at once, and within 10 working days they could reduce their numbers at Anzac Cove to 22,000. Brudenell White knows there will be many objections to his plan, but he is adamant that it is the only way to slip off the peninsula with as few casualties as possible. 28th of November, 1915. Anzac, a visitation from the heavens. Strange. Very strange. Private John Cargill from Redfern in Sydney is asleep in his trench just down from Quinn's when it happens. After being stirred awake by something unknown, he looks up and sees strange white flakes floating down. What the hell is that? It looks sort of like frost. But, as far as he knows, frost always comes out of the ground, not the sky. It is curious enough that he nudges his cobber Otti awake. "Hey," he says to the native-born Englishman, "I didn't know that frost came out of the sky." "Course it don't, you mug," Otti replies derisively. "That's snow." "Snow?" Snow. Private Cargill has heard of snow, and this is it. Bonza! And yet, when he makes to jump out of the trench to get a better look at it and maybe make a snowball, Otti grabs him. "No, stay here," he says. "It'll be there in the morning. If you get up now, you won't be able to get back into your bunk again." "Oh, all right." As it turns out, however, Cargill is one of the few who doesn't get up, as many other Anzacs who are similarly seeing snow for the first time are soon up and shayaking, making snowballs and throwing them at each other, even as a full-blown blizzard begins to rage. Snow. Real snow. In the morning, the previous ugliness of the trenches, corpses, skeletons, shrapnel, discarded ammunition boxes, rubbish and latrines, is now covered with what Banjo Paterson might have called the vision splendid of a snow-covered field extended. White snow. The wonder of it all does not last long, for what comes with it, of course, is a cold more terrible than they have already experienced, and soon enough up by Anzac's side, where the hills are twice as steep and twice as rough, the man that holds his own is good enough. It is so cold that the water in their water bottles freezes, as it does in the water cans, meaning the cooks have a hard time having to melt the water they need for cooking. So cold that many of the rifles have frozen mechanisms and no longer work. Within 24 hours, men are reporting to casualty stations with ghostly white, frostbitten feet that are soon to turn black as the flesh dies, and still the mercury falls, and more men with it. At Hill 60, Major Cecil Allinson's 1st 6th Gurkha Rifles are positioned with little shelter and feel the full brunt of the frozen winds. The cold was just intense, the Major would recall, and I have never seen such courage as I saw through this blizzard. Men found at the parapet facing the Turk with glassy eyes and stone dead, who gave up their lives rather than give in. Imagine the death of slow, accepted torture. It is at such periods, and at such periods only, that one really does not seem afraid of death. Perhaps the Anzacs might have been able to withstand it better if they had been issued with winter kit, but that has not been organised yet. Still broadly in their summer clothes, in mostly exposed trenches, they shiver in their shorts, aghast as icicles form on the ceilings of their dugouts. Tarpaulins and tents collapse under the weight of snow, rations are washed away and ruined, and their hands, not to mention their whole bodies, are so cold they are incapable of anything bar the most basic motions. This includes Charles Bean, who, in his dugout, is so cold he cannot write. He must get up and walk for fear of freezing to death. Down on the exposed plains of Suvla Bay, it is all much worse. There, in far more open country, where the ground is so rocky that many have not been able to dig trenches and so escape the wind that way, it freezes them clear to the bone, and deeper still. Overall, some 200 drown or die of exposure, while there are a staggering 5,000 cases of frostbite at Suvla alone, and on the calendar at least, winter has not yet begun. As the storm persists, Brudenell White and his cabal of senior officers, still working practically around the clock on their evacuation plans, become more and more concerned. How on earth would they get currently some 83,000 men off Suvla and Anzac if such a storm should hit again? The vessels would not be able to get close to the shore, and even if they did, there would be no piers left for the men to board them from. Nevertheless, such an experience certainly galvanizes the Allied leadership when it comes to the impossibility of holding on in these parts through the winter. Though I had so much disliked the idea of evacuation when it was first mooted, General Birdwood would record, I now threw myself into the project with all my heart. Further helping to concentrate their minds on the need to get out is that, from late November, it is obvious that the much-feared modern heavy shells from Germany and Austria, just like those used in France on the Western Front with such devastating effect, have started to arrive. Private George Scott is with his mates in a spot called Victoria Gully, never before touched by shellfire, when he suddenly gets wind of a 2-up game up the way. George loves 2-up and heads off just 30 seconds or so before a shell from a newly arrived Austrian howitzer battery lands fair among them. He rushes back to find all his mates killed, bar Sergeant Jack Herbert, who is just alive. "They've got me downstairs, Scotty," he whispers with his dying breath. "No more fun for me." Major Cecil Allinson is similarly hit shortly afterwards, and comes to, blinded, in a hospital ship, aware he is being given the last sacrament. A short time later, he is just about able to speak and whispers a question to the person in the next bed. "Am I dying, as I've just been given the last rites?" "Be of good cheer," the voice comes back. "I have also been given them, and I only have jaundice." But there is no denying the increasingly heavy and accurate fire descending upon them. Clearly, the road, and more pertinently, the railway line, from Berlin to Constantinople is now open, and hell is rushing their way. Unless, of course, they are no longer here. All they need is the say-so from London, and they could swing into operation. It is with this in mind that on the 1st of December a frustrated General Munro in Mudros sends a cable to the War Office. Experience of recent storms indicates that there is no time to lose. General Birdwood telegraphed yesterday that if evacuation is to be made possible, it is essential to take advantage of every fine day from now. If decision cannot be reached very shortly, it may be equivalent to deciding against evacuation. At Anzac Cove, morale continues to fall. The shells continue to strike with ever greater power and frequency, and one day at this time Charles Bingham and his mates in the 1st Field Ambulance note, as a shell bursts nearby, "The body of a man going up in the air, arms and legs spread out. He must have gone fully 50 feet up and landed and lay where he was quite dead, I believe. There were arms and legs and entrails all over the place. One leg was found near the beach, and the head right up on top of the hill. There is only so much more he can bear. If only I could see dear old home again," he writes in his diary. "I would die quite content, but it's a chance only. Things here aren't as cheerful as could be, and I pray to God that he will spare me to get away from it without being a coward." Chapter 21. Go gentle into that good night. Brudenell White's strength was normally clothed with such charm and consideration for others that it was pleasure for most men, high or low, to deal with him. When to such a character are added powers of thought and action such as White possessed, the devotion of other men spontaneously flows to it. Charles Bean. 7th of December, 1915. London. Discretion is the better part of valour. In the weeks since the powers in London received first Munro's and then Kitchener's recommendations to evacuate the Gallipoli Peninsula, the debate has been intense between the stayers and the evacuationists, with the fault line between tracing a remarkably similar divide between the Easterners and Westerners of old. Yes, the War Committee had officially advised on the 23rd of November that the evacuation go ahead on military grounds, but the stayers, led by the likes of Admiral Wemyss and Commodore Keyes, as well as politicians such as Lord Curzon, had strongly disagreed. According to the stayers, the way forward is for 4 British divisions in Salonika to be sent to Gallipoli to make a further push in the hope of a breakthrough. Even Lord Kitchener, despite his own advice to the government in favour of evacuation, is entertaining this idea. A great obstacle to this plan, not at all untypically for the British when it comes to foreign policy, and in fact a tradition to rival plum pudding, is the French. Those in power in Paris refused to abandon the Salonika campaign and the embattled Serbs. What's more, there's talk of them moving their troops from the Dardanelles to Egypt. The British are hamstrung. With their available manpower, it is not possible to pursue winter campaigns in both the Balkans and the Dardanelles. Yet, if they stay at the Dardanelles, they may well risk their alliance with France. It is every bit as unimaginable as the thought of trying to hold on to the Dardanelles without them is horrifying. As the first week of winter comes to an end, the British Cabinet meets on this day, and immediately afterwards Prime Minister Asquith pens a letter to King George to inform His Majesty of the decision. In view of the opinions given by Generals Munro and Birdwood about the prospects of a reinforced attack from Suvla, it is felt that there was no alternative but to proceed as quickly as possible with the evacuation of the positions at Suvla and Anzac, that at Helles being for the present, at any rate, retained. Indeed, the simultaneous evacuation of Helles has been discussed over the weeks, but not only are there not enough boats at hand, thanks to the storms, the piers there are in a shambles. Helles can freeze over, but it will still have to wait. 9:30 a.m., 8th of December, 1915. Mudros. Pulling out all the stops. Birdwood has no sooner received news of the evacuation than he sends one of his own to inform Godley, who has just been promoted to lead Anzac, who passes the message on to the man with the plan, Brigadier General Brudenell White. Intermediate period is to commence at once. For the mastermind, this cable means he can now begin with the real work. Within the hour at Anzac, Brudenell White sends out the first of many daily orders to come, detailing to divisional commanders how many guns and men are to head to the beach that night for evacuation to winter headquarters. But, against any of them being taken prisoner, Brudenell White tells all bar his most intimate staff that the reason they're leaving is to minimise water and supply difficulties over the coming winter months, and instructs them to tell others the same. The reductions over the last fortnight have seen the troops at Anzac Cove fall from 41,700 down to 36,000. The subtractions had started with the barest trickle of sick and wounded, a trickle that in previous days had turned into a rivulet. With the order from London, the rivulet becomes a river, a full flow of men coming down from the higher reaches of the trenches. And, just to keep the Turks guessing, they continue to maintain periods of complete silence in different trenches night after night, so that, come the time, the Turks really will be properly schooled not to associate that silence with an evacuation. We put it down to your wanting a quiet period after the blizzard to dig out your front trenches also, Major Zecchi would later recount. We were, however, ordered to send our patrols and get into your trenches. Every unit had to send a patrol, but every patrol reported your line held. 10th of December, 1915. Dardanelles. East is east, west is west, and one man heads north. After more than 10 exhausting months on the peninsula, fighting tooth and nail, heart and soul, and putting his own life on the line countless times, Colonel Mustafa Kemal is near the point of collapse. He must leave for Constantinople to recuperate. Astride his horse, he looks out over this bloodied land with powerful emotions. In his time here, he has earned the kind of reputation that can only be earned on the battlefield, something he hopes will allow him to accomplish even greater things. And yet it has come only with the sacrifice of tens of thousands of young, courageous men who have brought these invading armies to their exhausted knees. With a strong sense of both pride and sorrow, he rides away. 12th of December, 1915. Gallipoli. The word spreads. Among the Anzacs, of course, this kind of secret cannot be kept for long. For have yez heard? An evacuation. They're going to pull us out, get us back to Cairo. As this second freezing week of December comes to a close, the word inevitably spreads like wildfire, the only warm thing going. Up the tracks, along the trenches, down the gullies to Anzac Cove. It swirls around the thousands of crosses in the cemeteries, heading all the way up to Quinn's Post, Russell's Top, and places beyond. Or is it just one more furphy? Among the lower ranks, no one is sure, but mostly the stunned men refuse to believe it can be true. Many don't want to believe it, feeling very strongly that after so many of their mates had been cut down to win this land with blood, it is simply incomprehensible that they would give it back to the Turks. Soon enough, however, there is no denying it. First, the men see material being shifted from the front lines down towards the beaches, where obviously a lot of work is being done on the piers. Then, more and more of the heavy guns and cases of ammunition start coming down the hills. The real key, though, is that the ranks start to thin, and even newly arrived reinforcements are suddenly sent back to Alexandria with no explanation. The normal trickle of men returning to Gallipoli, having recovered from wounds, also ceases. It is appalling. Around Trooper Bluegum, the attitude is clear. We're damned if we'll evacuate. We're going to see this game through. Adding to that feeling is the contemplation of just how impossible it would be to withdraw without the action turning into a Turkish turkey shoot as the diggers flee their guns. It seemed, our favourite trooper would write, that the job of getting out was fraught with more potentialities of disaster than the job of getting in. The landing on April 25th was responsible for some slaughter. The evacuation, we reckoned, would be carnage. On the other hand, it explains why their ranks have been so clearly thinning in recent weeks, and as the freezing conditions continue to grip them by their extremities, thoughts of the warmth in Egypt are not altogether unattractive. It also explains why the quartermaster staff have suddenly loosened up. Those who had once guarded supplies like they were the crown jewels act like they have suddenly found Christ, transformed into inordinately generous souls. One young soldier marvels at his new gumboots, that he never even signed for. Stretcher-bearer Charles Bingham is equally amazed. We could take anything we wanted out of the store, and he and 3 of his mates do just that. They walk into their camp store and take an entire case of pineapple rings and ideal milk. Retreating to a quiet spot, they sit down and eat the pineapple till they feel sick, burping from indigestion. Never mind, though. There are also more 5-gram tablets of bicarbonate soda than they know what to do with, and after taking those, they sit down and have another feast. And yet, even when it becomes official on the 14th of December, and the men are told that it is on, they are also told in strictest terms that not even the word evacuation can be mentioned. Night after night it goes on. Company after company descend the newly widened tracks, often down steps cut into the frozen soil to make it easier for heavy traffic, carrying their rifles with butt plates covered in cloth, with whatever supplies they can carry and whatever animals they can lead, and walk onto piers covered with several layers of blankets to deaden the noise. From there they climb onto the 10 motorized lighters, barges and small boats that will take them to the 3 ferry ships for troops, plus 1 for animals, 1 for guns, 1 for vehicles, just offshore from just after dusk to just before dawn. With the rising sun, the Turkish observers can see just the same number of men disembarking from barges, and just the same number of donkeys hauling boxes of supplies on high. What they don't know is that the sole job of those men disembarking is to do this every morning for nearly 2 weeks straight, and the boxes being hauled by the donkeys have nothing in them. Those massive piles of stores down by the beach? Yes, some of them are real, marked for destruction when the time comes to go, as they simply can't get all of them away in time, but many of them are dummy stores, no more than piles of empty boxes held down by tarpaulins. Every day, the Anzac becomes more facade than force. For the same reason, those remaining soldiers light extra cooking fires to cover for those who are gone, and those in the ever-thinner frontline trenches are wanton in their waste of ammunition to keep up the impression that they are there in great numbers. It's all in keeping with Brudenell White's plan to create an illusion of normality, that we should do our utmost to avoid alarming the enemy in any way. Charles Bean, of course, chronicles the ongoing evacuation in minute detail. And no matter that on the 13th of December an order goes out that from noon that day no further mail is to be sent or received, the next night Charles Bean writes to his parents for later posting. I want to see the end of Anzac. I don't want actually to be in the last lot to leave the beach, because the risk of being killed or cut off is too great. It is an adventure. No one can foretell the ending. It depends largely on the weather. Tonight we have ideal conditions, a cloudy sky covering the half-moon, but a very smooth sea. There are 3 more nights to go. It will, Bean knows, be touch and go. Although all has gone extraordinarily well so far, the truth is that with just one mistake, one slip by one man, the Turks would become aware of what is happening, and the inevitable result would be the catastrophic overwhelming of the troops who remain. The Allies are getting to the precarious point where the ranks are so thin that even a small probe by the Turks would break through. Winston Churchill, following events from afar in France, predicts disaster in these final days. The hour of Asquith's punishment and Kay's exposure draws nearer, he writes with some fervour to his wife Clementine. On the night of the 15th of December, no fewer than 2,662 soldiers and officers are in the process of being removed from Anzac while supplies are stacked up on the beach, ready to be destroyed with fire or acid if, as now seems likely, the men won't be able to manage to remove them. With only restless sleep possible on this night, Bean constantly rises from his bunk to peer into the darkness. the landscape flickeringly illuminated by a moon obscured by scudding clouds and the regular explosion of shells. As time hangs ever heavier, he constantly looks at his watch by the light of a struck match, just as he had done when this all began. A cold wind is starting to blow. The waterproof sheet at the door of my dugout began to fidget to and fro in the gusts, and the clouds are getting bigger and blacker. It is a real worry, for if the bad weather returns, the whole evacuation program will be shot. As might they be. From Anzac Cove he hears the hoots of a steamer. Offshore he can see a hospital ship hovering, waiting, almost expecting trouble. Down on the beach, the incinerators are burning brighter than usual. Bean goes back to his bunk, but the sound of the flapping sheet and the terror of it all makes sleep impossible. His hands and the soles of his feet are tingling, just as they used to be before he went out to bat in a big cricket match. After everything they have gone through, this rising gale looks likely to stop everything for a week, for 2 weeks. It would perhaps make a shambles of our piers, like that other gale did. They would take weeks to rebuild, and would the Turks with their great new howitzers let us do it? Finally, though, the weather calms and things return to their normal, frigid, calm state, and that, normal, is all that counts. During the last week at Anzac, Bean would record, almost every thought and action was tested by the rule of normality. Too much activity was regarded with as much general disfavour as too little. Yes, totally abnormal things are happening, like the dumping of lots of extra ammunition and the like into latrines or the sea, but it's all happening at night. And there are 1 or 2 abnormal things happening in the day, like improving defences by erecting barbed wire entanglements, but they are calculated exceptions to the rule. Another real problem now beckons for Brudenell White, the tightly coiled spring driving the clockwork operations all around, who is still ensconced in Anzac HQ, just back from the beach, sleeping very little and sending out a constant stream of precise instructions. He must decide just who is going to man the trenches to the last, the most precarious position of the lot, when those remaining have every chance of being wiped out by overwhelming numbers of Turks flooding down the hills against all but no resistance. The problem is not that no one wants to do it. It is that nigh everyone does. Though swamped by volunteers, Brudenell White proceeds by a simple rule. He wants the best, most capable men to be last off, the ones deemed most likely to perform well in a rearguard action, remain calm and deadly, and allow as many of their comrades to get away as possible. It will be the responsibility of each company commander to select those men. A skeleton crew of perhaps as few as 6 soldiers holding the line where 100 once stood, but maintaining the same responsibilities and using the same structures of command and communications as previously. With those diehards, Brudenell White decides to leave a strong representation of stretcher-bearers and medical staff. If fighting does break out, which is, after all, likely, they will be needed in numbers. With the 1st Field Ambulance, Charles Bingham is not positive he wants that honour. "We are, it seems, to be left to the last," he writes in his diary, "and I don't suppose any of us will get off, as we will all be blown to pieces by the howitzers and shrapnel shells. It's awful, but we must do our duty." In the meantime, the key remains to maximise visibility, to make it appear as though the Allies are still 40,000 strong. With this in mind, Brudenell White sends out orders that each remaining battalion must be as visibly active as possible and interpret these orders as they see fit. Many choose to have men loitering about, gazing at the sky. Some men have different ideas. Why not a cricket game? If you could ignore the mortar shells and rifle fire from the Turks, it might jolly well be possible. And so they do. In mid-afternoon, on the 17th of December, it is a tentative group that sets up stumps on the pock-marked patch of ground known as Shell Green. Now, just what the Turks in the trenches above make of the strange spectacle is unclear. Grenade-throwing practice, perhaps? But from the point of view of the men of the Light Horse, the main thing is that for the moment the Turks hold their fire and simply watch. Still, after 3 hours, the Turks have had enough, and start to send down some mortar fire to clear the Australians out. Whatever strange thing they are doing must be stopped. Does the mortar fire stop the cricket cold? Not on your Nelly. As recorded by Brigadier General Granville Ryrie, the game continued anyway, just to let them see we were quite unconcerned, and when the shells whistled by, we pretended to field them. The men were wonderfully cheerful and seemed to take the whole thing as a huge joke. Charles Bean, watching closely, is particularly impressed, not simply with Major George MacArthur Onslow's batting under some pressure, less from the bowling than the mortars, but with the overall cool of the cricketers. The Turks, however, decide they are less than impressed by the invaders' insistence on continuing this strange practice and unleash doubly heavy salvos of mortar fire. The game is reluctantly called off. A draw? Happily, there is no record of any player having to retire hurt or worse. That happiness over, tension returns. Tomorrow, everyone now knows, the final stage of the evacuation will begin, with all of the remaining soldiers, some 20,000 at Anzac, with the same number at Suvla, due to be taken off in just 2 nights. The night of 17th of December is perfect, calm and misty, and the lighters continue to go back and forth, taking men away. Bean stays up until 1 a.m., going over the timetable for the following day's events that Brudenell White has very kindly allowed him to be privy to before dropping off to sleep. Just after 2:30, however, he awakens once more. Something is happening. What is it? Voices. Whose? English. Provincial. "Come along and help, General Leslie, boys," a voice is saying over the ongoing pounding of Beachy Bill to the south. "And don't tarry now!" But it is not just that. There is a strange glow filling the sky from the direction of North Beach. There is an enormous fire in their lines. A real worry, as that is out of the ordinary and therefore suspicious. Ever the chronicler, Bean rises to record the event, taking his camera to the spot where an enormous dump of tinned beef ration and oil has been set alight by person or persons unknown. All around it, men are furiously trying to put the fire out, the glare of the flames illuminating their desperate faces and the silhouette of the hills behind. Others are wetting down adjacent stacks, trying to prevent them from going up too. "Oil drums burst with terrific force," Trooper Bluegum records. With each explosion, the men glance nervously to the brooding hills. It is staggering that the Turks have not been alerted that things are out of the ordinary. In the distance, the voices of British sailors can be heard bawling orders to soldiers embarking on the piers. "God," Bean would note in his diary, "has blessed the British Navy with much courage and little brains." Mercifully, the fire is broadly under control within an hour, and somehow the Turks still have not twigged. In his own dugout, Private Charles Bingham is feeling dreadful. Along with his mates, who have also been selected to stay behind to help deal with the likely carnage, the best they can hope for is to be captured and hopefully survive the rest of the war as prisoners. "This suspense is awful," he confides to his diary. "I suppose that we will all be in Constantinople soon, if the shells don't get us. I'm going to try and be brave, but it's hard to be left." 18th of December, 1915, Anzac Cove. The end of the beginning, and the beginning of the end. On this, the day when the final part of the evacuation is due to begin, General Birdwood decides to put out a special army order to his men. "Remember that in the final retirement silence is essential. Those left in the front line to the last will, in their turn, quietly and silently leave their trenches, passing through their comrades in the covering positions to their place of embarkation, in the same soldierly manner in which the troops have effected their various magnificent landings on the shores of this peninsula during the last 8 months. To withdraw in the face of the enemy in good order and with hearts full of courage and confidence for the future provides a test of which any soldiers in the world may be justly proud, and that the 9th and Anzac Corps will prove themselves second to none as soldiers of the Empire, I have not the slightest doubt. W. R. Birdwood, Lieutenant General, commanding Dardanelles Army. Among the first to leave at his scheduled time is Charles Bean, who walks with heavy heart amid the cold and clinging mist that lies upon the pier, and climbs onto the beetle that is to take him to the cruiser Grafton. He has been here from the first, seen such courage, so many deaths, so much pain, such sorrow, such staggering heroism. And now, after a long battle that, in his eyes, had so completely absorbed the people's energies, so completely concentrated and unified their effort that, in those days, Australia became fully conscious of itself as a nation. They are leaving. It simply does not seem right. And he means it. It will ever after be his proclaimed view that, in no unreal sense it was on the 25th of April 1915 that the consciousness of Australian nationhood was born. He gazes back at that receding shore now with great emotion. "So, I have left old Anzac," he writes in his diary. "In a way, I was really fond of the place." His emotion aside, Anzac Cove looks completely normal, with incinerator first going dreamily and the big fire still smoking. Amazingly, it seems the Turks still don't know that half of the Anzacs have now gone, just as has happened at Suvla Bay, and the second half should be off in the next 2 days. Aboard the ship, Bean chats to the captain of Grafton, who proves to be the son of the great English cricketer W.G. Grace, meaning he is the very chap whose brother had once beaten Bean out for a spot in the first 11 at good old Clifton College in England. Of course, to the sound of Beachy Bill still giving old Harry to those at Anzac, they chat cricket over a cup of tea. Night, 18th of December, 1915, Anzac. Drawing the curtain. Now, following Brudenell White's minutely calibrated plan, landmines have been buried just below the surface along the most obvious paths for any pursuing flood of Turks. For the Anzacs themselves, long trails of sugar and flour show retreating troops the zigzagging route they must follow to avoid detonating those mines. To the soldiers' amazement, when they get to the beach, instead of the rickety piers that have long been there, somehow, magically, in just the last few days, solid new piers have been built to enable them to embark quickly on the lighters. No sooner had each party arrived on the beach, one soldier would recount to his parents, than they were aboard the steam and motor lighters and away to the troop ships which were lying close and handy. Out on the Grafton, Charles Bean keeps glancing nervously towards the beaches, half expecting to see huge explosions and hear the shattering roar of a full-blown Turkish attack. But there is nothing. Absolutely nothing. All is as it ever was. The rattle from Anzac is like a low crackling fire, that at Suvla like a kettle of water boiling. Dotted in the darkness to the fore of the hills, lightly silhouetted by the rising moon, Bean can see through his binoculars the odd pinprick of cooking fires, the majority of which he knows have no one sitting around them. Movement to his right. It is an unlit destroyer stealthily gliding towards the shore, ready to load yet more soldiers from the endless lighters. All seems to be going according to plan. After asking that he be woken if such an attack eventuates, the ship is going to stay close to Anzac Cove. Bean goes to bed and is relieved to wake the following morning, knowing that his uninterrupted sleep means that all must have gone well. Better still, this Sunday morning has dawned sparkling and clear. To this point, the weather has been extraordinarily kind, and yet the men have remained conscious that if the storms they experienced in November return, the weather will be a more fearful opponent than the Turks. But can it hold for another 24 hours? And can they get through this day with the Turks none the wiser before the last 10,000 soldiers, holding Anzac from Hill 60 in the north to the Second Ridge in the south, evacuate that night? 19th of December, 1915. All aboard. At Anzac Cove there is great tension in the air among the diehards, but so too is there an overwhelming sense of sadness. As the day warms to get well above freezing point, many of the soldiers are seen to visit the graveyards that abound all around Anzac. Quietly, intently, they tidy up the plots by neatly arranging stones. They replace the old biscuit box crosses with constructions of solid wood, carefully carving names that will last the years. They plant sprigs of wattle that will bloom into life next spring. Finally, they bow their heads and say their prayers for the departed souls of loved mates gone to God. And here is General Birdwood, on this last bright morning of the Gallipoli campaign, landing on the pier for a final look around, no matter that the pier is then and there under rifle fire from the enemy. When he had taken leave of his family nearly a year before to take command of Anzac, his 4-year-old daughter had kissed him goodbye and asked, "Do you think, Daddy, they will kill you at the war?" And he had always laughed about it, feeling sure that he would survive to kiss her again. He confidently sets foot on the pier and immediately goes down. His staff rush over, only to find he is dead, relieved to be entirely okay. Matting, he would later explain, had been laid on the landing stage to ensure silence when the men embarked, and, as I stepped ashore, I caught my foot in this and fell flat. He quickly heads ashore to less exposed positions, doing everything he can to ensure that all is in order and nothing more can be done. I was sad, he would recall, but I had pride in the knowledge of the fine deeds that my men had done here. As he passes a cemetery, an Australian soldier salutes him and says, "I hope they won't hear us going down to the beaches." Brudenell White has, effectively, thought of that too. Remaining troops on the front lines ensure that the floors of their trenches are ripped up to be as soft as a freshly ploughed field, so that when they leave, the noise of their boots, which are in turn wrapped with bed socks, bags, shirts, sleeves, anything at all to hush the sound of the marching to the beach, will be absorbed. For the most part, the day proceeds according to plan, with the exception that one group of soldiers assigned to break up jars of rum and pour them into the Aegean just can't help themselves and, in the end, practically have to be poured into their boats themselves. Most worryingly, after a long, tense afternoon, there comes a horrifying report that enemy troops are on the march north from Cape Helles, but nothing seems to come of it. But the Turks are starting to notice that something is going on all right. The sounds of a heavy bombardment coming from Cape Helles is one indication. Given recent form, something unusual might be occurring at Anzac and Suvla, and there is something else too. Just before the sun goes down, they can see an unusually high number of steamers coming from Imbros, perhaps as many as 35. Is this to be another landing? Everyone must be on full alert. Just before 4 p.m, Brudenell White sits sipping afternoon tea with a handful of other officers in a little dugout just back from the beach at Anzac Cove. They take their final sips before hopping up, placing their knives and forks in their pockets, nothing is to be left behind, and gathering around an old kerosene tin. Without a word, one of the officers takes an opened bottle of whiskey and breaks it across the kerosene tin, and with that it is time. They pace down to the shore to have one last look around. It's all ready. Brudenell White heads back up to the almost emptied HQ and sits somewhat nervously at his table. Taking pencil in hand, he begins to write the first of a series of notes about the night's proceedings. He plans on staying on the ground until the last of his men come down safely from the trenches above. And if he's going to do that, with all the waiting it will entail, he may as well have something to occupy himself with. Lighting his pipe and letting it hang in its usual place out the right side of his mouth, he begins to write. We have finished our high teas, and the sun is going down. It is all very still. It has been flat and calm all day, and there is not a ripple on the water, and that means a good deal to us. Last night we saw away 9,900. The sun sets at 5 p.m, and just 30 minutes later, the first of the final 3 lots of troops due to come off tonight, this one dubbed A Section, 4,000 soldiers strong, starts to leave their trenches and make their way to the piers far below. With just a handful of men holding what had been held by tens of thousands, the air is thick with tension. All are aware of just how vulnerable they are. Anxiously, they wait for the partial protection of darkness to fall and the near full moon to rise to give them the illumination they need. When at last it does, one of the diehards, Major Gordon Carter, notes the moon is very bright with a fine rainbow round it for half an hour or so. Even as a low mist gathers on the beach, making the most perfect shroud imaginable for the cutters and motorlighters now gathering there. As the men start to embark, HMS Grafton hovers just off North Beach, ready to provide covering fire on specific targets should the troops be heavily pursued and need support. Charles Bean lifts up his eyes unto the hills, looking for some sign of abnormality, of alarm, but so far, mercifully, nothing. Thousands of Indians, Gurkhas, Norfolk yeomanry, Suffolk yeomanry, Welsh horse and Anzacs continue to stream mostly to the North Beach piers, and in lesser numbers to the ones at Anzac Beach, and from there onto the motor lighters and barges and away to the larger vessels offshore. From the dot of 8:30 p.m. onwards, the next 4,000 soldiers begin to descend. Floating phantoms in the night, the ghosts of Gallipoli gliding silently through the soft, aching light. Again, no alarm is sounded, and the entirety of this B section is away by 11:30. A breeze caresses from the north, the only movement of nature on an otherwise completely still night. On the Aegean Sea, just offshore, the vessels continue gliding on dark glass. Staggeringly, there are now fewer than 1,500 men holding the 11,000 yards of the Anzac front line, with in fact just 1 per 20 yards manning a gun or moving around firing other guns, while the rest of the diggers make their final preparations for departure. This includes shooting most of those horses and donkeys that cannot be embarked, to prevent the Turks having use of them. At least one notable animal is spared, however. Archie Barwick will ever after recall his last vision of Anzac from the departing boat. Simpson's donkey, Little Murphy, standing on a little rise overlooking the cemetery. It was a pity they could not have brought him off. He was such a pet, too. The cruiser Chatham is chugging slowly up and down the coast just off Anzac and Suvla. On the bridge, Birdwood and Wemyss have their glasses trained on the coast, trying to get some idea of how the evacuation is proceeding. Of course, they can see very little, but that in itself is encouraging. Every hour that passes without the sounds of the Turkish army falling upon the thin ranks of the Anzacs, or, in the first instance, sending a rain of shells onto the beaches and piers, is a great hour. And those Anzacs are busy all right. Over the last few weeks, some of the soldiers, with ingenuity that would do Lance Corporal William Beach and his periscope proud, have worked out a way to have their rifles fire long after they have gone. The best method, invented by Lance Corporal Bill Scurry, involves filling a kerosene can with water and then puncturing the can so that it slowly drips into a second can. At a certain point, when the second can, attached by string to the trigger of the rifle, has sufficient weight, it will topple and the rifle will fire. Another way is to have 2 pieces of string attached to a weight, with the short string wrapped around a candle. When the candle burns down, it burns the string too, meaning the weight, with the longer piece of string attached to the trigger, drops, thus firing the rifle. All the various systems are put into play as the diggers continue destroying the supplies that they won't be able to take with them. Captain Aubrey Wiltshire records, "Into our latrine pit we threw 70,000 rounds SAA, 1,500 grenades and bombs. The enemy are welcome to this, if they like to clean it." Many of them also put final touches to their endlessly diverse farewell messages to the Turks, written on whatever pieces of cardboard or paper they can find. "Au revoir, Abdul. See you later on." "Goodbye, Mohammed. Better luck next time." "Abdul, you're a good clean fighter, and we bear no ill will." "Merry Christmas, Abdul. You're a good sport anyhow, but the Hun is a fair cow." And, yes, of course, there is the odd aggressive message as well, in one case mixed with an unspeakably crude drawing of Kaiser Bill and the Sultan above the scrawled words, "Abdul, you silly c—." There is also the odd booby trap, with cans of food that have been punctured the day before to ensure they have gone off and will make anyone who eats them sick. But, for the most part, the tone of the digger farewell is friendly, in the manner of one of 2 brothers who have fought each other to a bloodied standstill, before one reaches out to the other and gives him an exhausted pat on the back. "That's enough now, mate." Among Trooper Bluegum's fellow diggers, they leave boxes of cigarettes, tins of jam, pouches of tobacco. And they might even have left the Turks some cases of rum, too, but after one too many cases of drunkenness, the order had gone out that all liquor except that in the casualty clearing stations should be poured out on the ground or into the sea. A pity. Still, in the absence of rum, many of them do what they can. In one dugout, the diggers go to the effort of setting up a gramophone, so as soon as they touched it, it would play the Turkish Patrol. In another nearby dugout, the men go to a similar effort, albeit with a twist. "A light horseman set up a table for 4, Bluegum would recount. There was jam, bully beef, biscuits and cheese, and a note. There are no booby traps in this dugout." It was almost true. He had added black powder from cartridges to the packet of tobacco he left behind. Someone is in for a non-lethal surprise. Soon enough, though, it is time. Time to prepare for the last phase of the entire operation to be put into action as the 1,500 diehards to beat them all, C-section, get ready to leave their posts, with the first due to depart at 1:30 a.m. Their boots covered with socks, moccasins, bits of underpants, sleeves of shirts and all manner of things, they quickly move from gun to gun and either fire them or set off the mechanisms that will make most of them fire in the next 30 minutes, and some as long as 45 minutes hence. Nervous? Rather. In the delicate diary words of Captain Aubrey Wiltshire, the tension of leaving caused excessive secretions, and the rear trenches and dugouts were systematically fouled. And now it really is time. It is an extraordinary thing for many of these diggers, on this clear, freezing night, to turn their backs on the trenches that so many of their mates have given their lives to defend, turn their backs on their foes, to face the calm, moonlit waters of the Aegean far below. But so they do, to the minute. Those on the far north and far south of the perimeter, in staggered sequence, start following the white powder lines and drain straight down the hill some 1,500 yards to the piers, where cutters wait to whisk them away. In the near distance there is the exchange of musketry fire here and there along the line, while from further away comes the occasional belch of a blast from Beachy Bill, providing odd comfort, for all is sounding as it usually does at this time of night. And from the far south, at Cape Helles, comes the rolling roar of a fierce exchange of artillery fire, but this, too, is as planned by Brudenell White. Their brethren there are trying to shift the Turkish focus to them, away from Anzac Cove. The mood, however, remains on a knife's edge for the first of these diehards. For the first time in 8 months, there is a breach in the Anzac line, with nothing between them and 80,000 Turks but a skeleton crew of soldiers softly padding down the slopes. At all times they are expecting to hear shouts of discovery from behind, followed by the inevitable cries of "Allah! Allah! Allah!" as the heathen hordes fall upon them. But to their considerable surprise, there is no attack. They are not followed. Yet. At least not by the Turks. "Tread softly, boys," one soldier comments as they steal down the hill, and don't let them hear us deserting them. This genuine worry of what their dead mates would think of what they are doing is a common emotion, most particularly as they pass the graveyards. "I am sure," another soldier would record of his thoughts, "that they will turn in their graves and wonder where we are when the Turks begin to walk over them." The diehards keep descending as post after post continues to be abandoned. But where the bloody hell is Fred? High in the hills west of Chunuk Bair at Durrant's Post, Private Fred Pollack of the 13th Battalion has gone missing. A rough and ready bloke from Sydney, Fred had been so exhausted by the sheer tension of the last 48 hours that he was given permission to have a kip in a nearby dugout, just down from the front trenches. But now, at 2 a.m, when it's time to scarper and his mates go to get him, he is not there. Fred is not there. He must have meant a different dugout. In an agony of worry, unable to shout his name as that might alarm the Turks, his mates race from dugout to dugout, but Fred is not to be found. Finally, their captain orders them to abandon the search. "Fall in, get down, down to the beaches." They obey orders. Bloody Fred! Gazing shoreward, Charles Bean keeps consulting his watch and his copy of the timetable, marking off company after company who he knows are leaving post after post. Intermittent fire comes from the Turkish trenches, and the first of the self-activated Anzac rifles fire back. As Bean sips a delightful cup of hot cocoa on the bridge with Captain Grace, he knows soon enough that only the centre is manned now. At 2:40 a.m, Lone Pine and the spirits of 1,000 dead Australian soldiers is abandoned by the 37 men of 24th Battalion, with Courtney's going 5 minutes later, followed by Quinn's and Pope's at 2:55 a.m. Russell's Top, opposite the Neck, is the last occupied frontline post. It has been so hard won, with so many Australian lives lost there, that it is hard to leave. But at exactly 3:14 a.m, the raggedy remnant of the 20th Battalion, those phantoms of the trenches, turn on their padded heels and walk away. Quickly and quietly now, lads. In the near distance, shots ring out spasmodically as the self-firing rifles do their work. These last men head towards the beaches, following the instructions that have been so minutely worked out for them. At successive points, they pull rolls of barbed wire across the paths behind them, as well as activating booby traps and lighting fuses. Clouds obscure the moon, and the mission becomes so much darker. Ah, but there are still a few men left behind, back from the Neck, who have been given an alternative route to descend to avoid such obstacles, given one last task before departure. For of course, how else could such a monumental battle for the ages finally end? Not with a whimper, but with a bang. Over the last weeks, 3 tunnels between Russell's Top and the Neck have been packed with a total of 3.5 tons of high explosive. The largest charge, weighing 2 tons, is located at the end of a tunnel directly beneath the Turkish front line at the Neck. The men of the rear party, who are charged with setting off the mines, are sitting atop Russell's Top now. Their commander is Major Richard Fitzgerald, who is calm and collected, and focuses on keeping his men cheerful. At 1 a.m, the group had feasted on the now plentiful supplies. The meal consisted of sardines, biscuits, pineapple, and mock cream soup in that order. After we'd finished, the table was left laid for the Turks, with a note written by Major Fitzgerald which reads, "Goodbye, Jackie. We'll see you later. You are a good fighter, but we don't like the company you keep." And now, nigh on 3:30 a.m, the men of the rear party just have to wait for the word to come through that the rest of the 20th Battalion is clear and that the first of them are piling onto the piers and getting into the evacuation vessels. It is coming time. They'll soon have to blow the bastard. High in the hills, the rhythm of gunfire slows as most of the self-activating rifles stop firing. The Turks continue to respond with a few desultory shots, and then there is silence. In the Turkish trenches, puzzlement rises. It's time. Time to fire the Parthian shot to beat them all. Satisfied that all the men are now clear down at the North Beach pier, the man that Brudenell White has designated as rear guard commander, Newcastle's own Colonel John Peyton, makes the call. Moments later, high in the hills, Major Fitzgerald puts the field telephone down and gives the order to fire the mines, but not until he had got on top of the dugout to see the effect. Lieutenant James Caddy slowly, carefully pushes down the plunger before him. On the instant, the electric circuit connected to the detonator, which is some 100 yards away at the end of the tunnel that finishes under the Turkish trenches at the Neck, is completed. For there she blows! At first, there is a rumble like an earthquake, and then a huge pillar of flame shoots skyward at the Neck, illuminating all the hills around, and goes long enough that Bean notes how its brilliant glare is reflected on the undersurface of 2 clouds of dust and smoke. Lieutenant Caddy would later recall, "The ground vibrated, there was a dull roar, and 2 large craters were formed. Immediately afterwards, heavy rifle fire opened up along the whole of the enemy line." For the first time in 8 months, there is no one there to make reply. The Turks try again, with many other long bursts. One very stray bullet, flying far from home, hits a light horseman in the retreating boats. Mercifully, he is only lightly wounded. And then, still nothing. Up in the Turkish front lines, chaos reigns. Yes, the Turks know that there have been 2 mighty explosions beneath their trenches at the Neck, and they have likely lost 70 men. But when all the men from nearby trenches rush forward, as they have been trained to do, to stem the breach, there is nothing coming back. No bullets, No bombs, nothing. Is this another ruse designed to bring them forward en masse, only to be killed? They proceed slowly. Still, there is no fire upon them. Halfway down the hill ahead of them, two figures are fleeing. Judging discretion to be the better part of valour, Lieutenant Caddy and his sergeant are making good their escape. It is time to get back to the beach, at all pace. A bob in, and the winner shouts. All up, the explosions have been nigh on enough to wake the dead. And really do wake one other person. High in the hills, a man wakes more abruptly than at any time in his life, the tons of high explosive having been detonated just a short distance from him. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Oh, God! I am Private Fred Pollack of the 13th Battalion, and the last thing I remember is receiving permission to have a bit of a kip in a nearby dugout, with my mates assuring me they would wake me when it came time to pull out. And now they're not bloody well here. I charge along the trenches, but find them empty too. Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Am I really the last bastard left at Anzac Cove while everyone else is gone? Me and tens of thousands of Turks. Oh, God! A fire to port. From the decks of Grafton, Charles Bean suddenly sees what could be mistaken for a giant, mad firefly buzzing along the shores of Suvla. But it is in fact a bobbing torch flame, held by a man running along the beach and setting fire to flammable material soaked in kerosene, nestled among the reserve stores stacked up on the shore, put aside in case the evacuation was delayed. The piles flare instantly. Fires in the night. Tearing down the hill, Fred, a long way from Sydney town, makes it to the beach, hoping, praying to find someone still there. A movement, a light, a boat. Suddenly, however, he sees what may be a lantern or the like at North Pier. Fred charges towards it along the rough sands of the beach. It is just before 4 a.m. Colonel John Peyton is preparing to get the last lighters away. With the explosion in the hills, it can only be a matter of minutes before this beach will be swarming with Turks. All of the departing men are gazing into the heavy shadows to look for attackers. There! From the north, a figure is charging at them from the edge of darkness. In an instant, the Australians reach for their guns. Coo-wee! It proves to be the infinitely relieved Fred Pollack, who hurls himself into one of the last departing lighters. Saved. And so is Private Charles Bingham, amazed that all of his worst fears have not been realised. And now that it is all happening, his whole outlook has changed, as recorded in his diary. It is an honour to be last here, I feel now. Brigadier General Cyril Brudenell White, too, has stayed to the last, aboard one of the lighters waiting to take the men away. It has been a continuous stream for the last 20 minutes, but now is dying down. The gaps between the little groups and then between the single men grow wider, and then the trickle stops. The enemy machine guns are going hard on Russell's top now. They did not know what to make of the mine, but the bullets go into our parapets in front of the empty trenches or over our heads and into the sea. The evacuation of Suvla Bay has gone equally well, with no fatalities. Still, Colonel Patton doesn't leave. He's concerned that there may be other stragglers. And so he waits, together with several others. They continue to peer into the darkness, but by 4:10, with still no sign of anyone else to come, Colonel Patton barks a command. A sailor slips the mooring rope before, with a running jump, he leaps onto the steamboat, the last man to leave. The terse wireless message goes out, evacuation completed. The relief is overwhelming. Bean is standing next to a naval officer when the message is handed to him. That officer now turns, proffers his hand in the moonlight, and says quietly to Bean, "Thank God." Allah be praised. Extraordinarily, on the Turkish side, all these months on, Private Adil, the 17-year-old shepherd who had been in the trenches on the first ridge on the morning of the 25th of April, and among the first to fire on the approaching Anzacs, is still here. And he is as confused as everyone else. The heavy fog that now rolls in is in sympathy with the Turks' lack of understanding. "We had no idea," Adil will later recount. "All the gun noises had stopped." They send out a scout, who carefully makes his way forward. He comes back and tells them the blessed news. "Gittila, They've gone. Similar scenes are taking place everywhere in the area. And fire! From the waters off Gallipoli, the guns of the covering squadron pour salvo after salvo upon the old Anzac position, to blow up the stores and mule carts and slow the Turkish brutes down in their descent from the hills. In fact, the Turks are obliged to take shelter in the very trenches they have been shelling for the last 8 months. For the moment, many of the Royal Navy cruisers and destroyers, secure with their precious cargo below decks, stay just beyond the range of the Turkish guns. The officers keep their binoculars trained on the shore, eager to see what will happen. Just after dawn, their reward is to see Turkish soldiers charge down the hillside and onto the beaches, where their first target is the few unburned piles of stores. Like mad things, they find anything edible and start gorging themselves. The ships send some shells upon them as a chaser. This vision of their enemies on the shore, while they are on ships headed away, is for many of the soldiers and officers the first gut realization that they have actually done it. They have survived Gallipoli. Around the ships, cheers ring out as men clap each other's backs and furiously pump each other's hands. In this moment, there are no generals, colonels, sergeants or privates. They are just Anzacs, men who have got clean away. They have done it. Brudenell White notes proudly, "Anzac is deserted now." Some men cry. Far on the northern horizon, black clouds are gathering, clouds that will soon unleash torrents upon torrents of rain, and such howling wind that the piers will be washed away. The diehards stare to the last, gazing back to the sacred shores, so confidently stormed 8 months earlier, now drenched in the blood of 500,000 men, with some 135,000 buried in shallow graves. For this, too, is the rule in these parts. The emperors, sultans, kings, presidents, prime ministers and warlords send their soldiers and sailors. The battle breaks out, and the Dardanelles exacts its deadly toll. So it has been for centuries, so it is now. The tides of war that have flooded them forth to this place are now receding, and the survivors are as relieved as they are surprised to be alive to see the day, while desperately aware of just how many they are leaving behind. And so they continue to gaze back until, with the fog, the dawn, the distance, the Dardanelles quickly fade from view, gone, but never forgotten. Epilogue. When peace comes, and we are free to move about the country, no doubt the tourist of the future will come to inspect these parts. I suppose that some day, on some high plateau overlooking Anzac Beach, there will be a noble memorial erected by the people of Australia to honour the memory of their fallen dead, who lie peacefully sleeping in the little valleys all around. Colonel John Monash, 18th of June, 1915, while sitting in his dugout at Anzac Cove. We had nothing against them. He was fighting. Johnny Turk was fighting for his country, and we was fighting for our country. No, there was nothing personal, no. Private Jack Nicholson to the ABC in 1980. We didn't hate the enemy. Their duty was to come here and invade. Ours was to defend. No, I never hated them, never. And now, my friends, we're brothers. And I want to send my regards to all of them. My regards to the Anzacs. Turkish Private Adil to the ABC in 1985. So successful was the withdrawal from Anzac Cove and Suvla Bay, and so dire the winter on the Dardanelles, that on the 27th of December 1915, the British Cabinet committed to getting out of Cape Helles as well. Using similar methods, Cape Helles was successfully evacuated on the early morning of the 8th of January 1916. With that last man off, so ended the whole ill-fated Dardanelles campaign, which extracted a devastating human toll all round. Australia, 8,709 dead, 19,441 wounded. New Zealand, 2,721 dead, 4,752 wounded. Britain, 21,255 dead, 52,230 wounded. France, 9,829 dead, 17,175 wounded. India, 1,358 dead, 3,421 wounded. Newfoundland, 49 dead, 93 wounded. Total Allies, 43,921 dead, 97,112 wounded. Turkey, 86,692 dead, 164,617 wounded. With so many dead, and with such an exotic location for the Allies' campaign, silently gliding in the dark to an unknown shore, gripping the popular imagination, it is not surprising that the first anniversary of the landing was strongly commemorated. At his camp by the Suez Canal in Egypt, Brigadier General John Monash declared a special holiday for his troops. They solemnly began the day with a remembrance ceremony of the Gallipoli landing a year earlier, and it finished with most of the 15,000 diggers, many of them 3 sheets to the wind, swimming naked in the canal. And so began, perhaps, another tradition of the anniversary, reverence followed by revelry. In London, no fewer than 2,000 Australian and New Zealand troops, referred to in the papers as the Knights of Gallipoli, marched through the streets. In Australia, on what had already officially been named Anzac Day, there was an equal mix of pride for what had been accomplished and grief for those lost, as so many families around the country marked the anniversary of the beginning of the campaign that had taken their loved ones. One newspaper, the Queenslander, captured the mood when it noted, "A sob seemed to shake the community on Tuesday as it stepped forward and placed a simple flower on the graves of the gallant men slain on the heights of Gallipoli." The crowds were huge, the tone sanguine. The dominant note, the Queenslander observed, was one of mourning. It could not have been otherwise. But mingled with it, and breaking through like sunlight glinting through the rain clouds which gathered and yielded soft showers during the day, was the feeling of triumph and pride that Australia has such worthy sons. And, yes, in the afternoon, heavy drinking and 2 up were the order of the day. In Sydney, a march was held, with thousands of returned soldiers forming up in the Domain and parading down Macquarie Street as the Governor-General took the salute, and, at 9 a.m, every train and tram was brought to a standstill for 1 minute and cheers were given for the King, the Empire and the Anzacs. Those returned soldiers too ill to march were carried in motor cars, and some of them were cared for by nurses. Many of them would never walk again, but at least on this day they were heartily cheered by the large crowds. A similar commemorative ceremony was held in Sydney for Lone Pine Day on the 8th of August. The sight was an impressive one. Many of the men were battle-scarred, several had lost limbs, and one man was blind and had to link arms with a comrade. But all marched with heads proudly erect, confident, and satisfied with duty nobly done. It was a tradition that soon grew, most particularly from the mid-1920s onwards, when organised marches and dawn services took hold. In the years since, Australia as a whole has been extremely proud of the legend of Gallipoli, so proud that our people, characteristically irreverent when it comes to just about everything else, to this day regard Anzac Day with a naturally bowed head. On this subject, Christopher Bantic wrote a fascinating piece for The Australian in 2010, noting that while there were astounding feats of bravery at the Gallipoli landing in 1915, the legend that arose from them is indeed mythical. Why Australia craved such a legend of its own lies in its lack of foundation myths? There was no battle for independence, as in the US, no civil war, as there had been in England, and no revolution, as in France. And woe betide any who would not treat the saga with the same veneration. A case in point is what happened in 1926 when Brigadier General Cecil Aspinall, the British staff officer turned historian, sent his first draft chapters about the Gallipoli landing, set to be published as part of the British official history, to Australia for comment. Counter to the stories of bravery and daring that had sparked the growing legend of Anzac Day in Australia, the Englishman wrote that on the day of the first landing at Gallipoli, many Australians had displayed outright cowardice. For many, the breaking point had now been passed, and numbers of unwounded men were filtering back to the beach in an endless stream. the gullies in the rear were choked with stragglers and men who had lost their way. Aspinall maintained that after a relatively easy landing, confusion amongst the Australian forces prevented a coordinated attack, which could scarcely have failed to win the day. Now, no matter that in his diary entry on the day Charles Bean himself had noted that the number of stragglers began to reach serious, fair proportions, and in his post-war account he had allowed that some of the Australian soldiers of weaker fibre had indeed found shelter in the gullies. Bean, upon reading the draft chapters, could not abide Aspinall's rendition of the Australians' performance on that day. As documented by Thompson, it was Bean who blew the shrill and angry whistle. Immediately, he circulated Aspinall's account among former AIF commanders, one of whom feared that the manuscript would persuade civilian leaders that most of the leaders were inept, daunted men, and that a large proportion of the glory of Anzac is mere propaganda. It must be removed. But Aspinall would not back off, and, on first hearing the news that it even might be deleted, he wrote in a memo, "This chapter was a difficult one to write because the truth about the Australians has never yet been told, and in its absence a myth has sprung up, that the Anzac troops did magnificently against amazing odds. If this is omitted, there is nothing of the truth left." Australia most certainly did not see it that way. Getting wind of Aspinall's claims of stragglers and shirkers, not heroes and warriors born, Sydney's Daily Guardian exploded in outrage, referring to the allegation as the vilest libel of the war. And Prime Minister Billy Hughes was equally appalled, personally and on behalf of the nation, fulminating to the press, "Australia's sons acquitted themselves like heroes and with heroism unsurpassed in the history of the world." Hughes went on, telling the Brisbane Courier, "I can only say that the man who wrote them has been guilty of an infamous libel on men, the glory of whose deeds will live forever. Why the British government chose such a one to write the story of the war passes human comprehension. One thing is certain, that the man who said 8,000 Australians were skulking on the beach was not on that beach. Certainly, when this immortal exploit was taking place, he was probably in a very safe place, miles and miles away." A fairly accurate assessment, as it turned out, as on the day Aspinall had been secure aboard Queen Elizabeth, on Hamilton's staff, helping to preside over the whole catastrophe. And of the sources cited by him for the claim, the only person actually there at the time was Colonel Ewan McLagan, who was flat out on the second ridge for most of the day and nowhere near the safe gullies. Prime Minister Hughes went on, giving fair warning, "If these infamous statements are published under the authority of the British government, how can Australians listen patiently to talking about standing shoulder to shoulder with men who slandered them in this fashion?" Not surprisingly, with threats like that, and with agitation by both Prime Minister Hughes and Charles Bean, the offending passages were dropped from the final publication. For what it's worth, my own view is that, however many men might have given in to civilian sanity and sought shelter on the first day, as I frankly suspect I might have had I been present, there can be no doubt that the overall effort of the Australians as part of the Anzacs in Gallipoli, from the first day to the last, really was an extraordinary one. Beyond debate regarding its enduring legend and legacy, however, there were many important lessons for the Australian military to come from Gallipoli. The most important one was best enunciated by Lieutenant General Sir Thomas Blamey, when, in the Second World War, before the Battle of Tobruk, he strongly cautioned against plans to put Australian troops again under British command. "Past experience has taught me to look with misgiving on a situation where British leaders have control of considerable bodies of first-class Dominion troops, while Dominion commanders are excluded from all responsibility in control, planning and policy. Never again would Australia cede control of its army or navy to Great Britain." Many other lessons were elucidated by subsequent inquiries into just how the whole Dardanelles campaign had gone so wrong. On the 23rd of August, 1916, in London, a royal commission into the Dardanelles began. No fewer than 200 witnesses were called to give sworn testimony over the ensuing 12 months. They included all of the leading political, military, and even journalistic figures of the day who had either played a significant role in the Dardanelles campaign or been able to observe it closely. All of Herbert Asquith, Winston Churchill, Sir Ian Hamilton, John de Robeck, Roger Keyes, Sir Frederick Stopford, and Sir John Fisher gave their considered accounts, together with the likes of Keith Murdoch and Ellis Ashmead Bartlett. The Commission's two reports were scathing in their conclusions. Point. Sufficient consideration was not given to the measures necessary to carry out such an expedition with success. Point. The difficulties of the operations were much underestimated. At the outset, all decisions were taken and all provisions based on the assumption that if a landing were effected, the resistance would be slight and the advance rapid. Point. The plan of attack from Anzac and Suvla in the beginning of August was open to criticism. Point. There was no meeting of the War Council between March 19th and May 14th. Meanwhile, important land operations were undertaken. We think that before such operations were commenced, the War Council should have carefully reconsidered the whole position. In our opinion, the Prime Minister ought to have summoned a meeting of the War Council for that purpose. The most staggering thing about the whole outcome of the findings of the Dardanelles Commission? Despite the fact that it had comprehensively demonstrated that the plan to force the Dardanelles was fraught from the first, that the Turks had shown beyond doubt that when their minefields were intact, their batteries manned and their ammunition supplies strong, it was close to impossible for even a powerful fleet to force its way through the straits, still, in late 1918, there were those in the highest echelons of the British military establishment who were intent on giving it another go. They were led by the completely unstoppable and recently promoted Rear Admiral Roger Keyes, who by this time was in command of the Dover Patrol, responsible for keeping the English Channel clear of German naval vessels. And he was strongly backed by his great supporter, Admiral Rosslyn Wemyss, who had become First Sea Lord in December 1917. Extraordinarily, at the time the Turks surrendered, on the 30th of October 1918, at a signing in Mudros Harbour, just 12 days before the armistice with Germany, the Cabinet had approved the plans of Keyes and Wemyss to attack the Dardanelles again. Mercifully, under the terms of the Treaty of Mudros, the Dardanelles was placed under international control with the Turkish affirmation, under the later Treaty of Sèvres, that the Dardanelles would remain open both in peace and war to every vessel of commerce or of war and to military and commercial aircraft without distinction of flag. On the 12th of November 1918, a squadron of British destroyers sailed through on their way to Constantinople, the guns of the forts lying mute and impotent above them. As to many of the major players in the campaign, the virtues or otherwise of their roles at Gallipoli, for good or bad, would stay with them for a long time, including well beyond death. Lord Kitchener's reputation never recovered from the shambles of an operation that he had overseen from the start. After his return from the Dardanelles in late November 1915, Lord K was forced to succumb to the humiliation of having one Major General Sir William Robertson imposed upon him as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, effectively to oversee his every move. No more could Kitchener behave like an aristocrat who was answerable to no one, least of all the Cabinet. On the 5th of June 1916, Lord Kitchener found himself on HMS Hampshire, travelling to the Russian port of Archangel with a mission of negotiating with the Tsar's government ways to better coordinate the Allies' military operations. Hampshire had two escort ships, Unity and Victor, which, alas, received orders from Captain Saville of Hampshire to return to Scapa Flow because they had fallen behind in the bad weather and it was considered unlikely that enemy submarines would be active in such conditions. Hampshire continued alone, soon finding itself just off the Orkneys, an archipelago in northern Scotland, in a Force 9 gale and a minefield. The mines had been laid 3 days earlier by a German submarine, U-75, and had already claimed a British ship, Crown. Shortly before 7:30 p.m., Hampshire, with 655 men on board, suddenly hit a mine and was quickly on its way to the bottom, taking Lord Kitchener and all bar 12 sailors with it. Captain Fitzgerald was close by his side to the end. One survivor reported that Kitchener met his death with typical dignity and resolution to the last. The news of his demise hit Great Britain, and indeed the British Empire, like a thunderclap. Never, his biographer Sir George Arthur would insist, since man has made the lightning his messenger, did the passing of an individual so profoundly move humanity as a whole. For an instant, a hush seemed to fall alike on soldier and citizen, on camp and council chamber. The memorial service for Lord Kitchener was held in a packed St. Paul's Cathedral, and was presided over by the Archbishop of Canterbury. When their Majesties the King and Queen arrived in an open carriage with an escort of lifeguards, they were saluted by a group of Australian and New Zealand soldiers, who, though so badly wounded in Gallipoli they had to be accompanied by their carers, had been released from hospital for the occasion, so they could pay their deepest respects to Lord Kitchener. I know. Captain Oswald Fitzgerald's body was washed ashore in Great Britain, and he was quietly buried in Eastbourne, Sussex. Winston Churchill, of course, the other principal architect of the Dardanelles campaign, was far more fortunate, and managed to not only outlast the most fierce opprobrium for his part in the affair, but also go on to become Britain's most famous Prime Minister. After serving with some distinction as an officer in France, Churchill returned to England and Parliament in June 1916, and, under the Prime Ministership of David Lloyd George in 1917, once again became Minister of Munitions. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, Churchill's career waxed and waned, but of course it prospered as never before shortly after the Second World War broke out, vindicating his warnings about the danger of an Adolf Hitler-led Germany over the previous 7 years. He took over the Prime Ministership from Neville Chamberlain, retaining it till just after the end of that war. He regained the position in 1951, retired in 1955, and died in 1965. Herbert Asquith resigned on the 5th of December 1916, after losing the confidence of the public, the press, and his fellow politicians over his lack of dynamism in his conduct of the war so far. Though he remained in the Commons and leader of the Liberal Party, he never again held office. He died on the 15th of February 1928. The man selected to provide that dynamism was Lloyd George, and one of his first moves was to make Lord Northcliffe his Director of Propaganda, a role in which the pressman prospered. On the day of armistice, the 11th of November 1918, Northcliffe resigned and went back to exclusively running his tabloid newspapers, before dying in August 1922 of a blood infection. Among Lord Northcliffe's closest confidants at the time of his death, even though he had returned to Australia, was Keith Murdoch, who had become so enamoured of the Lord and his methods that he was soon to become known as Lord Southcliffe. Lionised for his intervention in the Gallipoli campaign, Murdoch had become close to many key figures in England's ruling class, made regular visits to the Western Front, and continued to rise in journalism, before returning to Melbourne early in 1921 to take a position as editor-in-chief of the Melbourne Evening Herald. That paper became a stunning success, in part because Murdoch followed much the same model of tabloid journalism he had learned first-hand from his inspiration, Lord Northcliffe. By both covering and generating political controversy, and always putting it on the front page, as well as providing heavy celebrity coverage, he lifted circulation by 50% in just his first 4 years. Just like Northcliffe, Murdoch also aspired to own the newspapers, and in 1928 he became managing director of the company that owned the paper, the Herald and Weekly Times. The same year that the 42-year-old married the 19-year-old Melbourne beauty Elizabeth Joy Green. In short order, and even while Murdoch bought the exceedingly dull Adelaide Register before turning it into a tabloid, and then took over the Adelaide Advertiser and the Adelaide News, the couple had 1 son and 3 daughters. Keith Murdoch's key breakthrough came in 1948, when he persuaded the Herald Board to sell to him its holdings in the Adelaide News. And when he died in 1952, this was the key asset of his estate, allowing his dream to be fulfilled. For, from the moment of establishing his family and having a son, Murdoch had been obsessed with training that son, Rupert, so he could take charge of the family business and make a success of it. He did. The rights and wrongs of the Murdoch letter would be heatedly discussed for a century and counting, though there would be many critics, led by General Hamilton, who were scathing in the accusations of dishonour levelled at Murdoch for breaching the censorship regulations. Keith Murdoch was an ardent defender of his own actions. In response to the Hamilton criticisms, he said simply, "I had a perfectly clear conscience as to what I did. I went to London, and I hit Sir Ian Hamilton as hard as I could. I thought the vital thing was to get a fresh mind on the spot. The British Cabinet confirmed this view by recalling him within a week of my report being discussed by it. I broke no censorship pledge. I wrote nothing for publication without censorship. I wrote a report for the Prime Minister of my own country and received his thanks, and also the thanks of the succeeding Prime Minister." He had already been backed up by former Australian Prime Minister Andrew Fisher, who, upon being installed as one of those presiding on the Dardanelles Commission, had explained to his fellow commissioners that Murdoch had visited the Dardanelles at his behest, and that the correspondent's first loyalty, strange as it might seem to them, was to Australia. You see, gentlemen, Australia has a separateness from Britain, and, as a self-governing dominion, sometimes its interests would be different from Great Britain's. The controversy would rumble on, however, and other writers, particularly the most esteemed contemporary writer of the lot, Les Carline, have strongly downplayed the significance of the letter, maintaining Murdoch was little more than a pawn in the grand power play of others. Again, for what it's worth, I most respectfully disagree with Les, and cite the words of Charles Bean in 1958. Keith felt that the Australians were being sacrificed, and he wrote his letter with the sledgehammer phrases, often massive overstatements, which were typical of his writing in controversy. But there was much truth behind them. The troops had no great confidence in Hamilton. He had not the crude strength for such an enterprise. Murdoch's letter was, I should say, the main agent in bringing about Hamilton's fall. With Hamilton's fall and Munro's fresh eye on sight, the evacuation that would save so many Australian lives became all the more likely. Rupert Murdoch has himself been a great defender of the faith, noting, "My father's letter from Gallipoli to Fisher was a highly emotional, important and nationalistic piece of reporting." Charles Bean? His time at Gallipoli and then the Western Front as a war correspondent, filling 226 notebooks along the way, would form the foundation stone for his work for the next 23 years, as he compiled 12 volumes of the official history of Australia in the War of 1914 to 1918, of which he wrote the first 6, with the 12th and final volume being published in 1942. A significant part of that was his return to Gallipoli in January 1919, leading the Australian Historical Mission, to gather facts and increase Australian understanding of the lie of the land from the other side of the trenches. At the neck, they had to tread lightly, around and over the bones of the light horsemen who lay there still. In some of the lesser-known spots of Gallipoli, human bones from 1915 can still be seen today, though their provenance is not certain. In 1946, Bean released a separate, single-volume account of the war titled Anzac to Amiens, and in 1957 published Two Men I Knew, about the founders of the AIF, William Bridges and Cyril Brudenell-White. Beyond his writings, Bean's other great legacy, of course, is the Australian War Memorial. While covering the devastating battles of the Australians on the Western Front, he conceived the notion that, like the British and Canadians particularly, Australia should have an institution filled with relics, photos and records to commemorate the Australian wartime experience, and suggested as much to the federal government in November 1916. Bean was its first director, put enormous energy into laying its historical foundation stones, and could take a deep bow when it opened its doors on the 11th of November 1941. Surprisingly, for one who was such a devotee of the British Empire, Charles Bean more than once declined a knighthood. He died, aged 88, on the 30th of August 1968, survived by his wife Ethel, a one-time Queanbeyan nurse, and their daughter and grandson. Ellis Ashmead Bartlett also attracted a great deal of notoriety for his part in the Dardanelles campaign, most particularly its ending. and, on the strength of it, was able to take a lecture tour of England and Australia before returning to cover the continuing fighting on the Western Front. Strangely, in a brief belief that the sword might be mightier than the pen after all, following the conclusion of the Great War, he went to Hungary to fight with an anti-Bolshevik faction before returning to England to be elected to Parliament. He stood on the side of the Conservatives and became the member for Hammersmith North. He died in Lisbon in 1931, aged just 50. Sir Ian Hamilton, in whom Kitchener and Churchill had invested such high hopes, never saw active service again. Bloodied but unbowed, believing himself unfairly maligned, Sir Ian continued to keep busy with service to many military institutions and veteran organisations, and, in an effort to restore his reputation, wrote and published his Gallipoli diary in 1920. Based on his diary of the time, and notwithstanding accusations that he coloured it brightly for publication, it gave a great insight into his thoughts, feelings and motivation throughout the whole tumultuous campaign, albeit retrospectively. He was a driving force and vice-president of the Anglo-German Association, established in 1928, devoted to promoting Germany in Great Britain, and declared himself a great admirer of Adolf Hitler. Tragically, his one son, Harry, who was a graduate of Sandhurst, was killed in North Africa in 1941 by the forces of one and the same. Hamilton died in London in October 1947 at the age of 94. Lieutenant General William Birdwood continued to lead the Anzacs on the Western Front in France, before leaving them to first become aide-de-general to the King and then commanding officer of the Fifth Army in May 1918. Visiting Australia in 1919, he was greeted, he would recount, by a poster depicting a huge hand, the hand of one of my diggers, held out to welcome a small figure representing myself with the words, "Put it right there, Birdie." Shortly afterwards, he was created a baronet, before heading back to India, where he became Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army in 1925. Though coveting the role of Governor-General of Australia, such a position was not to be his, and he returned to England in 1930, where he was elected to the Mastership of Peterhouse, Cambridge, in 1931. Birdie returned to Turkey in May 1936, along with Sir Roger Keyes. While walking around the old positions at Gallipoli, he was able to see for the first time from the enemy's point of view. I marvelled to think how we had ever been allowed to land and retain our positions for all those long months. Though Mustafa Kemal was unavailable, Birdwood did see the former Third Corps and Northern Group Chief of Staff, Farretton. As recounted in Birdwood's book, Khaki and Gown, among other things that Sir William asked him were, what had Kemal to say about our evacuation? Kemal, Farretton replied, had left the peninsula before you evacuated, but when he heard the news he said, had I been there, and had the British got away without loss as they did, I would have blown out my brains. In 1938, Sir William was created, if you please, Baron Birdwood of Anzac and Totnes, living the rest of his years quietly until dying on the 17th of May, 1951. The body of Sir William Bridges was the only one returned to Australian shores from Gallipoli, just as his horse, Sandy, was the only one of 136,000 Australian horses to return. After a funeral in Melbourne on the 2nd of September 1915, some 15 weeks after Sir William had died, he was finally buried at Duntroon, the establishment at which he had the honour of being the first commanding officer. John Monash, of course, went on to cover himself in glory at the Western Front. He didn't just bend the German line, he broke it. He was of the new scientific breed of generals, and his battles were regarded as models of innovative tactics. He held the view that warfare was essentially a problem in engineering, of mobilizing resources, like the conduct of a large industrial undertaking. So successful was Monash that he was installed as Commander-in-Chief of all 150,000 Australians serving on the Western Front, and was described by no less than Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery as the best general on the Western Front in Europe. Returning to Australia after the war, he became one of the most prominent and important leaders in the country, though likely not to the extent he should have been because of a certain anti-Semitism. From 1925 he led Melbourne's Anzac Day March, while the cause closest to his heart was the Shrine of Remembrance, for which he was the prime mover. So beloved a figure was he that not only did he do much to quell the anti-Semites, but also, when he died in 1931, his soldiers and their families and the Australian people turned out in droves, 250,000 strong, as his flag-laden coffin was pulled on a gun carriage through the streets of Melbourne. Nor did Cyril Brudenell-White ever quite receive the credit he deserved for the genius of his evacuation plan, though Charles Bean once described him as the greatest man it has been my fortune to intimately know. He remained, nevertheless, a respected figure for the rest of his life. Returning to Australia in June 1919, not long after being knighted, Sir Cyril became Chief of the General Staff. His first peacetime task was sitting on a committee that considered the future organisation of the Australian military forces, before he retired 4 years later to chair a variety of prestigious public and private institutions, while also engaging his passion for farming. He returned to the fray in 1939 at the outbreak of the Second World War, to again become Chief of the General Staff in March 1940. At the age of 63, this man, who had saved countless lives through the brilliance of his evacuation plan and the energy which he put into its execution, died tragically in a plane crash near Canberra in August 1940, which also saw the death of 3 federal cabinet ministers. Sir Robert Menzies would later note, "Of all the men who have served Australia in the military sphere, he is the one to whom my memory will turn in my last days as the very model of everything that an Australian should be. Amen." After Colonel Ewan Maclagan's service in Gallipoli, he had been evacuated sick in August, he went on to serve in France, most notably commanding the Australian 4th Division with great success at the Battle of Hamel in 1918. Maclagan retired from the military in 1925 and lived quietly thereafter, passing away at his daughter's home in Scotland on the 24th of November 1948. His finest epitaph is Sir John Monash's description. "In appearance and in temperament he is every inch a soldier. Although not Australian-born, he was wholeheartedly Australian. He never failed in performance, and invariably contrived to do what he had urged could not be done." As recounted by Peter Burness in his book The Neck, A Gallipoli Tragedy, Colonel Noel Brazier lived out his life on his property in Kirrip, in the southwest of Western Australia, part of which was broken up for soldier settlement. He never overcame his bitterness towards the Bullant and to General Hughes for what had happened at the Neck, and was likely still mourning his lost men on the day he died, aged 80, in 1947. The Bullant, Brigade Major Jack Anthill, went to his own grave in 1937, at the age of 71, denying any responsibility to the end for the death of so many on what Throssell called that fool charge at the Neck. Of the men of the lower ranks who fought on the front lines, the fate of Hugo Throssell is the one that moves me most. After being taken to an English hospital to recover from his wounds, he was awarded the Victoria Cross, the only light horseman to be so honoured. He then returned to his regiment in Egypt, where he was promoted to captain and, in April 1917, during the Second Battle of Gaza, again displayed his extraordinary fearlessness, even after being wounded. Alas, when the survivors of the 10th Light Horse formed up for the inevitable roll call, it was found that Hugo's brother Rick, who as ever had been fighting side by side with him, was missing. As detailed in John Hamilton's great book, The Price of Valour, even though under enemy fire, Hugo moved out onto the battlefield among the devastation, whistling the very tune they had most loved when growing up together, the one taught them by their father. If only Rick is still alive, he will surely hear it during the rare lulls in the roar and wave a hand so Hugo can find him. But there was nothing. Just so many groaning, dying men, so much blood and gore, so many entrails uselessly spilling out into the desert sands, and men crying out for their mothers, their wives, their God, for release from this agony. Hugo Throssell never did find him. What could he do but keep doing what he had been doing all along? He buried his grief and kept fighting. Upon his return to Perth in December 1918, Hugo was feted as a glorious Western Australian soldier who had won the Victoria Cross. But by now he wanted no part of it. Eager for a new life, only 3 months after the armistice, he married a wonderful woman he had met in London, Catherine Susanna Pritchard, a noted Australian author. They settled on a 40-acre mixed farm at Greenmount, 14 miles east of Perth, and in 1922 had one son, whom they named Rick. It was not long before Hugo became involved in politics. Catherine was already a founding member of the Communist Party of Australia, while, despite his own blue blood background, Hugo was soon speaking out against war and up for the rights of workers and returned soldiers. He refused to attend Anzac Day on the grounds that it glorified war. Beyond his farming, he also did some work as a real estate agent, as well as for Western Australia's Department of Agriculture. After a foray into gold prospecting in the early 1930s proved fruitless, the full weight of the Depression came down upon both Australia and Hugo. And, while Catherine was on a 6-month trip to Russia doing research for her soon-to-be-published polemical pamphlet, The Real Russia, Hugo made a bad business decision that lost him money he did not quite have. By 19th of November 1933, it had all come to a head. Hugo Throssell, war hero, peace activist, husband, father, son, put a gun to his temple and pulled the trigger, choosing to share the fate of so many of his comrades at Gallipoli 2 decades earlier. At the back of the will he had written the day before was a note, "I have never recovered from my 1914-18 experiences, and with this in view, I appeal to the state to see my wife and child get the usual war pension. Sergeant Hugo Throssell. No man could have a truer mate." He was buried with full military honours in Karrakatta Cemetery, Perth. Mercifully, his wife and child did get the pension. Vale, Hugo. What a man you were. I weep. His Victoria Cross, so hard won at Hill 60, was donated in 1983 by his son, Rick, also a peace activist, to the People for Nuclear Disarmament, who in turn sold it to the RSL, who presented it to the Australian War Memorial. The other most notable of the 9 Australian Victoria Cross recipients at Gallipoli was the then Private Albert Jacker, who left the peninsula as Company Sergeant Major. His fame grew exponentially from the moment that he earned a military cross on the 7th of August 1916 for his actions at Pozières. He went on to be awarded a bar for his military cross on the 8th of April 1917, thanks to his service at Bullecourt, freeing some Australians taken prisoner and, together with them, forcing 50 Germans to surrender. This was described by Charles Bean as the most dramatic and effective act of individual audacity in the history of the AIF. And by now his entire 14th Battalion were proud to call themselves Jacker's Mob. His commanding officer, Brigadier General Charles Brand, would later say of him that Captain Jacker was a super soldier, a born leader, with an instinct to do the right thing in a critical situation. A company under his leadership was as good as an additional battalion. In Australia, the face of Jacker featured large on recruitment posters, beckoning Australian men to come to war. Though his war finished when he was gassed near Villers-Bretonneux, Jacker returned to Australia as a hero, and loved every moment of it, attending every Anzac Day march, front and centre, and being very active in returned soldiers' matters besides. Throughout the 1920s, he worked in a business importing electrical goods with 2 former brothers-in-arms, and married before becoming the mayor of St Kilda in 1930. Alas, the effects of being gassed never quite left him, and, together with the effects of kidney disease, he died in January 1932. Such was his enduring fame that he was given a state funeral, with 6,000 people filing past his coffin, subsequently borne by 8 fellow Victoria Cross winners, before he was laid beneath the sod at St Kilda Cemetery with full military honours. Even in death, the VC winner was so beloved by Jacker's Mob that, on the anniversary of his death, survivors would gather at his grave to pay homage, tell yarns, drink and carry on in a manner that would have pleased him. In 1941, the pilgrimage was led by 100 former members of the 14th Battalion. The rather more humble Trooper Bluegum never did make it back to Jean, or, as far as I know, the woman he met in Cairo, the Queen, who moved amongst the revellers. Though he survived all of Gallipoli, Sinai and Palestine, Oliver Hogue died of influenza in London on the 3rd of March 1919. I dips me lid again, Bluegum. Great book. Ellis Silas was far more longer-lived than most of his comrades. After continuing his convalescence in England, he was discharged from the AIF as medically unfit in October 1916, shortly before publishing his diary and sketchbook, Crusading at Anzac. After returning to Australia in 1921, he based himself in Sydney and continued his career as an artist, before returning to England in 1925 and marrying 2 years later. The rest of his life was filled with sketching, painting and writing, and he died in London on the 2nd of May 1972, close to 60 years after he had felt every day was likely to be his last, at Gallipoli. Despite the message in the bottle to indicate he had been taken prisoner and was alive, Private Edgar Adams was never heard from again. An inquiry to the Turkish equivalent of the Red Cross produced no information, and, though it appears the Turks tried to help, they claimed to have no record of him as a POW. In the course of writing this book, I heard one story from an Australian who had worked as a contractor in the Dardanelles in the 1960s, who claimed he had heard stories of old Australian soldiers still living among the locals, and I couldn't help but wonder. And yet, of course, we'll never know. Major Gordon Carter and Nurse Lydia King, I do know. After Gordon's successful evacuation, they finally met up again for just a few minutes on the 2nd of January 1916 at Tel Akebir railway station in Egypt, as Gordon was still stationed there and Lydia was on her way back to Australia with a tragic shipload of wounded soldiers. They next met on the 12th of May 1916 in Cairo when she got back, and had a long lunch with a bottle of bubbly. He proposed less than a month later, on the 11th of June 1916, and they married on the 31st of January 1917 in Southall, England, just before Gordon headed for the Western Front. Their first son, Edward Carter, was born 9 months after Armistice Day, the 11th of November 1918, and is my Uncle Ted of Tamworth. Still alive and going strong, he is one of the last rats of Tobruk left standing. Gordon went on to a successful engineering career, which included involvement in building the Sydney Harbour Bridge. When my parents bought their farm at Pete's Ridge in 1948, it was Gordon who visited and advised my father how to properly build the irrigation dam. Together, he and Lydia raised 5 children, of whom one died in her infancy and another, John, disappeared while flying for the RAF over the English Channel on the 1st of April 1944. Gordon died on the 11th of July 1963. Lydia, a decade later, on the 18th of September 1972. Trooper Paul Ginty McGuinness, one of those men of the 8th Light Horse Regiment who was saved in extremis, became of major Australian significance when he and fellow Gallipoli veteran Hudson Fysh went on to establish Qantas. Through much of 1920s Australia, the aviation world was filled with Gallipoli veterans, and their numbers included none other than Charles Kingsford Smith. From the moment the AE-1 was last sighted, southwest of Duke of York Island off New Britain at 3:20 on the afternoon of the 14th of September 1914, to the present day there has not been the slightest sign of it. Not a bubble to the surface, not the tiniest skerrick of debris washed up on the shore. Though, as this book goes to press in mid-September 2014, the most serious and sophisticated search yet is about to be undertaken. AE-2 lies, of course, where it sank on the 30th of April 1915 on the floor of the Sea of Marmara, though it was not until 1998 that a Turkish marine engineer, Selçuk Kolay, at last located it, lying in mud at a depth of 72 metres, after a search lasting just under 4 years. Since that time, there have been grand plans to bring it to the surface again, but the technical, financial and political difficulties are many. Dacre Stoker, on the other hand, proved nigh on unsinkable. He was released from his time as a POW in December 1918, but he received a great shock upon his return to England when he found that the wife he had been pining for while imprisoned, the one he thought would be waiting for him, had in fact had a child to another man whilst he had been away. They were divorced within months. For his bravery in forcing the Narrows on the 25th of April 1915, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Order, DSO, a far lesser honour than the Victoria Cross awarded to the other 3 Allied submarine captains, one of whom had failed to get through, and the other 2 only having accomplished it once Stoker had proved it could be done. For a brief time he returned to the submarine service, but his passion had gone, and he left the Royal Navy in 1921 before embarking on an entirely different path in life, finding great success as an actor, writer and producer. His book, Straws in the Wind, about his adventures on AE2, came out in 1925 and was a critical and commercial success. But his greatest triumph was on the stage and screen, where he frequently played the role of a military officer. In 1925, he got remarried to a talented young English actress, Dorothy Pidcock, and the two lived happily ever after, or at least for the next 41 years. Fred and Elizabeth Brenchley's book, Stoker's Submarine, quotes veteran Tudor Jenkins writing about the submarine captain in the London Evening Standard in 1965 on the 50th anniversary of the landing. Now a spry 80, Jenkins wrote, he lives in Chelsea. I asked him whether he sometimes wondered whether it would not have been better if his message to de Robeck had not got through. Maybe an immediate evacuation would have saved those terrible casualties, Stoker replied. The Brenchleys also quote from a letter that Stoker wrote to AE2 crew member Cecil Bray in the mid-1960s. The receipt of our signal stopped the Anzacs being withdrawn that night, he told Bray. What a tragedy that campaign failed. It would have altered all history. No Russian Revolution, and possibly no communism. Dacre Stoker died on the 2nd of February 1966. He too was a great. Stoker's closest equivalent in this saga, a veritable lone wolf seeking to sow havoc in enemy waters, was the admirable Karl von Müller of Emden fame. Müller spent most of the rest of the Great War in a POW camp for German officers in the English Midlands. He was the ringleader of 21 of them, escaping via a tunnel to briefly breathe the air of liberty once more, before being quickly recaptured. Falling ill in 1918, he was repatriated back to Germany just before the end of the war, as part of a humanitarian prisoner exchange. Retiring from the Navy within months of the war's conclusion, he briefly served as a politician, before dying on the 11th of March 1923. Müller's one-time offsider, Kapitänleutnant Helmut von Mucke, returned to Germany a hero, having led his men to safety over nearly 7,000 miles. He wrote 2 books on the saga, both of which sold well. Like Müller, von Mucke became involved in German politics after the war, and though he started out as a conservative, by the end of the 1920s he was an outspoken pacifist. Throughout the 1930s, he was such a vociferous critic of Adolf Hitler that he was briefly imprisoned in 1936, and then again, briefly, at the beginning of the Second World War. A notable peace activist after the war, he died on the 30th of July, 1957. With the Ottoman surrender, General Lehman von Sanders, then in Constantinople after unsuccessfully leading the Ottoman army in Syria, gave himself up. And, for his trouble, the British imprisoned him on suspicion of war crimes for the next 6 months before releasing him in August 1919. He returned to Germany a respected figure in a devastated nation. Shortly after penning his memoirs, 5 Years in Turkey, he died, aged 74, in Munich in 1929. While the Dardanelles campaign overall is remembered in Germany, Great Britain and France, and revered in Australia and New Zealand, it is in Turkey itself that it achieves its greatest significance, changing an entire nation. The day the Turks would choose to commemorate it, however, would not be the day of the landing, but rather a month earlier, the 18th of March, when they had successfully beaten back the fleet from entering the Dardanelles. This day would ever after be known as Çanakkale Deniz Zaferi, or the Çanakkale Naval Victory. Just after the Ottomans surrendered in October 1918, under the sheer weight of Allied arms pressing them on all sides, Two key leaders of the Turkish government, General Enver and Talat, were among those who, on the 3rd of November, fled across the Black Sea on board a German battleship to exile in Berlin. Talat stayed in Germany, living quietly under an assumed name while Enver went on to Moscow. They were both soon condemned to death in absentia by a British court in Constantinople for the Armenian genocide. The intent of both men was to rise again, ideally in a newly established Turkish state that could strike back at the Allies. But things would prove difficult. On the 15th of March 1921, Talat was just leaving his house in the affluent Berlin suburb of Charlottenburg when he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was the hand of the young Armenian man Sogomon Tehlirian, who had been lucky to escape the Armenian massacre of 1915, though his beloved mother, father, and sisters had not. Left for dead, taken in by a Kurdish family, he had escaped through Persia and, by a long and circuitous route, made his way to Germany to start a new life. 2 weeks earlier, Tehlirian had awoken from a nightmare, the vision of the corpse of his beloved mother standing up before him, looking him in the eyes and saying, "You know Talat is here, and yet you do not seem to be concerned. But you seem quite heartless and are not my son." A cry in the night. He can bear it no more. Now, as Talat turns, Tehlirian points his 9mm German automatic pistol straight at the Turk's forehead. It is not a shot heard around the world. In fact, it is not even heard by Talat, for after Tehlirian pulls the trigger, the bullet shreds Talat's brain before the sound can reach him. He falls to the ground, blood gushing from his head. After a cursory 2-day trial, Sogomon Tehlirian was found innocent by a German court on grounds of temporary insanity due to the traumatic experience he had gone through during the genocide. In the course of the trial, an exchange took place. Presiding Justice: "What did you think of what you had done?" Tehlirian: "I felt a great satisfaction." Presiding Justice: "How do you feel about it now?" Tehlirian: "Even today, I feel a great sense of satisfaction." The fate of Enver was similar, even if what actually happened is less clear-cut. The upshot was the same. In fact, many shots from the Red Army all over his body on the 4th of August 1922, after the Russians perceived that Enver had double-crossed them. No less than Vladimir Lenin had sent Enver to the Turkestan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic in Central Asia to suppress the revolt there against the Bolsheviks, only to find that the Turk had colluded with the locals to rise against them. The most compelling account of his death is that, when the Russians came for him, Enver gripped his Koran and charged straight for them, firing all the while before being cut down, and then having his head cut off for good measure. He was 40 years old. The Ottoman victory at Çanakkale turned out to be the making of Mustafa Kemal. After recovering from his poor health in Constantinople, he was sent to various garrisons throughout the empire. He was at the head of 7th Army in Palestine during the final Allied offensive, which was the decisive blow that defeated the Turks in 1918. Unhappy with the peace settlement imposed upon the Turks by the victorious Allies, Mustafa Kemal began and led the Turkish nationalist movement, which ultimately waged the Turkish War of Independence. In 1921, Mustafa Kemal established a provisional government in the central Anatolian town of Ankara, away from the occupied Constantinople. The following year, the Ottoman Sultanate was formally abolished, and in 1923, Turkey became a secular republic under the terms of the Treaty of Lausanne, the peace treaty that finally ended the state of war that had existed between the Turks and the Allies since 1914. The Turkish national movement culminated in the Grand National Assembly, and Mustafa Kemal became the new republic's first president. Once in office, President Mustafa Kemal launched a drive for modernity in all things, to convert the new constitutional Republic of Turkey into a secular, modern nation-state. During his 15-year presidency, a range of sweeping reforms were introduced in every field. It started with a new constitution, which borrowed heavily from established European codes. He also introduced language reform, which saw the official script changed from Arabic to Latin. He implemented broad education reforms, many of which were aimed at secularizing society and lessening the influence of religion in public life. His government nationalized industry, established a banking system, introduced reforms to encourage equal opportunity for women, and brought in a number of other measures designed to build a new nation-state for the Turks. In 1934, a law was introduced requiring all citizens to adopt a surname, a la the Europeans. Mustafa Kemal, never one to hide his light under a bushel, agreed with the Grand National Assembly that he be given the surname Ataturk, as in Father of the Turks. His triumph at Gallipoli, of course, remained the foundation of his legend, and yet, despite the ferocity with which he had fought the invaders, he evinced no hatred for them after the war was over, and in 1935 penned words that became famous. "Those heroes that shed their blood and lost their lives, you are now lying in the soil of a friendly country. Therefore, rest in peace. There is no difference between the Johnnies and the Mehmets to us where they lie side by side now, here in this country of ours. You, the mothers, who sent their sons from faraway countries, wipe away your tears. Your sons are now lying in our bosom and are in peace. After having lost their lives on this land, they have become our sons as well. Today, we honour the men who fought on both sides at Gallipoli. We honour the countries from which they came, but above all, we honour the spirit of peace and friendship which has proved to be an enduring legacy of the Gallipoli conflict." Those magnificent words are now inscribed on a monument, not quite as John Monash had predicted, on some high plateau overlooking Anzac Beach, but in fact right by the beach itself, honouring all who fought in this extraordinary campaign. In 1990, for the 75th anniversary of the Gallipoli landing, the government of Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke flew 58 diggers back to the fatal shore. In April 2014, I was sitting beside him at a lunch for the Australian Republican movement, and he told me that it was the most moving moment of his time in office when the old diggers arrived at Gallipoli and gingerly climbed off their bus to be cheered to the echo by the 4,000-strong crowd of Australians, including many young backpackers who had gathered for the occasion. And then, when the diggers had shuffled forward to meet a similar number of old Turkish soldiers waiting to greet them. It was just as in days of yore, as had happened on the 24th of May, 1915, during the first armistice. Tentatively, at first, and then with growing confidence, the Anzacs and Turks rise from their trenches and slowly walk towards each other, scarcely believing that this is possible, that they could really be upright in no man's land without being shot to pieces. These men from countries on opposite sides of the planet continue to walk towards each other, over the corpses of their fallen friends, their brothers, the enemies who they have shot, until they are face to face. "The two groups came together on the very spot where they had fought for their lives," Mr. Hawke said, shook hands, embraced, and clapped each other on the back. There was no rancour and many tears, and not just from the crowd. It was a truly wonderful thing to see. Two of those men, Jack Ryan, 95, from Australia, and Hussein Kaçmaz, 97, from Turkey, were featured in an article with photograph in the Sydney Morning Herald as they kissed each other on the cheek, hugged, and wept. I should like to think that later on they exchanged cigarettes, had a cup of tea, and for once the Australians might have had something better than bully beef to offer and, at last, some milk to lend. At the midday commemoration at Lone Pine, a few hours later, when Prime Minister Hawke noted that "we do not come here to glorify war," the veterans wept silently but called "Hear, hear," and some wept openly. "Of course I cried," veteran George Abraham, DCM 92, told the Herald. "Did you?" "Yes. It's good that so many young people did. It shows me the spirit is still there." And so it is to this day. We will remember them, on both sides. Belinda hopes you enjoyed this reading of Gallipoli, written by Peter Fitzsimons and read by Robert Meldrum. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travellers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you.